He spent his free time in a VR game just crafting items, building houses, and enjoying the quiet side of the game while everyone else chased combat and power. And then one day he finds himself in another world with the exact same skills, only this time they're real. And while craftsmen are considered the lowest class here, his creations start doing things they're not supposed to. The more he creates, the more the rules stop applying. And that's when people realize craftsmen were never weak. This story begins with Miyabi, the protagonist, thinking about a dream he had when he was little. Even as a child, he was fascinated by architecture. Then he came across a game that allowed him to realize his dream. He began designing and building until he finally built the building of his dreams. He built it perfectly. The protagonist watched a man propose to a girl and thought about how scenes like these had become an everyday occurrence for him. This is the concept of turning dreams into reality. Dream world. This VR world has become quite popular in Japan. Exciting battles will appeal to even a seasoned user, but the possibilities in this world are not limited to battles. Here you can create objects and architectural objects. Many craftsmen around the world were captivated by this stunning freedom of action. He dedicated all his free time to this craft. He was one of them. And when he finally built the building of his dreams, it became the perfect nest for lovers. At first, seeing these couples was downright irritating, but after a while he got used to it. In real life, he was just a company employee. Isn't it amazing that someone like him can create something here that can make so many people happy? Isn't that something to be proud of? After a while, a new email arrived in his inbox. He thought in surprise, this didn't look like information about another marriage. MC reached his hand toward the screen, wondering if this was from management, but it was too early to announce the results of the event. The message stated that thanks to his remarkable architecture, so many people had found love, and they thanked him for bringing people together. The protagonist wondered, perplexed. Was he being cast as a Cupid? Surely it was normal to be praised. He read on. They would like to invite him to a special server as a token of their sincere gratitude. They needed his information to enter. Did he agree? The protagonist thought if he could craft there, then he'd agree. Then he clicked the consent button, and suddenly something incredible happened. He began to teleport. The last phrase in the message was that the goddess of love wished him good luck. Sometime later, the MC woke up under a tree in the forest and noted with surprise that he seemed to have lost consciousness. What was this strange server entrance? Suddenly, he heard a bandit shout, ordering the girl next to him to stay put. He jumped up, wondering in surprise what that was all about. Running toward the sound, he saw the following scene. One of the bandits told Liz to leave the cargo with them. The protagonist hid behind a tree and wondered in bewilderment. Do robbers really exist in the dream world? Maybe this is some new update? But it looked very real. Liz, the girl surrounded by the bandits, looked at him. The protagonist noticed this and thought he had a feeling this was the beginning of some kind of quest. What should he do in this situation? Perhaps he should distract them? If so, then he must do it. After that, he jumped out from behind a tree and shouted, "What are they doing here?" One of the bandits exclaimed in surprise, "Someone's looking for trouble." He turned to his comrades and ordered them to kill them all. MC was confused, wondering if he'd made a mistake. At that moment, taking advantage of the situation, Liz began pelting the opponents with huge rocks using her magic, and then thanked him with a smile. Thanks to her magic, the robbers began to take a lot of damage. Under such a hail of boulders, a small piece of stone fell on the protagonist's head. He wondered in confusion. Was that pain? No matter how real the game seemed, it was still a game. The game couldn't harm him, so something was wrong. This was more like the real world. After a while, Liz said, "That's it?" He turned towards her voice and saw the bandits tied up with a strong rope. She said she thought they should hand them over to the city. Smiling, she added, by the way, she hadn't introduced herself yet. The girl gave her name and said she was sorry she had to drag him into this. Miyabi introduced himself in return and replied that everything was fine. It had been such an interesting fight. It was his first time participating in one. Liz, confused, asked, was this his first fight? He was an adventurer, right? Or an ordinary person. Realizing this, the girl immediately began to apologize and noted that she thought he had combat experience. He just looked like a good adventurer. Confused, MC apologized for misleading her. Liz asked if he was heading to Angelum. If they were on the same route, they could go together. He replied that she would be a great help. He was a little lost. Could he keep her for a little while? He had some things to finish. She said only for a short time, and that he shouldn't go far. After this, the protagonist went into the forest and collected some branches and stones. He thought that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove the VR headset. He no longer had any doubt that he had entered another world. He needed to be more careful to avoid arousing suspicion. Before losing consciousness, he read that letter. First, he needed to see what he could do. The protagonist tried to open his inventory, but after failing, he thought, is it really that simple here? There had to be another way. Maybe things were a little simpler here? Maybe he just needed to think about it? He was mentally thinking about his inventory when suddenly a huge warehouse appeared before him. MC realized that everything worked a little differently in the dream world. So what should he do? Perhaps he could only interact with his inventory within his mind now. The branches and stones he had collected were also here, so there was one more thing left to try: crafting. A system window with the crafting function appeared. The protagonist placed some branches and crafted a shelving unit. He then asked in surprise, "Is there automatic crafting? It's very convenient. You don't have to do everything yourself like in the game." He gets the recipe for an item simply by thinking about it. There are some differences from the game, but everything works roughly the same as in the dream world. So the next thing he needs is a stone axe. MC thought about it. It could be used not only for chopping wood, but also as a weapon. It's a great item early in the game. So he needs 10 branches and 30 stones. He thinks he can create a stone axe with the materials he already has. Immediately after, the protagonist crafted the axe, approached a tree, and noted that now he needs to test how it works. After some time, he chopped down the tree, after which all resources immediately began to be collected automatically. The protagonist happily thought, now he understands. He can live a good and measured life in this world. He will gather materials and craft the items he likes, enjoy adventures and a leisurely life at the same time, and he will live in a house that he will build himself. His dream will come true. Sometime later, he came to Liz. She, seeing his axe, exclaimed in confusion, "What kind of stone axe is that?" MC, perplexed, asked why she was smiling like that. He thought the axe could become his weapon. The girl noted in surprise. He didn't have anything with him. Where did he get it? He explained that he simply collected branches and stones and made it. Liz asked if she understood that he was a craftsman. She knew no one would set out on a journey empty-handed, so he can use inventory and so on. The protagonist asked in surprise, but she can't use it. The girl confirmed this and explained that it was because she was a mage. The adventurers approached them and began to say that since he was doing such work, he should at least hire one escort, although perhaps he simply didn't have the money. Liz indignantly remarked, "How rude to speak like that to someone they just met." The adventurers immediately slowed down and began to calm her down and apologize. MC, watching this, thought for a moment. He thought they were perfectly normal people, just a little rude. Apparently, artisans weren't in great demand in this world. An adventurer approached him and apologized, expressing his hope that he wasn't offended. Miyabi replied, "It's fine." After a while, they prepared to set off for the city. Liz offered the protagonist his luggage in the wagon. He sheepishly agreed. Afterwards, they set off for the city. Along the way, they fought goblins. Afterwards, Liz treated the girl, who was sitting in the wagon, guarded by adventurers, to some bread. The girl was very grateful. After a while, a huge city appeared before them, nestled in a hollow between the mountains. Liz exclaimed in delight, "Let them just look. It's Angelum." When the allies stopped before the city entrance, the protagonist thought about how large the gates were. After all, this was a large city, and the guards here were serious. The guards lined up and walked toward them. The protagonist screamed in fear. They hadn't done anything wrong, had they? Liz told him to calm down. It was standard procedure. The guard's leader stepped forward and, looking at the bound bandits, remarked that capturing these bandits hadn't been easy. He was the commander of the Angelum soldiers, and he needed the leader of this squad, a certain Liz. The MC thought sheepishly, so they'd come to hand over the bandits. The girl raised her hand and said that it was Liz. The commander asked her permission to check her adventurer card. She handed him what he requested. The commander clarified she was a C-rank adventurer. Liz was the leader of a squad of 6, correct? The girl pointed at Miyabi and said, "That's not an adventurer." The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "She's the leader?" The adventurers replied, "Yes, that's right, that's their leader." Liz told him not to be so surprised. It couldn't be helped. An unspoken rule among adventurers dictated that the one with the highest rank takes leadership. The boy added that Liz was a great help. His partner remarked that she was masterful at finding their enemies. Liz remained awkwardly silent in response. The protagonist apologized and said he was surprised to learn the leader was a girl. However, if even older adventurers obeyed her, then she must be truly amazing. Liz sheepishly said, "I see." He thought she was so shy. The commander said, "Then they'll take these bandits away. She can collect the reward for their capture from the guild." Liz replied that she understood. The girl the adventurers were accompanying thanked her. The leader replied that she could now safely sell her goods wholesale. They delivered her safely. The adventurers said, "Well, they'll go. It looks like everything will be fine with the two of them." They said goodbye, and the adventurers left. MC turned to the girl and asked if he could ask her something. She looked surprised. What was it? Miyabi said he needed an ID to get into town. Liz said, puzzled, "That's right. But shouldn't he tell her he lost it? Maybe he has it in his inventory?" The protagonist replied sheepishly, saying he didn't have one at all. The girl said thoughtfully, then he'd need to pay for it. It would cost 5 bronze coins. The protagonist hesitated, paused for a moment, and then timidly said, he had no money at all. Seeing her puzzled look, he exclaimed, "He's a unique case. He has neither money nor an ID." Liz irritably rushed towards him, ready to beat him up for it. He rushed to the guards, screaming that he urgently needed help. If they let her do that, Angelum would become a lawless zone. Liz stopped and said, okay, she wouldn't touch him. After a while, they gave him a document and said it was a temporary permit for 3 days. If he wanted to stay longer, he should apply for an ID card at the Adventurers Guild. And so the allies entered Angelum. MC thanked the girl for her help and for the money for expenses. She replied that she simply lent it to him. He would return it as soon as possible, and she would make him comply with all the conditions. He replied that he understood everything. He thought Liz had set 2 conditions for him. Register with the Adventurers Guild. It seemed then he would be able to form a team, and the guild would know its location. The whole point was to prevent his escape. He needed to gather crafting materials as soon as possible and register with the guild. The second condition was to work for Liz for a while. When she voiced her request, she also asked for help with her luggage. Following her, he exclaimed in admiration as he passed a blacksmith's workshop. Wow, that was a real forge. He wanted to take a look around. The girl called out to him, and he laughed and apologized, saying he'd been looking at the shops. He figured the battles would be difficult, but if he took a support position, maybe something would work out. At that moment, a blacksmith named Weiss looked at him intently. After a while they arrived, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Inn? Shouldn't they have gone to the Adventurers Guild?" Liz replied that the first rule of being an adventurer is to find a place to stay. Cheap inns fill up quickly, so they needed to act quickly. And her luggage was pretty heavy. The receptionist quoted a price. 5 silver coins per night. The protagonist paid the woman and thought, it was a good thing he borrowed some money after all. He thought, 5 silver coins then. 1 gold coin is worth 10 silver coins. A stay at the business hotel cost 5,000 yen, but 1 gold coin is worth 1 million yen. 5 copper coins for entry into the city, 2 gold coins for expenses and accommodation. Now he's in debt to a girl who's younger than him. Despite being an adventurer, she seems to be quite a challenge. However, he must repay her for her help. After checking into the hotel, the allies arrived at the Adventurers Guild. It was so crowded and filled with so many different races that the protagonist was dumbfounded. Liz noted with surprise that the Adventurers Guild was the same in every city. Was he seeing it for the first time? He thought sheepishly. Well, he knew that from games. Out loud, he said he'd lived in the countryside for a long time, so he hadn't had the chance to explore the cities. She shouldn't worry about him. Everything was fine. The girl said that then they would go to Eleanor to report the escort request. When they arrived at the appointed place, Eleanor greeted her with a smile and expressed her joy at her return. She also thanked her for her hard work and escorting her. Smiling, the receptionist reminded her that it was getting chilly, so she should be more careful with her health. Liz thanked her with a smile for her concern. Miyabi thought of Eleanor in surprise. What a beautiful girl. She asked Liz who the young man next to her was. The protagonist gave his name and said he had come here to register as an adventurer and assist Liz. Bowing, he added that he was glad to meet them. The receptionist thanked him for taking care of the girl. She also told him her name, adding that she was an employee of the Adventurers Guild and was also pleased to meet him. Liz, looking at the pleased protagonist, quietly remarked, was it her imagination, or did his nose grow a little? He replied sheepishly, that's the basic greeting. Wasn't that how he met her? Eleanor told Liz she'd take her adventurer card. She should wait while the request status was checked. As for her companion, he'd need to fill out this form. With these words, Eleanor handed the MC a document, Adventurer Registration. Miyabi thought in confusion. He'd never seen such letters before, yet he understood everything. Was this the effect of being transported to another world? There are 7 levels in the adventurer rank system. These are beginner adventurers, ranks F, E, and D. The middle category ranks C, B, and the top category ranks A and S. Rank increases by leveling up. It fluctuates depending on the contribution of requests and guilds. The adventurer card can also be used for identity verification. It can also be used to deposit money, just like at a bank. It's unrealistic to carry all your money with you, otherwise you can get commission. Also, you need to be polite and understand the importance of cooperation. And all this is written in the rules? It seems adventurers are not particularly humane. Liz, looking at him in surprise, remarked that he needed to read everything carefully. He replied that he had read everything. A sudden thought occurred to him, bringing back memories of the company he worked for in another world. When he was hired, his boss told him that if he didn't read the contract properly, he wouldn't know what might happen to him later. Liz said that 90% of people don't read. Of those around her, she was the only one who read it carefully. The protagonist exclaimed, "Oh, come on, he doesn't think it's true." At that moment, Eleanor walked up to him and thanked him for carefully reading the contract. Liz knew about this, and besides, she was a serious girl by nature. The protagonist thought, she's right. He's going through a tough time right now. MC signed the contract. Liz stopped him in surprise. He looked at her, then at the contract, and cursed. He signed it in Japanese without thinking. Liz said he needs to write assistant in the specialization column. Miyabi closed his eyes, then looked at her in surprise, wondering if that's why she stopped him. The girl continued with a smile. Long-term requests and escorts make it difficult to maintain weapons and armor, don't they? Currently, assistants are only hired on a temporary basis. The protagonist sighed with relief and thought how good it was that they could understand Japanese. He clarified, so that means he'll be at the back of the group? She answered correctly. It's not that he won't participate in the battle, he'll be collecting water and cooking. This will make the camp guards less burdensome. The protagonist asked if it was too easy while the others were fighting. Liz replied that it wasn't true. The longer the assignment, the more they'd need it. Even adventurers need a certain comfort zone. That's why assistants are so necessary. He wondered if his job would be to help others complete assignments. It would help them relax, and that's crucial for relieving stress at work. MC said he understood. Then he'd register as an assistant. Liz yawned and replied that that was all she wanted to talk about today. She handed Eleanor the group membership papers. Could he handle the rest? She was too tired from this escort assignment, so she'd go to bed. She asks for forgiveness. He replied that it was fine. He had things to do too. The girl smiled and remarked that he should try harder then. Eleanor handed him the document and said, "Here's his adventurer card." He glanced at it. The girl asked, "Does he have a temporary permit?" Miyabi asked her to wait a second, activated his inventory, and pulled out a temporary permit. Eleanor stared at him in surprise and declared, "He really is a craftsman." The protagonist sheepishly remarked, "It's unusual for a craftsman to register as an adventurer, right?" She replied, "You could say that. Many people are registered in commercial and production guilds. For example, an adventurer's guild handles escorts or monster hunting. These are usually swordsmen and mages. A merchant's guild distributes goods and manages land. These are merchants. A production guild handles manufacturing, architecture, construction, and road repair. This includes blacksmiths and artisans." He thought in surprise, "So there's a production guild here?" Eleanor continued, "It wasn't just that. Often, they weren't hired because they weren't physically strong enough." He thought it didn't sound very encouraging, but he could handle it. She added that recently, members of the production guild had been increasingly taking on escort orders. She hoped everything would be fine. "He knows that time doesn't work in the inventory, right?" The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Eleanor pointed out that if he could carry monster meat or other valuable materials, he could get a reward. While gathering, he should be careful not to injure his head. He thought happily, an inventory would make his life much easier. He wouldn't have to worry about the condition and safety of his materials. Plus, he could always sell fresh meat to adventurers. Out loud, he answered, yes, he would try. He decided to do everything to repay Liz's debt as soon as possible. To start crafting, he first needed to gather the materials. Now, he could kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. It was much better than spending time in a manufacturing guild, where his interests would hardly be met. He should spend some time in the Adventurers Guild. He asked Eleanor, by the way, where he could gather more materials. The girl replied that the Eastern District was relatively safe. The protagonist decided he would work outside of the commissions. He decided to return to the inn through the forest. Along the way, he practiced his crafting skills, collecting wood and storing it in his inventory. But when he entered the city, MC stopped dead in his tracks. All the houses looked similar, and he wondered in confusion, where was the inn? The buildings were too similar to each other. After some time, Miyabi muttered irritably, how many times had he circled this street already? Wherever he went, everything was the same. This was too much for a simple Japanese. He thinks he let his guard down because he was with Liz. What was the name of that inn? Looking at the sky, he noticed the sun was already setting. Liz must be worried. At that moment, a beast woman named Mel approached him and looked at him puzzled. The protagonist was surprised by her race and noted that she had a sword, which meant she was an adventurer. He hadn't seen any other people. Maybe he should ask her for help. He decided to give it a try. Approaching Mel, he asked if she could tell him the way to the inn. The girl simply pointed and said that's where. The protagonist laughed sheepishly and added, no, he hadn't said which inn he was staying at yet. She doesn't talk about her inn, does she? Mel looked at him in bewilderment. He thought, confused? What's with that face? Maybe he shouldn't have asked her? He muttered, but right now he had no one to rely on but her. MC smiled at her and remarked that she should forgive him if he startled her. He wasn't some weird rogue. Here was his adventurer card. The girl took his documents, read them, and asked in surprise, adventurer? She too, Miyabi exclaimed. What a coincidence. Really? She showed him her ID card in response, and he realized with surprise that she was a B-rank adventurer. This little girl was higher ranked than Liz. The protagonist even yelped in surprise, wondering if she was that strong. Mel looked at him, puzzled. He told her his name, adding that he was an F-rank adventurer and a lost adventurer. The girl exhaled loudly, told him her name, and said that she would help him. The protagonist thanked her with relief. He thought, this is true, of course, but it hurts when they say it so bluntly. Mel asked for hints. MC, lost in thought, said he remembers being near the East Gate. He doesn't remember the details because he was talking to an adventurer he knew. Mel asked, it's a girl? He confirmed that it was, about his age. He wanted to add something else, but Mel interrupted him and said, that way, she'll show you. Miyabi obediently followed her. Finally, she pointed at the building and said, here. Was she right? The protagonist exclaimed in absolute delight. That's amazing. How did she figure that out? The girl replied solemnly, she just thought for a moment. An inn where girls can safely stay. There's no other place near the East Gate. Since alcohol is prohibited, even low-ranking people can stay safely. He thought in surprise. Low-ranking people? Did Liz really care about his safety? He thanked Mel out loud and said she saved him. She wished him luck, rank F. The protagonist reminded her of his name. She wished him luck without a problem, addressing him by name. He thought now it would be better for her to forget his name forever. Suddenly he exclaimed, yes, he wanted to thank her for her help. Could she please wait a little? Mel asked in surprise. Thank her? She would wait. MC thought he'd like to thank her with money, but that's precisely what he didn't have. Instead, he'd do some crafting, make something that would make her happy. He'd managed to collect a lot of trees from the forest. Rummaging through his inventory, he thought, here's a log. Miyabi began decomposing the material. This was an additional feature of the extended inventory. Material in the extended inventory could be decomposed automatically. He turned the log into a block and then began working magic. Mel watched him in confusion. He activated the handicrafts and began crafting the toy. The protagonist thought, habits and feelings are what matter when magically processing materials. It's easy for him, after all. He's always done such detailed work. After some time, the protagonist, wiping his forehead, thought, it worked. He created a wooden toy in the shape of a cat and handed it to the amazed Mel, saying, it's a small thing, of course, but he tried. The girl began to gently stroke the toy and admiringly exclaimed, wonderful. MC smiled, thinking, I think she liked it. He had created many wonderful things in the game, but they were all just virtual data. He enjoyed giving such positive emotions. The next morning, he woke up with his teeth chattering. He exclaimed, it's so cold. After getting dressed, Miyabi began to go downstairs and, shivering from the cold, realized there was no stove or fireplace here. The futon wasn't even warm enough. He should have breakfast. On the way, he met Liz, who was also wrapped in a cloak. He wished her good morning and remarked that it was a bit too cold today. They entered the dining room, and he told her to sit here while he went and got them something to eat. She thanked him. After a while, the protagonist returned, placed the food on the table, and apologized for keeping them waiting. The food was very hot, so she should be careful. As he handed her the cup of food, he touched her hands and exclaimed in surprise, why were her hands so cold? The girl replied sheepishly that she simply got cold quickly. He even felt sorry for her. She added, sipping hot soup, but this is still better than that morning when they received the escort request. Then she didn't even have time to eat. And besides, there's no cold wind here. There are days when she's so cold she can't sleep. He responded understandingly. Yes, he could imagine that. He thought an extra blanket would definitely make her happy. The girl laughed and said that if he gave her his blanket, she would pay him a silver coin a night. The protagonist grumbled. He would perceive this as robbery. Liz smiled and noted that when he found himself in a rainy morning, he would speak differently. Many complained about not being able to sleep because of the cold. He agreed with this and offered to look at the escort requests. The girl agreed, and the allies came to the guild. The MC, seeing a large notice board, asked in surprise what it was. Liz replied, it was the notice board. Requests submitted to the guild are posted here. You can find orders for CDs of different ranks here. He replied, understood. Before the guild worker could even post new requests on another board, several adventurers rushed up to this one and began scrambling to snatch orders from each other. Miyabi, completely shocked, asked, what is this? Liz replied, here's the board with EF ranked orders. They're competing for the highest paying ones. The protagonist looked in confusion at the adventurer being trampled by his own comrades. The guy was simply lying on the floor, unable to even move. Then he somehow got up and wandered off, muttering, they even took extra orders. The protagonist thought in surprise, wow, this is what it's like to be an adventurer without a team. Does that mean he'll end up like that? He looked at Liz and silently begged her not to abandon him. The girl, picking up the ruined orders, said, this is terrible. Now the request forms are all mixed up. It's hard to understand what's required of them. MC started helping her gather the sheets of paper and hang them on the board. Then he said, she's simply amazing. Liz looked puzzled. Why all of a sudden? Miyabi sheepishly changed the subject. So what about the orders? She picked up one, read it, and said, it'll take a while, so they need to start right now. An adventurer passing by began to stare at the order from behind his allies. He then asked, what are the orders? The protagonist turned around in surprise at his voice. Liz replied, a request to pacify Earth Sheep. The guy asked without interest, a sheep? The protagonist eyed him warily until he left. The girl continued, the reward is substantial, but no one has taken the order. Didn't anyone notice? She read, 3 Earth sheep have been spotted on the western plains. They've caused several traffic accidents. Liz noticed. So that's it. Walking away from the order board, the MC asked if she was okay. The task didn't seem that difficult. The girl replied that everything was fine. She was just a little depressed. It would pass. He shouldn't worry. They stood in line to place the order. He asked, is it free? She replied that it was. Miyabi looked closely at the preoccupied girl again and realized that she was looking sadly at Eleanor. Suddenly, he understood and exclaimed, Liz is a fan of this guild worker. The girl irritably lunged at him, grabbed him by the collar, and told him not to say it out loud. She's not a fan or anything, and she's not pining for her or anything. She means that no matter what clothes she wears, she always looks mature and collected, and her hair smells so nice, and talking to her is just a pleasure. She doesn't mean anything by it. It's just that when her hair flutters in the wind, she can't help but admire it, and she would also like to always be with her. The protagonist remarked with bewilderment, that's the wish of some middle-aged man. Liz responded indignantly, not really. She just wants to be a younger sister, always seen off by a caring older sister, he said. It's quite alarming. Finally, their turn came. Liz presented Eleanor's request with a smile, wished her a good day, and asked if they could pick up the order. She exclaimed, oh, they're finally here. Eleanor took the order and asked, what do they have here? A hunt for earthen sheep? It will be quite a labor-intensive order. It won't be easy for them. She thinks they understand this themselves, but the reward for this order was raised because the C-rank adventurers had previously failed the task. The girls stamped the request and added, be careful with the earth sheep. It wasn't as harmless a request as it might seem. The protagonist looked warily at Eleanor, listening intently. She smiled and remarked, this is his first request, so let them try their best. The MC replied that they would. Eleanor added, I hope they don't get hurt and wish them luck. Miyabi remembered Liz's words about wanting Eleanor by her side, and he understood exactly what she meant. Now he understood. When Eleanor gave him her kind words and smile, he was filled with motivation. He felt so relieved now. Liz muttered irritably. He was so calm with Eleanor, even though he absolutely doesn't know how to talk to people. Yeah, deep down, he's a 30-year-old man. He heard her grumble and chuckled. He really was one. Before the expedition, the Allies had developed a rough plan for eliminating the monsters. Sometime later, they set off for the Western Plains. Taking a break after the long journey, Liz told him that even though he was a craftsman, he certainly had strength. They'd been walking all the way from Angelum, and he wasn't tired at all. It felt like he was an adventurer. She was surprised. The protagonist agreed with surprise. Indeed, he wasn't tired at all. It's all thanks to his skills. He has skills that increase physical strength and reduce fatigue. That's normal, after all. He's worked hard on them. Liz noted with confusion. Wow, you can't find skills like that in mages, although it's still harder to make mages physically strong than those who lead the front lines. She doesn't say she wants to take a day off or anything like that. Sometimes she envies what other adventurers are capable of, but for the most part, she had resigned herself to it. The protagonist noted, however, that breaks were important for the safety of their journey. The girl objected, but she wasn't tired at all. Now she understood the guys who wanted to finish everything quickly. The city gates would close when the sun set. If they couldn't return by then, they would have to spend the night at the camp. MC thought gloomily. He often worked overtime, so he missed even the last trains. He remembered having to walk home. It was hard. Just yesterday, this was his everyday life. He was so happy to be here. Whoever sent him here, thanked them for doing it. Miyabi almost cried at these thoughts. Sure, it had its downsides, but at least there were no complaints from stupid customers or an annoying boss. His colleagues were mostly women with children, which had left him a bit mentally broken, and only now had he found peace. He was distracted from his thoughts by Liz's irritated shout. She called him by name and whispered excitedly, "Oh my god, they're already here." The protagonist winced and asked, "Where?" The girl pointed him in the direction, and the allies hid behind cover, watching the earth sheep peacefully grazing. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment, "What the hell is that? This earth sheep looks like a deer." Liz confirmed, "Yes, it is a deer," but she wasn't talking about him. The sheep were after him. The deer, seeing the monsters, quickly galloped away from the spot. The sheep, seeing them, clattered their hooves and screamed terribly. The MC, stunned, exclaimed, "So that's what an earth sheep is?" Liz replied, "That's right. They're also called howling demons. Even 10 soldiers wouldn't be able to deal with this brute at once. There were even rumors that one of these demons had destroyed the city gates." He remarked that a howling demon would suit them better. The girl said the problem was that they were quite smart. They needed to work together, like they had in the forest. There were also rumors that the earthen sheep were targeting the mages standing behind the team. The protagonist remarked that it would be too dangerous to test this. She confirmed that yes, they might rush him immediately. They needed to find cover. For now, they needed to retreat. The protagonist remembered the adventurer's twisted face as he stared at their request and realized that was why the people in the guild had reacted that way. The allies approached a ruined fence, near which lay a damaged cart. MC said that if such a monster were wandering nearby, the road would definitely be blocked. They needed to hurry. Liz agreed with him. Miyabi asked if any of the adventurers had been hurt. She replied that, fortunately, no civilians had been harmed. It was of course just an obstacle on the road. But there's a small village nearby, and this road is their only connection to civilization. They must be in pretty bad shape right now. Supplies haven't arrived since those monsters appeared. In other words, they couldn't fail. Even he, as an assistant, needed to be on his guard. The protagonist replied, "Yes, of course." Then they shouldn't delay. How would they observe these monsters? Should they use magic or throw rocks at them? The girl countered, "No, that wasn't the point. They needed to understand how they moved." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Is that all?" She exclaimed with slight irritation, "Yes, they needed to observe their movements. That was no reason to relax. They would attack them until they were killed. Given the strength of these monsters, this task would be difficult, even for a B rank." The protagonist repeated, confused, "They would attack them until they were killed? Then maybe they should just stop them?" Liz asked, confused. What did he mean? He smiled, started rolling up his sleeves, and said that something told him they weren't prepared for the unexpected. He activated his inventory, extracting 10 branches and 50 stones, and crafted a stone shovel. Liz watched his actions in amazement. Taking the tool in his hands, he examined it and declared, "Excellent." The girl asked in confusion, what was he planning to do? MC replied, "Dig a hole." Liz grinned. "A hole? Monsters aren't that simple. If this worked, everyone would do it. They don't have time to dig big holes. If they lingered, they'd notice." But while she was saying all this, Miyabi dug a huge hole around her, much to her surprise. It turned out she was standing on an island, surrounded by a deep ditch. He said out loud, he understands what she's talking about, but everyone thinks helpers are pretty weak, right? But he's sure about this trap. Liz's legs buckled in surprise, and she sank to the ground. As if under a spell, she repeated, "No, this can't be happening. She doesn't understand anything." Then she asked, "Was he a mole in a past life?" The protagonist chuckled and replied, "More like a dog on a leash." But they needed to finish this as soon as possible. He crafted plywood planks from 5 branches and laid them over the holes. Afterwards, he carefully covered it all with soil, then laid grass on top, disguising it all as a green blanket. He added of course it would still look unnatural, so he would speed up the grass's growth with magic. After a while, the protagonist said, "Well, that's it." Grass sprouted on the improvised trap. MC exclaimed, "The monsters won't even notice anything has changed here. The trap is ready." Liz couldn't believe her eyes. She thought in confusion, it didn't even take him 10 minutes. She touched the soil with her foot and asked, "So it's a trap, right?" Miyabi noticed that even after being treated with magic, the grass was slightly different. You could tell if you looked closely. Liz chuckled nervously and remarked how sweet it was that he was warning her, but he should have done it sooner. The protagonist sheepishly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but she should be careful. One more step and she'll fall in." Liz jerked her foot back in fear, crouched down and asked, "So, what should she do?" The protagonist said, "Earth sheep are fierce, aren't they?" He thought they'd come to him if they noticed them. Maybe she had some kind of spell that could attract their attention? Liz backed away in fear and said in a trembling voice, "What is he saying? Attracting earth sheep is absurd." But she still thought they had a chance, okay? At her own risk, she'd believe him. They stood next to each other. The girl raised her staff and summoned an earthen projectile. A clod of earth flew out of her staff and landed right in front of the monsters. The allies waited tensely for what would happen next. The sheep, noticing the projectile, turned their heads and stared at them. Liz, unable to restrain herself, squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. How terrifying. MC also felt unsure, succumbing to his allies' panic. One of the monsters ran towards them at breakneck speed. Liz screamed, "It's getting closer. It'll definitely work, right? The trap will work, right?" Miyabi tried to calm her down. "Everything will work. She needn't worry." The girl screamed hysterically. How could she calm down? She couldn't do this. They would lose and die. She couldn't escape because of this trap. Looking at the approaching monsters, she prayed to the gods, asking for their forgiveness for getting involved with this freak. Let them help her. The sheep rushed at them with a wild roar, and Liz screamed in fear in unison with the monster. When the allies opened their eyes, they heard the confused bleating of a sheep lying at the bottom of the pit. The protagonist exulted, letting out a joyful sound of victory. Liz screamed for him to shut up. They wouldn't fall without noticing, would they? The sheep wouldn't know about the pit, would they? Although, that's impossible, right? At that moment, the other sheep also fell into the trap, making pitiful sounds. The protagonist joyfully remarked, "It's a simple design, but the deeper the pit, the worse it is for the enemies. If they fell from such a height, they were definitely out of action." He looked at the bottom of the pit, where the defeated monsters lay motionless. MC added, "Now they definitely won't be able to fight." Liz, looking at the bottom of the pit in confusion, said in amazement, "This can't be. This is simply unbelievable." She thought, he defeated those monsters so easily. Usually, even one like that took a very long time. Where did he get such incredible craftsmanship skills? Who exactly is he? After a while, he climbed down, but Liz didn't. She was scared. Miyabi shouted sarcastically at her. He's glad to see she got down without injury. She thought irritably, this isn't something you should pay attention to. Having descended lower, she said embarrassedly, she needs to tell him something important. He giggled. Something important? But they've only known each other for 2 days. Why is she rushing off in such a hurry? Liz shouted irritably. This isn't a declaration of love. She's saying they don't need pits anymore. Okay, she'll go first. Time to teach the enemy a lesson. The girl activated her magic attribute and summoned ice spears. The protagonist noted in surprise, wow, the ice spike was getting bigger and bigger. He told her opponent was a wounded animal, so she could use simpler magic. Liz countered, no, that's not true. Earth sheep are very resilient. She wanted to kill him with one shot so as not to damage the material. To do this, it was better to increase the power with a magical charge. She released the ice spears and shouted at the enemy, now he'll get it. After a while, the girl said with satisfaction, that's the end. Funny, she'd never delivered the finishing blow so easily. The protagonist praised her. Well done. Liz clutched her head and groaned. Her mind couldn't keep up with what was happening. MC, moving the earth sheep carcasses to his inventory, remarked, mastery is when skills are used correctly. She objected, but his skills are too strange. But what is he doing? Did she see it right? Did he just put all those monsters in his inventory? Miyabi looked at her in confusion and pointed out that he should be carrying materials for monsters, right? Liz replied, yes, but that seemed like sabotage. Still, he put so much earth in his inventory. How could he fit massive earth sheep in there? The protagonist responded, but she herself had told him that materials can be carried in his inventory. The girl said irritably, that's true, but where did he get such a huge attribute? Shaking her head from side to side, she sighed in bewilderment. The allies returned safely. She suggested taking a break. Taking a bite of bread, the girl closed her eyes in bliss and said she was so happy she could eat it warm. The protagonist replied that he was very happy about that. It was good that he bought it in advance and put it in long-term storage. The inventory is so useful. Liz asked, how much can he fit in his inventory? He laughed, seeming to enjoy talking about it. He didn't know how much space there was, but he figured it was currently about 1% full. She thought, confused. What? Maybe she missed something? Seeing her expression, he added, he hadn't put it that way. His inventory grows proportionally to his skill level. Liz remarked in surprise. Level? What's that? Don't let him tell her there's no such thing as level, MC said. If he uses a skill, the inventory expands on its own. For example, if he collects something in his inventory every day, it will get bigger. He thought, in the dream world, skill levels were leveled up naturally. In that virtual world, you could make your inventory truly enormous. For many, this might seem like some kind of cheat, but for serious artisans, it's commonplace, he thought. That maximizing inventory is commonplace. Is this world too different from the game? Liz chuckled thoughtfully. Miyabi asked what that meant. The girl replied, yes, she was just thinking. Her idea of artisans was a little different. They can craft anything, but the quality of their goods always leaves much to be desired. Therefore, they mainly create cheap furniture and repair defensive structures. Even their wages are quite small. She thought it was one of the worst professions. She didn't know what kind of conditions he lived in, but they couldn't even leave the city without protection. Even wolves and goblins pose a threat to people without combat skills. Sometimes, artisans work with adventurers, as inventory space isn't free, but even that quickly fills up. For the average artisan, collecting materials every day is a very dangerous and difficult task. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, listening to her every word. He thought about how he'd been to so many different places in the game. Therefore, he never had any difficulties when it came to collecting materials. He just had to avoid places where monsters lived. But the artisans of this world couldn't do that. They can only craft cheap furniture and repair defensive structures. They have no way to improve their skills. He feels sorry for them. However, he doesn't think he can solve this problem. He's too busy with his own affairs. He said out loud to Liz that any job has its difficulties. Earning money isn't easy. After all, she herself recently complained about constantly having to endure the cold while working. The girl replied, yes, adventurers have a high mortality rate, but only a few of them achieve wealth and fame. But they must keep trying. The protagonist thought about changing the subject before it got any weirder. He mentioned, by the way, that he would need her help. Liz immediately responded, what's wrong? MC said that he knows he's already in debt, but he would like some wool from those sheep they destroyed. She remarked in surprise, he can take it all. She had planned from the very beginning to sell the main parts wholesale and just throw out the wool. He thought, okay, so the adventurers only take a portion? He thanked her out loud, adding that he never thought he'd be able to take a whole ram home. He figured he could spend the time sorting through the materials, horns for medicine, claws and bones for weapons and armor, and even whole pieces of meat. Liz yawned and said this might be the most profitable job she'd had in a while. Perhaps the heavens had rewarded her for her efforts. She thought she'd be moving to a hot spring inn tomorrow. Miyabi remarked, so she wanted a warm bath? Yesterday had been enough with cold. She admitted yes, but hot water was much more pleasant for the body. After thinking for a moment, the girl told him he wouldn't be able to leave the team for a while, even after he'd repaid his entire debt. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, wondering if she probably wanted him to continue collecting materials from monsters for greater profit. He wished she'd said it in a friendlier tone, of course, but either way, he'd be just as happy to continue being in her party. Helping a friend is an important part of a team, so, he replied out loud, he was also happy to work with her. Liz was embarrassed and apologized for being so calculating. He assured her not to worry, everything was fine. When they returned to the guild, Eleanor noted with surprise that, as far as she remembered, she'd approved their request this morning. Were they finished already? Liz sheepishly replied, they were just lucky the earth sheep were wandering around separately. The protagonist whispered to his ally, why can't they just say they caught them in traps? She also whispered, she had an adventurer's pride. Eleanor looked at them puzzled and said, they say luck is also a skill of sorts, so she's happy for them. Please let them present the materials as evidence. Liz replied, they haven't had time to sort through the materials yet. Can they have the room? MC wondered, confused. What was she saying? Oh right, she doesn't know he's already sorted it out, does she? So he said out loud, he's already finished sorting it out. He'll take everything out now. Liz looked at him in confusion. He began taking out everything he needed and listing it. Claws and horns from 3 bodies, and flesh from 2 sheep. Not only Eleanor, but everyone present watched in amazement as he pulled out the items. The protagonist looked around and said guiltily, please forgive me. It looks like the materials are blocking the entire passage. If she wants, he'll take it all somewhere else. Eleanor, with a surprised smile, countered, no, it's fine. She'll begin the evaluation immediately. At that moment, all the adventurers seemed to go crazy. They were screaming, what the hell? Where did they get all this meat from? Are they kidding? What the hell is this? It's just like they said, ground ram meat. Get moving. That's not enough. Get someone from the warehouse. How many dozens did they bring? Is this a whole ground ram? How is that possible? There was chaos and fuss all around. MC asked Liz in surprise if ram meat was really that popular here. She asked thoughtfully, where should I begin? Ground ram meat is quite tender and healthy. Women usually like it. Sometimes it's even eaten raw. If you bring the meat within 3 hours of killing the ram, the guild can freeze it. This meat even has its admirers. He answered, I see. The girl tugged at his sleeve and said something about this meat. She would like to eat a small piece, even if he doesn't sell it all. Miyabi remarked with a smile. So she likes this meat too? Liz replied, well, she wouldn't eat it raw. At that moment, Eleanor appeared and apologized for keeping them waiting. The allies thanked her in return for taking the time to appraise them. The girl pulled out some coins and said they would receive 45 for the order. 60 gold for horns and claws, in good condition, 10 gold yen for horns and nails in good condition. The meat would cost 85 gold, so their total was 200 gold. The allies stared at the reward in amazement. Liz told her partner they would split it 7/3. He agreed. It was fair. He would take his 30%. She asked in bewilderment, why would he get 30? She wanted to give him 70%. The protagonist was indignant. He wasn't proud of it, of course, but he was in debt. If he got 70%, he would definitely go broke. Liz shouted in irritation, asking how many times he was going to pay her back. Let him just take his 70%. He was very useful as a mole. He yelled back, why was she talking about him like that? Eleanor asked conciliatorily, which mole were they talking about? The allies instantly calmed down and answered with a smile, none at all. As they left the guild, Liz remarked how funny he was being so defensive. The protagonist replied he was just supporting her. He didn't deserve such a big reward. She was in the vanguard, which meant she risked more than he did, and this is how he'll pay her back. The girl said frankly, even with this 30%, she would have received more than for their quest and his debt combined. So how would they split the reward? He said, how about 6-4? She was indignant, telling him to stop it. MC laughed and noted that she looked like she was trying to get a discount from the merchant. The girl suggested they do it this way, 5-5. He objected. It was even. He didn't think he deserved such a reward. He was just supporting her. Liz looked at him with warmth in her eyes and replied, it's fine, it was her decision after all. Laughing, the allies moved on. They chose another inn. The receptionist said a night per person would cost 2 coins. They were shocked by this amount, but agreed to it. Miyabi almost fainted at such a price. Liz, lifting him, said, it's fine, it's a mandatory expense, and now they were going together. He asked in surprise, where? The girl smiled and answered, to the hot springs, of course. On the way to the bathhouse, he thought, after defeating those rams, they had money. So, they decided to relax a little by visiting the hot springs. But the prices at this inn are simply outrageous. Upgrading from a basic business hotel to a luxurious hot springs would be a huge drain on his wallet. He had 98 coins left. The hotel had cost him 14, leaving him with 84 coins. He should have just stayed at the business hotel. At that moment, a couple emerged from the bathhouse. They looked tired, but laughing happily. He thought how familiar the atmosphere was. Liz urged him on. They needed to go quickly. The protagonist told her to wait, not to rush him. He decided to go shopping. Does she want anything? She asked, puzzled. What about the hot springs? No, she didn't need to buy anything. He replied that it was fine. She could stay and soak in the hot water. Waving at her, he left. Liz thought about how much energy he had. In the meantime, she would enjoy the hot water. At this point, the protagonist thought he had to do something. Quests like yesterday were rare, and the life of an adventurer was very harsh. Therefore, he needed to quickly restore the basic element of life. This meant food. There might come a time when they wouldn't be able to accept quests, so while they had money, they needed to stock up on food. Having supplies was crucial, as quests could drag on for a long time. Earth ram in a frying pan and vegetables in a frying pan. He wasn't even talking about the sweet and spicy sauce. Just salt would be enough. Approaching the food counter, he told the merchant he wanted to buy from one end of the counter to the other. How much would it all cost? The merchant looked at him in confusion and grumbled. If he wants to indulge, he should go somewhere else. The MC pulled out some money and asked if 10 gold pieces would be enough. It was as if the merchant had changed his mind. He began to call Miyabi his son, and fussily collecting goods from the counter, said that he would pack everything. The protagonist said pompously, no need, he'll put everything in inventory. The merchant exclaimed in amazement, wow, he can do that too. Approaching another stall, he asked the merchant for salt and black pepper. The old man irritably asked what he, a young brat, needed. The protagonist replied, 1 gold coin. This merchant too seemed to have changed. He very quickly filled the required order. The same thing was observed in the fabric shop when he asked for linen. After voicing the amount, the merchant's hostility abruptly changed to courtesy. After a while, MC, looking over his purchases, noticed that he had basically bought everything. He had 84 coins left. He had made purchases worth 35 coins. That left 49 coins. He sighed, thinking, nothing can be done. It's an investment in himself after all. And next on his list are weapons. While browsing the stalls, he thought, it must be around here somewhere. Suddenly, he heard the distinctive sound of an anvil. Following the sound, he arrived at a forge. Selecting one of the knives, Miyabi examined it and thought in admiration, what craftsmanship. His stone axe didn't even come close. Crafting weapons doesn't compare to some crafting skill. Weiss, the forge's master, called out to him and asked, isn't he a master of something too? The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, a dwarf. He wondered out loud, he's the owner of this place? How did he know he was a master? Weiss replied, let him look around. All these customers, they, like ordinary users of these weapons, choose them based on weight and comfort. And anyone who scrutinized the weapon as thoroughly as he did would be either a freak or a fellow master. The protagonist was confused. Carefully, he apologized out loud to the blacksmith, adding that he really did want to buy something, not just look at it. The dwarf asked in surprise what he was apologizing for. He often looked at other blacksmiths' work too. What was there to be embarrassed about? MC thanked him and said he'd like a knife for self-defense. And could he sell him some iron ore? Weiss asked his name. Miyabi told him his name and added that he was an assistant artisan. The blacksmith thoughtfully remarked, an adventurer artisan then. Then he told him his name and said he came from a hereditary line of blacksmiths, so he wanted to make a weapon. He liked this one. Let him show him what he'd made before. The protagonist, confused, wondered what he'd made before. But he had nothing. He didn't want to make a weapon. He wanted to make a cooking device. He just wanted a furnace powered by magic. For that, he needed iron ore and cobblestones. Seriously, he just wanted his own furnace. He looked at the frowning blacksmith and thought, even the atmosphere seemed to have changed. The protagonist pulled out an axe and handed it to Weiss, saying it certainly wasn't a very good product. The dwarf carefully examined his weapon. MC hoped he wouldn't kick him out for that. Finally, Weiss said, interesting. Let him follow him. Along the way, Miyabi looked around with interest, observing the craftsman at work. The dwarf opened the door to one of the rooms and said, here it is. When the protagonist entered, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A large quantity of the material he needed was everywhere. He exclaimed, is this all ore? The blacksmith noticed, surprised. The protagonist honestly admitted he'd never seen so much iron ore before. He thought, after all, you couldn't see real objects in games. The dwarf placed a box of ore in front of him and said it should be more than enough. He wanted to share it with him. A budding blacksmith. MC thanked him, confused, and asked how much it would cost him. The blacksmith laughed loudly and said he didn't even expect someone who made axes out of stone to have the money, let alone an adventurer. He knew they didn't have any money anyway. Miyabi countered, no, he'd pay him. Weiss remarked, he shouldn't worry so much and shouldn't refuse while he was offered something. And if he made a weapon out of this ore, then he should definitely show it to him. He was interested in what he could create. The protagonist thought about it, but first, he'd have to work on the furnace. And how could he say that? Out loud, he replied, he didn't think it would take long. He'll create a weapon he won't be ashamed to show. He'll create a knife. The blacksmith thought about his axe. It was sharpened in a special way. The old man spoke aloud, his senile curiosity making itself felt. Sometime later, when the protagonist decided to return to the inn, he stood in the middle of the street again and wondered where he'd come from. Another moment of déjà vu. Was he suffering from topographical insanity? Now he understood the value of a local map. It was good that he'd remembered the name of the inn. He encountered Mel again, she said. Oh, lost F rank? He was overjoyed to see her. MC threw himself at her feet and asked for directions. The girl asked if he was truly lost. She pointed in one direction and said the inn was there. He apologized and replied that he'd checked into another inn called Formulating. Mel repeated the name in surprise and said that he lived where she did. She was just about to go there. Taking his sleeve, Mel added, she'll take him there. When they arrived, Miyabi exclaimed joyfully, they really came. He grabbed Mel's hands and exclaimed, she saved him. Thank her so much. The girl looked at him expectantly. He didn't understand her look, but then realized she was expecting a gift. Out loud, the protagonist exclaimed, of course he should give her something as a thank you. She visibly agreed with his proposal. Spreading out the canvas, he rejoiced at how much he'd bought. He needed to craft something beautiful. First, he needed to infuse mana and create the desired image in his mind. Then he'd make a cut and he could begin sewing. Thanks to his crafting skill, he could infuse magic into the thread and simply imagine its path, so the thread would do everything itself. Under the astonished gaze of Mel and the strangers, he began cutting, sewing, and measuring. Finally, he said with satisfaction, good. Mel asked impatiently, is he finished? The protagonist replied, just a little bit more. He picked up the toy and thought, only artisans can do this. Miyabi coated the toy with a thin layer of magic, took wool from a great sheep, and attached it to the product, to the surprised exclamations of those present. Then he adjusted the material slightly and turned to Mel. Only then did he notice the large crowd of surprised onlookers, and he wondered in confusion where all of them had come from. Everyone began exclaiming admiringly, it turned out so well. He wasn't a tailor, by any chance? How beautifully it turned out. The protagonist gave Mel a stuffed cat toy and said, thank her for taking him to the hotel. She smiled, carefully hugged the toy, and thanked him, calling him by name. He exclaimed in surprise, so she remembered his name? The girl, hugging her stuffed cat, answered, no, but now she remembered. He thought he'd actually believed her, but it seemed she really did like the toy. He could only hope she wouldn't forget his name after that. At that moment, Liz came out and said, welcome back. The protagonist addressed her by name with a joyful greeting. The girl asked if anyone had come. She heard a high-pitched voice. He replied sheepishly, no, nothing like that. And had she been sitting in the hot springs all this time? Liz said admiringly, she's been there 3 times. The hot springs are really nice. The MC admired her and then immediately scolded himself. He shouldn't fall in love with her. She didn't look her age. She looked so mature. The girl said, let him go bathe too. He must have been freezing outside. Liz touched his cheek with her fingers and noted with a sheepish smile that he really was cold. Rest was part of the job after all. Let him go and rest. He didn't know what to do with himself. Blushing to the tips of his hair, he shook his head from side to side. The girl asked, perplexed, what was happening to him. Miyabi was scolding himself for his dirty thoughts. She was younger than him. Getting his emotions under control, he muttered, I'll go and warm up. Liz supported his decision, adding, make sure he doesn't slip. The protagonist sat in the bath until the bathhouse attendant warned him, he'll catch a cold. After a while, the allies ventured into the forest. The protagonist exclaimed in admiration, "Oak, cypress, it's a true arboreal paradise." An hour ago, in front of the request board, Liz had said with boredom in her voice, "Today's tasks are somehow different. There are a lot of tasks, but the rewards are very small. Maybe it's because it rained yesterday? Come to think of it, everything will be muddy today, and setting up camp in such mud isn't exactly a good idea." MC clarified, "So today's day off?" The girl replied, "We'll have to make it happen." After a moment's thought, she exclaimed, "Exactly. Maybe they should look for the materials he wanted." And now, looking at him, Liz muttered in surprise. He'd been beside himself since they'd arrived here. Miyabi exclaimed in bewilderment. How could he be otherwise? He couldn't be calm when it came to crafting. Besides, there were so many different types of trees here. Oak, ash, and pine. It was a true natural wonder, a collection of trees with different growing conditions. When a person crafts for a long time, they begin to understand the differences in color and luster of each tree. Even the same species of tree growing in different regions has different annual rings. Liz, seeing his agitated state, replied, "Yes, she understood. Let him do what he wants, but only somewhere around here, because the sound of a falling tree might bring monsters running." When he cut down the tree and put it in his inventory, she raised a finger and let out a surprised breath. He stopped and looked at her. Liz laughed and said she must have imagined it, and he should forgive her. The protagonist replied, "No, she wasn't imagining it." He activated his loot collection skill. She laughed and exclaimed, "That's impossible. A tree can't go into inventory without even hitting the ground." It was a good thing she'd only imagined it. He did the same thing again, adding the felled tree to his inventory. Liz gave him a sideways glance and said, puzzled, "Okay, she'll go explore the area. Maybe there are monsters nearby." The protagonist replied that he was counting on her. Approaching the next tree, he gave it his usual blow with his axe, and to his surprise, his tool fell apart. He wondered, puzzled, so this tree couldn't be cut by a stone axe. If an item's durability is lower than the material's durability, then when it reaches 0, it will break. He'd like to make an iron axe, but iron ore is expensive around here. Liz approached him and suggested he move to another spot after that tree. MC asked, perplexed, why? There were plenty of other trees here. The girl said the forests were home to many animals, and if he cut them all down, the ecosystem could suffer. Therefore, he needed to cut them down little by little and in different forests. He replied, "I see," and thought, she was right. This isn't a computer game with infinite resources. Liz, seeing his remorseful expression, added, "But that's the rule for large-scale national replenishment of timber resources." She thought one person shouldn't worry too much. He made a sheepish face, and the girl exclaimed, "But he can't do that." Suddenly, she became wary and stopped him. Liz cautiously peeked out from behind cover, settled in more comfortably, and, activating her ice needles, attacked the enemy. Miyabi peeked out from behind cover, saw the wolf, and bewilderedly remarked how big it was. The girl said he was still small by wolf standards. The protagonist remarked that it was good that she had noticed him sneaking up on them, because he hadn't suspected anything. Liz had clarified, hadn't she? She'd realized it by the strange sound that joined the rustling of the leaves. He tried to listen, but eventually uttered gloomily, "I don't understand anything." The girl laughed and remarked, "It's a matter of experience." She pointed in one direction and said, "There's another one over there." The protagonist exclaimed in fear, "It's scary." She shouldn't scare him. Liz replied, "He's not attacking. Those are two different things." He irritably remarked, "How could he know that?" She continued, "It would have been better if he had moved instead." After a while, the girl asked, "Well, has he collected everything?" MC answered affirmatively, and the allies set out. Along the way, they became thirsty. Miyabi conjured a bucket and filled it with water from the nearest river. They refreshed themselves and continued on. After a while, Liz asked if they should take a break. He looked surprised. Was it lunchtime already? However, sitting on the dirt wasn't an option. The girl suggested that they could have lunch on those roots. The protagonist clarified if she wanted that. Liz asked, puzzled. "What?" The protagonist exclaimed, "Don't worry. This is what he's for." With lightning speed, he activated chopping, preparation, construction, and created a beautiful gazebo. Liz noticed in surprise that he'd built something again. "Why, it's a full-fledged house." He responded sheepishly, trying to recreate a homely atmosphere. She exclaimed in bewilderment, "What kind of atmosphere is this?" She said it was a full-fledged house. Let him look around. Virgin forest everywhere, and in the middle of it all, there stands an elegant house. The MC thought in confusion, this is just an ordinary place to relax. The girl grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him vigorously, and asked if he even understood what she was saying to him. Suddenly it dawned on him, right. This was the real world, and why had he been so careless about it? A short time later, he created a blanket, covered Liz with it, and said with a smile, "This should help. She might catch a chill." The girl accepted it gratefully. After that, he also created a pillow and placed it on her chair. She cried out in embarrassment. "No way!" Miyabi apologized in fear and said he didn't mean to. Liz replied that she thought artisans lacked common sense. She felt sick, but this warm pillow on the chair softened the pain a little. Because it was too nice here, she might not notice the monsters. He chuckled and said that he didn't like dining with monsters, so she should be more careful. Liz said peacefully, "She's warm." The protagonist clarified, "Isn't it?" He thought, he can't sit like this any longer, he needs to start cooking. He quickly created a stove and asked if she could provide fire. but Liz seemed to melt across the table, muttering, "What a warm blanket." He thought, "This is bad. He'll have to try this." He took a log, activated his magical gift, fire, and created a microcircuit through which magic flowed, granting any attribute. However, he understood that this could also have an adverse effect, depending on the compatibility of the material and the attribute. If you combine fire with wood, then of course, combustion is bound to occur. The only thing he hadn't taken into account was that the log was in his bare hands. When it caught fire, the protagonist gasped, dropped the log, and cried out, "How hot it is." Then he tossed the burning log into the stove and, blowing on his fingers, said again, "Hotly hot." He thought he used to have to use matches, but now, apparently, that's it. After all this, MC stood in front of the oven and activated the crafting system. He shouted joyfully, "Hooray! He done it! Here it is! Grilled meat." Miyabi woke Liz, placed in front of her the meat of a great sheep with a variety of vegetables, milk bread made from flour and milk, and black tea, and told her to help herself. Bon appetit! The girl tasted the meat, rolled her eyes in pleasure, and exclaimed how delicious it was. The protagonist, looking at her, also tasted the meat and was surprised to think how tender the meat was, without an unpleasant odor, and a pinch of salt perfectly brought out the meaty flavor of each fiber. Even vegetables couldn't weaken that flavor. This was his first meat that he'd hunted himself. Liz broke the bread, tasted it, and admiringly remarked, "This bread is so unusual. You can even taste the sweetness of the milk." He wanted rice, but he responded to her admiring review. "Right? He crafted it. It was so simple." She remarked in surprise, "Really? Then, if possible, from today on they will only craft bread. Because it tastes better than store-bought. And she's responsible for the flour." He laughed and said, "Actually, he has a lot of flour. He also has plenty of sugar and spices." The girl asked, upset, had he beaten her to it? The protagonist asked if she would like more. Liz couldn't find it in herself to refuse. They returned home after dark. She said they were a little late today, but as she could see, he liked everything. He exclaimed, "Of course. This is one of the best days, but it's all thanks to her." Liz asked in surprise, "Her?" He replied that he couldn't have stood up to the monsters alone, and he didn't know about the collection rules. She's a real ace at her job. The girl noted, embarrassed, that he was exaggerating. Miyabi spoke dreamily. "I crafted what I wanted. I collected what I wanted. I cooked what I wanted. Not life, but a dream." Liz repeated thoughtfully, "A dream." He asked if she had a dream. She hesitated, but then clarified, "Won't he laugh?" The protagonist promised he wouldn't. She said she wanted to become an A-rank adventurer, to create magic with her own hands, and to help people with that magic. The protagonist replied, "What a wonderful dream." He was sure it would come true. Liz said thoughtfully, "She doesn't even know. A rank? It's so far away from her. She can't use magic above intermediate. Although, no, sometimes even intermediate magic is difficult for her. For someone like her, it will be very difficult to achieve A rank." After thinking for a moment, the girl exclaimed with a smile, "It can't be helped." Innate talent is very important for an adventurer. She looked at him with a gaze that revealed hope, sadness, and embarrassment. The protagonist looked at the girl with a smile and said he believed she would achieve her dream. He pointed to the adventurers nearby and remarked, "Let her look at those adventurers." They were all covered in mud. They had accepted the quest and were chasing monsters through the boggy forest. With every step they took, mud splashed everywhere. Even the archer, who was supposed to be covering them from afar, was covered head to toe in mud. Having somehow completed the task, they didn't take the time to clean their gear. They wanted to make it before the gates closed. What could they do? They'd drag them to the nearest river and dunk them in. They wouldn't even have to dry off. Liz snorted with suppressed laughter and said, "That can't be right." MC admitted, well, yes, he'd made that story up himself. They completed the task, but they could have gotten hurt. On the other hand, there are those who accept any task. They don't care about the strength of the team, the weather, or the state of the roads. And how can you trust them? There are even adventurers who lend money to those in trouble. And whose fault was this? He chuckled and added that he didn't think using mid-level magic had any effect on the dream. She muttered sheepishly, "Is that so?" At that moment, the allies saw the adventurers stop by the river and begin cleaning their gear and bathing. They looked at them in surprise, then laughed, and Liz understood that strength was an important quality, but not the only one. It was enough to simply believe in people for their dreams to come true. She approached the archer and whispered something in her ear. After a while, Miyabi, having caught a fish, exclaimed, "Here's their lunch." He had prepared an adventurer's lunch, baked fish with a salty crust. Liz, eating it, sitting on a warm pillow under a warm blanket, said she never imagined she'd get to taste fried fish while on a quest. Usually out of fear that monsters would flock to the smell of food, adventurers pack rather meager provisions. For example, dried meat and biscuits. Incidentally, he cooks a lot and sumptuously. 1,000,000 sandwiches, spicy meats, fried vegetables, breaded chicken with spicy sauce, and this every single day. At this rate, she won't be able to live like before. The protagonist asked, "What's so scary about that?" After they had eaten their fill, the allies fell asleep. Liz dreamed of sitting at a richly laid table, eating everything in sight, and her body size tripled from gluttony. The protagonist dreamed of materials found in a cave, of which there was simply a huge amount, and Weiss said in the background that it was all free. Sometime later, they returned to the city and went to the guild to hand in the materials. Eleanor thanked them for their work and remarked that they worked well together, as she could see. MC said it was all thanks to Liz, who chose easy tasks. The girl told Eleanor that Miyabi could carry a lot of things. He sheepishly countered, "Not that much." Eleanor laughed, looking at them, and told Liz that she'd been smiling more often lately. She responded with bewilderment. Really? She'd been smiling even when they'd first met. Lately, she'd been getting angry more often. Eleanor asked with a smile, "Is that because she's worried about someone?" Liz blushed with embarrassment and exclaimed, "What's she saying?" The guild worker laughed, noting that she was angry. The protagonist noted that it turned out Liz wasn't alone. Eleanor was supporting her. The girl mentioned, "By the way, the material collection requests have increased noticeably lately. Do they want to take on a new task?" He thought, obviously, that they were up to the task. But Liz replied, "They'll think about it." The protagonist paused, lost in thought. 2 weeks in another world had flown by. It was wrong to think that Liz was striving to become a good adventurer simply because she was enthusiastic. That was exactly what suited him best. He understood, of course, that it was difficult to complete a mission while protecting an assistant. She was very concerned that he wouldn't be harmed. However, that's why he wanted to help her. And he didn't want to become an obstacle to her achieving that dream. After a while, Liz asked what he would do next. He asked, puzzled. "What?" She pointed out that after the mission was completed, weren't they free? MC spoke up, and he understood. Then he would practice magic. The girl replied, "I see." She'd also learn a few magic spells. He said, "She could rest." Liz retorted, "Who's talking?" Miyabi countered, "For him, magic is a hobby." She replied, "For her too." They looked at each other for a moment like rivals and then burst into laughter. He thought, perhaps they'll do what they can today. After a while, he began practicing the magical gift of flame. Working with the microcircuits, he prepared buckets of water to extinguish the burning objects. After several unsuccessful attempts, he began to reassure himself. No one said it would be easy. Magical gifting, even in this world, is one of the most complex systems. There must be compatibility between materials and attributes. If they are compatible, the magic will work. But if they are not, the magic will simply leak out of the circuit, ruining the material. As he began another attempt, the protagonist thought, now he's getting to the heart of the matter. Therefore, it's crucial to control the strength of the magical energy supply. Last time, he deliberately made a mistake to create fire, but now he didn't need that. While creating the microcircuit, he proceeded very carefully, concentrating on this. It was necessary to carry the magic to the very ends of these circuits. After a short while, he looked at the illuminated wooden cube and joyfully thought, he'd done it. Heat release blocked. The system window notified him that he had mastered the material gift of wood, the effect of which was to reproduce a weak fire. After that, the protagonist created several of these blocks and placed them in Liz's room, telling her it would be very warm even without radiators. She just needed to place them around the room. She was very grateful to him. After a while, MC said with confusion, "But even this cold outside will not go away. He needs something easy to put on and not interfere with the tasks." Suddenly, it occurred to him, what about thermal underwear? This is a real body heater. He's a genius. He must show Liz this quickly. Running up to the girl, he excitedly shouted, "Will she lend him her underwear? He wants to make it warmer." She misunderstood him and started screaming that he's crazy and all this is disgusting. This is starting to smack of harassment. The girl literally threw him out of her room. Lying on the ground outside the main gate, Miyabi thought, retrieving the girl's underwear is too difficult, and it's not even underwear. Still, it would be better to use a robe or other clothing for this. At that moment, a puzzled guard leaned over him and announced that the gates were already closing. He reluctantly stood up and entered the grounds. He thought, he always got lost at such moments, but not this time. Throwing away the city map, he exclaimed, he learns from his mistakes. "So, this is the East Gate? So the inn is here. Full speed ahead. I should stop by Mel's on the way." The girl, seeing him, pointed in one direction without question and said, "There." The protagonist replied smugly, and he wasn't lost. Even for her, always calm and unwavering, this was a complete surprise. He told her not to be so surprised. After that, the protagonist gave her a new toy in the shape of a small bird. The girl thanked him sincerely. MC asked where she was going at such a time. On a new mission? The girl replied, to have her weapon repaired. It was a little dented. He looked at her sword and said regretfully, "And that's only a little. Its durability is practically zero, and its magical properties are almost exhausted. It'll practically fall apart soon." Mel said gloomily, "Unreliable magic." He retorted, "How would she know?" He'd actually like to have his weapon repaired too, but he didn't even know where to turn. She looked at him thoughtfully and led him to Weiss. He thought in surprise, that's the blacksmith's shop. When they arrived there and the girl showed the blacksmith her weapon, Miyabi thought he was going to go deaf. The dwarf yelled at Mel, "There she goes again." He told her to bring her weapon back before it completely breaks. With that, he gave her a fatherly slap. She merely let out a loud, indignant breath. The blacksmith turned his attention to the protagonist and asked if he'd seen him before. The protagonist, embarrassed, replied that he was the one who'd come to see him. He hadn't made his weapon yet, but he wanted him, as a craftsman, to look at his sword. Mel remarked in surprise, so they knew each other. Weiss slapped her again, and to her indignation, he said, "That was for him too." Mel, rubbing the bump on her head, said gloomily, "I really got it." After that, the blacksmith sat down on a chair and said he had a lot of orders piled up, so they'd have to wait. The girl petulantly said, "She wants it now." The dwarf snapped, "She wants a lot." Then he looked at MC and said, "He thinks his crafting level has increased. He could use material synthesis." Miyabi was confused. Material synthesis? Was Weiss really going to ask him to restore it? He knew restoration was the process of rebuilding a tool or instrument by synthesizing it again using additional material. But no, he couldn't do it. The material could go to waste. He didn't want to cause any inconvenience. So he answered out loud, "Mel's sword was probably made of an expensive material. So why risk it?" Weiss said he might never have such a unique opportunity again, and manipulating magical energy was the best quality of artisans. The protagonist hesitated. He'd like to do it, but he was afraid of ruining everything. The blacksmith added that it was fine. Mel's sword wore out quickly, but she had the money for a new one. The protagonist made up his mind and asked her if she would let him repair her sword. Mel calmly clarified, "As a gift?" Weiss placed the item in front of him and said it was the material from her sword. MC realized it was a dragon fang, a sharp dragon tooth, a rare material whose price was determined by the market. The blacksmith urged him to show off his skills. Mel wished him luck. Miyabi was embarrassed, thinking about the psychological pressure. He took the material and the sword and thought, the algorithm is like a magical gift. When he touched the blade with the fang, the protagonist was surprised to discover the patterns had opened. So, a successful pairing had occurred. Now he needed to channel the magic through the dents and scratches. Unlike magical talent, here you also have to control the magic in the material. That's the whole difficulty. He exhaled, tried to calm down, and began the most difficult part. Weiss told him to remember to breathe, at least to talk. If he successfully synthesized the sword, he would give him some dragon teeth. The protagonist responded with a smile. Very nice of him. Mel wished him luck again. It was clear she was worried about him. MC mentally urged himself on. Forward. Only forward. Finally, he exclaimed. He was done. The blacksmith began to carefully examine the synthesized weapon. Mel asked impatiently, "Well, how does it look?" Miyabi, barely able to stand from exhaustion, remarked, "Let him look at it. He'd put in 100 times more effort than he'd planned." The blacksmith replied, "Of course. Generally speaking, synthesizing with high-quality materials isn't part of a craftsman's job." The protagonist, confused, exclaimed, "How could that be?" He said craftsmen were more experienced in this matter. Weiss laughed, placed the dragon's teeth on the table, and spoke as he promised. The protagonist protested. He can't take that. It was too much. Besides, he'd already used one fang on the sword. The dwarf pointed out that this sword usually takes 4 fangs. MC seemed dumbfounded by this. The blacksmith laughed at his reaction. Mel placed her hand on his shoulder and told him he'd done a great job. When Miyabi regained his speech, he exclaimed in bewilderment. What had he just said? Sometime later, he returned to the inn and before reaching his room, collapsed on the floor. Liz peeked out and looked at him questioningly. He said he was very tired today. The next morning, the protagonist began stretching and complained that his whole body ached. Liz said, "Well, of course." He fell asleep right in the hallway. Arriving at the guild, the girl selected a request to collect morb grass. The protagonist thought, more gathering materials. She asked how he felt. He selected a request from the request board and asked, "What do you think?" "A quest to explore the Jade Forest." Liz said, surprised. "Research? These quests can influence the ranking of other quests, and to be honest, she's never taken on anything like this before. She thinks it's too early for them. What if a dangerous monster pops out from somewhere?" He looked at her and asked, "Because of him?" The girl looked at him in a way that made him understand. Apparently, yes. Finally, she said that during the quest with the Earth Sheep, she was very careful and prepared for anything. Although everything ended well, perhaps because of that. But he's very good at gathering quests, and there are a lot of bonuses from these quests. He thought, absolutely. MC said out loud that if she was aiming for A rank, she needed a lot of experience. If she remembered, Eleanor had said so. Liz replied that it was true, but she wasn't sure they could handle it. Miyabi added with a smile, and if a monster appeared during exploration, they could simply hide from it. For example, underground, she repeated after him, perplexed. Underground? The protagonist smiled and said that in a past life, he was a mole. The girl, after a moment's thought, said that if he said so, they could try, but she warned him that it might be difficult. He noticed it would definitely be difficult. He was relying on her. When the allies approached the reception desk to register their quest, Eleanor asked Liz in surprise, "Isn't this her first research?" The girl replied, "Yes." She thought maybe she should try something new. Eleanor said she could trust the two of them, but she asked them to be careful. They were to leave immediately if they felt their lives were in danger. Liz asked, perplexed, "Did something happen?" The guild worker, with a sad face, replied, "Yes, indeed. The team that went there hadn't returned yet." Sometime later, when the allies left for the Jasper Forest, the protagonist remembered Eleanor's words about the previous team, which hadn't yet returned from this quest, and spoke, surprisingly, quite peacefully. They hadn't encountered a single monster in half a day. Liz noted that was odd. They hadn't encountered anyone in this particular forest. Exploring every path, every hollow and hole along the way, she said, "A forest with a rich ecosystem, located northeast of Angelum. Many monsters live here. This forest is usually popular among adventurers as a place to gather medicinal herbs. But after that group disappeared, entry was forbidden." He replied, "Yes, that's what Eleanor said." The girl continued, "Monsters and humans are natural enemies. What does he think will happen if humans disappear from their habitat?" MC replied, "Of course, their numbers will increase." She noted, understandably. "They reproduce faster and can invade from neighboring forests. There should be a lot of them here. That's why this quest appeared. It stated exactly that. Packs of gallowolves have appeared in the Korean meadows, whose main habitat is the Jasper Forest. This quest was created to investigate a possible ecological problem in the forest. Miyabi said, meaning that monsters are actively fleeing from a place where life would otherwise be comfortable. It really was strange. Liz said they needed to collect samples for research, so let him take this. With that, she handed him something, causing him to exclaim indignantly, "Wasn't this droppings? Can't they just take this into account and remember it? Or put this into inventory?" She laughed and said yes, but he wanted her to get an A rank, didn't he? He grimaced, but there was nothing he could do. He complied with her request. After a while, they stopped for the night. The hostel owner said they'd owe him 5 silver coins. Breakfast wasn't included. When the protagonist reached his bed, he stretched out on it and thought with satisfaction how soft it was. They'd worked hard today. The wood sample they'd taken from there was also nothing out of the ordinary. All they'd seen were small animals, no leads at all. He had a feeling the search would take a long time. Even if he combed everything, they'd need to report back on the reason the wolves had escaped. Suddenly it dawned on him. He sat up in bed, puzzled, thinking, a report? How would they report? In assassination missions, bringing a body part as evidence was enough. When they were collecting something, they never described anything. He'd relaxed too much because Liz hadn't given him any such instructions. No, it wasn't anyone's fault. This was their first mission like this. Mistakes would always be made. They were a team, after all. Looking out the window, he noticed the night was slowly passing. The protagonist jumped out of bed, thinking he needed paper, a pencil, and the map of the area Liz had given him. If you boil animal bones into glue and add wood, you get paper. Wood and charcoal make a pencil, and pigments can be taken from flowers. In his past life, he had overtime and paperwork for a living. This time, surprisingly, he wanted to do it. After some time, having created the necessary items, he began drawing on the map of the area. He remembered those times and didn't think he'd ever need it. It turns out an adventurer needs a lot of skills. The next morning, he gave Liz the notebook. She asked in surprise, "What is it?" MC replied, "He prepared the results of their research last night before bed. This is all for the report." The girl exclaimed in confusion. "He did all this alone? How long did it take?" He noticed. He fell asleep before the date indicated they're changed. He got enough sleep, Liz said in confusion. She needs to look it up. When she did, the girl looked at him in amazement, slammed the notebook shut, and decisively declared, "Now she'll be doing this too." Miyabi exclaimed in surprise. "What is she talking about?" Liz pointed out, "But he's already tired. He might make some mistakes." The protagonist said to leave such things to him. At least he'll be doing something besides collecting. The girl replied that it would be better to divide the responsibilities, but she wanted to learn how to write a report. He looked confused. "Oh, really? It's just like Eleanor said." Liz was indignant, but it's not about diligence. And by the way, the report is oral. The guild itself writes the written report, based on their oral report. The protagonist exclaimed regretfully, how many hours had been wasted? Liz said that's precisely why he'd done it so perfectly. And in map form, too. The notes and colored highlights are so easy to read. There's even stuff here she hadn't noticed. MC was incredibly embarrassed by her praise. She, noticing this, chuckled and said, "Oh, don't let him be so embarrassed." The protagonist exclaimed, "He brought this." He showed her the object he was holding. Liz replied, "Great, what is this?" The protagonist explained it was some kind of lining. A folder, perfect for putting paper on. You can take notes on the go with this thing. The girl was surprised, right? And if she finds someone's trail, will they write it all down? The MC added, and tonight they'll be able to get a good night's sleep. Total comfort. They'll show everyone that adventurer Liz is a master of research. She happily echoed his enthusiastic phrase. The allies set out. They had to sleep on the streets and eat in taverns along the way, but they remained steadfast in their goal, conducting and recording their observations. On the 5th day, Miyabi pointed to some kindlings stacked in a fire pit and told her to look at it. Liz said in bewilderment, "It looks like a fire." He had noticed indeed, but whose is it? The forest is still off limits to anyone. The girl wondered if they were the missing adventurers. The protagonist had said they'd settled somewhere nearby. Liz said thoughtfully, she didn't know. She didn't think they could have simply left the embers of the fire and left. To prevent a fire, the embers had to be doused with water and buried, so they didn't have time for that. Something could have happened. He looked around warily and replied, "I see." She asked him to keep an eye on the place from a distance for now. The protagonist agreed and said, "Then it's time to come up with something for comfort." He looked around for materials and thought, to make bushes, he should bind fallen leaves together with magic and hang them on the branches. After a while, he exclaimed, "A camouflaged shelter is ready in no time." The protagonist handed Liz a pillow and said he made it out of goat hair. Now they could secretly observe the other side with all the comforts of home. The girl remarked that she was scaring herself by losing her sense of wonder. He playfully urged her to be surprised at least a little. They sat in their impromptu ambush for a while, observing and taking notes. Miyabi had quietly fallen asleep. Liz shook him awake and told him to wake up. He apologized, but she interrupted him, telling him to be quiet. Someone was approaching. The protagonist perked up and listened. To the allies' surprise, a black orc appeared on the horizon, cautiously emerging from behind the bushes, looking around. The allies froze in place, afraid to make a sound. Liz quietly said, "A black orc monster, rank C." The protagonist noted with surprise. He had thought these animal trails belonged to a different creature. The girl added, "It's good she didn't skimp on set masking magic. They don't seem to live in this forest." He suggested, "Maybe they were to blame for the other monsters migrating," Liz noted. "I can't say for sure, but it's likely. Black orcs are a mutant species, which accounts for their large size and social nature. Perhaps there's a nest in the forest. They need to report them to the guild, so they'll go after them." The allies cautiously followed the monster at a safe distance, which eventually led them to the Black Orc settlement. MC said tensely, "There are a lot of them." Liz agreed, adding, "Who would have thought there were so many of them?" He agreed with her words. Indeed, there were more than expected. The girl added, "But the problem isn't just their numbers. As their herd grows, higher-ranking orcs are born more often, with correspondingly high intelligence. A-rank adventurers are needed here," Miyabi repeated in surprise. "A-rank? It's too dangerous. They should go back and tell all the guilds." Liz replied that that was exactly what she wanted to do. But monsters had too fast a life cycle. Under the right conditions, the situation would change in just a few days. That was exactly what had been happening these past few days. It would take about 3 days to assemble an extermination squad, and then it would be too late. She looked at him sadly and apologized for putting him in danger because of her. He said there had to be a way out of this situation. Liz thought about something, then told him her plan. The allies carefully, and by some unlikely means, made their way into the cave, thoroughly exploring it. Having settled comfortably in a safe place, the protagonist, looking over the plan, thought that now he knew the general structure of the cave. It seemed Liz's strategy would work, but he didn't think the orcs were that smart. Looking at his map of the area he'd drawn, the protagonist was satisfied. In the underground settlement, Sluggish Oak, he'd mapped all the exits from the underpass. Liz exhaled fearfully and said, "That was very fast." He said thoughtfully that he found it hard to believe they'd created such a huge underground space, but he never imagined it would be such a cold dungeon. The girl, shivering from the cold, remarked that if they could hold out until morning, he should press his knees against it. He tossed her a small cube and said, "She's capable." But even she didn't think he'd let her spend the night in such a dark place. The girl caught the cube and said, "A tall tree?" The protagonist said, "Let her examine it carefully, please." Leaping onto a column, he used his magic and noted that a comfortable space begins with the foundation. The installation of gently curved beams and columns. This material is also widely used for finishing ceilings and walls. Grant a magical light in the center of a beautiful, glowing tree. This would replace the lighting, and a warm glow would fill the entire room. And the last thing he wanted for frozen Liz was to grant magical light, safe warmth even underground. The dream had come true. The house consisted of a dining area with a stump chair and a round table made of natural wood, the boards warm even underground. There were also light-emitting logs. Indirect control using a single solid tree brightly illuminated the entire room. The heating system was as effective as firewood and could be used even inside the dungeon. And finally, a sink. Here one could wash one's hands at any time with water moistened near the water station. The water was changed by local workers. He joyfully examined his creation and thought, "Wonderful." Even Liz, accustomed to handicrafts, would be amazed by this. When she saw his invention, she exclaimed in admiration, "Gorgeous." He built an entire house in such a short time. The protagonist thought in confusion. She wasn't surprised at all by the glowing tree. He used bestowal magic. He said out loud, "He made the floor warm." Liz noticed that even without the hot spring, her arms and legs felt fuzzy, and she could relax as if in paradise. The protagonist proudly said that he secretly imbued the floor with the attribute of warmth. Liz, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed loudly, "This is so cool." MC shuddered in surprise. She continued to admire it. She had never been in a more comfortable place than this. She even forgot there was a black oak tree underneath them. Falling onto the floor, Liz said, "It's so warm. If you bring a pillow here, you can sleep comfortably." Miyabi opened the door to the room and objected, but he wouldn't want to sleep on the floor, so he'd prepared something. "This is for her. A fluffy wool bed." The girl jumped onto the bed and exclaimed, "So cool. It's so soft." Closing her eyes, she said in a relaxed voice, "It's like a futon hug, so it's perfect for this cold season. But let him stay awake. Okay?" The main character assured that he would never fall asleep, thinking at the same time, "She's in a good mood." The protagonist added, "He understands that she's comfortable, but let her not oversleep." Liz responded irritably, "She's still a C-rank adventurer. She won't oversleep. Her body wakes up on its own." The next day, he came into her bedroom and was surprised to think, "She's still asleep." Liz muttered in her sleep, "Father, just a little longer." The MC exclaimed in bewilderment, "What father?" She instantly woke up, assessed the situation, covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, and said, "They should just forget about it." He told her to go wash her face. After a while, Miyabi approached the exit and said, "It's sunrise. Is she ready?" The girl, following him, replied, "Okay, she's had enough sleep now." Having prepared her magic attribute, she motioned for him to begin. Meanwhile, 2 orc guards were conversing in their own language. One asked the other if their shift hadn't already ended. The other replied, "Exactly. Was there anything worse than a night shift in their world?" Suddenly, he saw his comrade attacked out of nowhere. He turned around in surprise and saw Liz. The monster screeched, "How stupid." It lunged at her, and 2 more emerged from the cave. The girl activated an icy rain spell with her magic attribute and attacked the monsters. All took damage, except for one, who miraculously repelled her attack. The allies quickly descended into one of the holes in the ground. The protagonist praised the girl. "Excellent work. But next time they should be more careful with the time of retreat. They stood up and continued through the labyrinth. The protagonist thought that Liz's tactics had worked perfectly. The code name for this plan was Sneak Tactic. Earlier, when they were lying in ambush, the girl had voiced her plan to him and explained that, given their disparity in strength, a frontal attack was not an option. If they simply came out, they would be overwhelmed by numbers. Besides, she needed time to build up her mana for the next attack. Even a few seconds of hesitation could be fatal. They needed to somehow eliminate this weak point. They would plant multiple escape routes throughout the area, thus avoiding direct contact with the enemy. They would attack the enemy with long-range magic and then hide. This way, the orcs would not be able to figure out where she had come from. They would take advantage of their confusion, and she would attack them from behind and then finish them off with powerful magic. They would repeat this several times, and the disparity in strength would be eliminated. Then they can win. That's the plan, MC thought admiringly. It's just like a game of catch-em-all. The orcs really couldn't figure out where she came from or where she went afterward. Miyabi had said, but what if a higher-level monster appeared and there was nowhere to run? In that case, they needed to study the entire structure of the cave. That would give them escape routes. There was only one exit from the cave. It would be bad if they got stuck there. They needed to dig even more paths or find another exit. The girl noted that even though she was the one who came up with the plan, his ideas were sometimes crazy. He asked, would they start tonight? Liz replied, no, they would start at dawn. She had been using magic for hygiene for a long time, so her mana wouldn't be enough for the black orcs. If only it were infinite, right? And now, in the present moment, he realized that her plan was simply perfect. After a while, Liz spoke, killing another monster, this one already the 5th. If they act carefully, they could avoid the high-level monsters. The protagonist stretched out and said, they'll kill them all. After that, Liz dealt with another orc, one more powerful than his comrades. Retreating to one of the escape routes, she asked if she could ask him a strange question. He asked, what was it? Liz hesitated for a second, then said, a black orc. She'd heard its meat was delicious. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment. What? The girl continued. If they kill a lot, they'll get a lot of meat, right? Even if they sell most of it, there'll still be some left over. MC spotted an interesting stone, and the system window immediately informed him it was a block of hard ore with a durable effect, resistant to physical attacks. Liz added, then maybe they'll kill all the orcs? Miyabi asked in surprise. They'll kill them all? Will they have enough strength? She said something about using such powerful magic as the ice spear, requiring a lot of mana, enough for only 5. He suggested that they should set traps then. Meanwhile, the orcs were searching for them, wondering where they could have gone. Liz summoned a magic demon and, jumping outside, attacked the monsters with a cry, she's here. With the ice spear, she dispatched 5 orcs and thought, that's it. The remaining monsters shouted, they won't let her escape, they'll catch her. Then they rushed after her, smashing everything in their path. Liz approached Miyabi, who stood near the hole with a shovel, waiting for her. At the right moment, she abruptly changed trajectory, and the orcs tumbled into the trap the protagonist had set. After a while, having dealt with the enemy carcasses, she asked if he had put everything back in his inventory. The protagonist replied, yes, I think he hadn't forgotten anything. He showed her the weapon and read the inscription on the hilt. It was a gift from Theodoros to someone's husband. MC said one of the orcs was carrying the sword. Apparently, it belonged to one of the missing. Liz replied, yes, but that's good. He looked at her in confusion and asked, what? Liz said it was a shame the sword's owner had died, but the sword itself remained. They could take it to the missing man's loved ones. Miyabi agreed with her words and added, then that's what they'll do. Leaving the labyrinth, she stretched and said, well, they need to finish the rest of the investigation and head back. Throughout the entire journey, something had been nagging at the protagonist. He knew what happened to those people. It wasn't his fault, and it certainly wasn't Liz's fault. He was just unlucky. He tried to forget that it had anything to do with him, but he couldn't shake the obsessive thoughts. Liz was so cool. How could he clear his mind? Sometime later, they returned to the city and arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Liz exclaimed joyfully that coming here felt like home. They hadn't been here in a long time. Entering, she called out to Eleanor that they had arrived. They had come to give her the report she had requested. The receptionist cheerfully greeted the allies and added that she had been very worried about them being late. Liz said they had acted cautiously. That was all. Eleanor said she was glad to hear that they were okay. Could she see their report? Liz turned to Miyabi. The protagonist pulled out a notebook with notes from his inventory and said, as the report stated, black orcs had settled near the lake, near the forest. The receptionist was surprised. Black orcs? He also added that Galawolf bones were found in the vicinity of the settlement. Here's the written report of their investigation. The girl took the tablet and clarified, a written report? That was very kind of them. But the guild had already completed the report. Could she see it? After reading the investigation results, Eleanor asked him in surprise, did he do it alone? The protagonist replied, no. His responsibility was the vegetation and terrain. Everything related to the demons fell to the clever Liz. She clutched her head in embarrassment and said, I don't think it helped at all. He countered, oh, it certainly did. Eleanor muttered, perplexed. Just the 2 of them and such a competent report in just 10 days. Even the masters would have taken a month. That's very fast. The protagonist sheepishly said, they tried their best. The entire black orc settlement is described here. The receptionist was stunned, and she repeated in disbelief, The entire settlement? 11 dark orcs? She almost shouted. Even a B-rank adventurer, no, even an A-rank adventurer would have a hard time. The protagonist, startled by her reaction, tried to reassure her, saying they'd wipe them all out. She looked at them in confusion and asked, really? Other adventurers, having overheard their conversation, began to join them. MC shielded Liz with his body just in case and added, they simply killed them all. Did they do something wrong? Liz nervously asked. Can they be counted as regular orcs? Eleanor was joined by the rest of the guild staff, and everyone was confused. Then the staff began to doubt it. No, definitely not. They'd confused them with other monsters. Wasn't that already a false report? Eleanor looked at Liz and said, she's an expert on all basic demons. What rank does she think an adventurer needs to be to defeat at least one dark orc? The girl replied, puzzled, C rank. The receptionist pointed out that she was right, meaning she alone would have been enough. But with 11 of them, that's a whole different story. Take, for example, a group of C rank adventurers. Even with 2 supports, they wouldn't have been able to complete the quest. The adventurers present were muttering among themselves. Were they telling the truth? Had they mixed up the monsters? They were probably exaggerating their accomplishments to make more money. There were only 2 of them. The protagonist tensed, hearing this conversation. Liz addressed him by name and reassuringly said, everything is fine. He pulled out all the meat and materials they had gathered from his inventory. The girls said they would sell all the meat wholesale. Everyone present was completely perplexed by what they saw. Eleanor closed her eyes and then began to look through the materials. Suddenly, someone shouted, attention everyone. Emergency announcement. The meat prince has arrived. Cries rang out. Really? Again? At that moment, several people approached the counter, pushing past everyone. One of them shouted, hey, what's with that wall of meat? Eleanor replied, they said it's dark orc meat. Please let them verify it. The newcomers sniffed and touched the meat and declared with satisfaction, it's definitely it. Excellent quality. One of them said his gut told him it tasted excellent. There's no doubt the meat prince brought this. The second man exclaimed, taking the meat. His catch never fails. The adventurers began to chatter, glancing at the protagonist. Isn't this the meat prince from a meat kingdom? Someone heard he had an endless supply of meat, as expected of the meat prince. Maybe he'll sell them meat wholesale too? The protagonist looked puzzled. Could they really be talking about him? Eleanor smiled and replied that they'd called him that ever since he brought back the meat of an earth sheep. He's a man of 2 names, the Meat Prince and Cupid. He's so popular, he's already becoming a myth. Liz, seeing her comrade's condition, turned to the receptionist and quietly said something. The girl smiled and said she understood. Then Liz approached him, lightly touched his head and remarked, don't despair so much. It's rare to find a support player with 2 nicknames. Meat Prince sounds great, doesn't he? The protagonist responded irritably. Mole sounds much better. Eleanor, looking at them, said they've found out that this is indeed dark orc meat. The man added, as the leader of the adventurer group, he confirms this. Each piece of this meat heap is a dark orc cape. But how did they get it in such perfect condition? There's not a single cut on the pieces. Eleanor remarked, fine workmanship. She thought, looking at the MC, another dimension for storage and clever combat tactics. And he's even good at reporting, no worse than the royal bureaucrats. Who the hell is he? Even the staff is talking about it. She somehow hushed up the business with the earth sheep, but this time, covering them up wouldn't work. She came to Zion with the report and said she thought he already guessed why she came to him. The man was holding the very same report. After a while, Eleanor asked her allies if they both had time. They asked in surprise, what's wrong? She continued, a man from above wants to discuss their report with them. The allies repeated in bewilderment. A man from above? Eleanor smiled and said the guild master had invited them. Both Miyabi and Liz were terrified, wondering what they could have done. He remembered his conversation with Liz after the orc hunt. She exclaimed that she couldn't wait to taste dark orc meat. After all, their meat is first class. They could get rich. He noted with a grin that she really did love money. And yet his wallet was emptying too, wanting to get rich overnight. The girl had said he was surprisingly quick to spend money. Why shouldn't they save up this time? He sighed and noted that they were supposed to simply receive their reward, and that would be it. And now the guildmaster had summoned them. What could they have done? After a while, the allies were seated at the table, with Zion Gilmouth seated across from them, and Eleanor standing behind him. The guildmaster introduced himself and suggested that Liz get straight to the point. He mentioned their research in the Emerald Forest described in the report. Had they received assistance from fellow adventurers or others? The allies stared at him in confusion. What was he talking about? Was he suspecting them of dishonest work? Liz indignantly replied that no, she hadn't. They were the only ones participating in the battles. The protagonist looked at Eleanor's embarrassment and thought, Liz wouldn't do such a thing. Now it all became clear. They'd created a huge stir throughout the guild. Even Eleanor was perplexed. Besides, Zion only knew them from their reports. Their successes didn't match their rank. It was no wonder this man had questions. Zion continued. Investigation requests were very important to the guild, more important than requests for protection, assistance, and other tasks. They were intended for C-level ranks and above. The protagonist thought he wanted proof that no one had helped them, but what proof? The guildmaster grimly remarked, they shouldn't dare lie to him. Liz replied, they have items they provided to the guild, and this was found in an orc settlement. With these words, she took out the sword and said, "She swears by this sword of the fallen warrior." Zion took the weapon, examined it, and finally said, "Okay, he trusts them. They can go." He turned to Eleanor and ordered her to verify the details of all the missing people. He wanted the items returned to their owners. His allies stared at him in confusion. The registrar answered him as he wished. "Anything else?" Zion looked at his comrades and asked if they disagreed. He considered the report, the guild file, and what they had told him. Turning to Liz, he added that he had no objections because she was responsible and competent. Eleanor responded with surprise, but he was usually cautious in this matter. The master projected her stats onto the table and said, "Here are her stats." The number 98.2% was highlighted. MC, confused, wondered if he'd made them see it. Liz's adventurer profile. Number of orders, 173. Number of successful orders, 170. Success rate, 98.2%. The man continued, "She has been highly regarded by clients and guild representatives from the very beginning to the present. The freshness of the meat and other ingredients has been proven. Purchasing from other sources is unlikely. Besides, it's impossible to compile a report of this level without going into the forest. Proving they're cheating him is harder than proving they're not." Eleanor replied, "Back then, she made her decision based on what she could verify." Zion said, showing the report, that these pages detail everything. He handed Liz the paper and noted, "Here's a letter of thanks from her client. He believes their achievements are well deserved. But attacking the Black Orcs, that was reckless." Liz replied, "If it had been just her, she wouldn't have even considered it. But Miyabi was with her." Zion said, "So he's the vanguard." Looking at his documents, he saw his name and his occupation, assistant. Liz added, "Everyone has their own job." The protagonist pointed out, "But she's the core of their group. Liz is in charge of the attack, isn't she?" Zion pointed out, "But they said the protagonist was an assistant." The companions whispered something. Then Liz declared that Miyabi had definitely killed 2 orcs. He modestly replied, "I'm just doing my job as an assistant." The master looked at Eleanor in confusion and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Liz covered MC's mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "Miyabi cannot evaluate himself objectively. Let the master let her speak frankly. Her companion is a walking warehouse." Both Zion and Eleanor looked at them in confusion. The girl continued, "In addition to black oak meat, he digs large holes in minutes, disguised as supports, and stores soil. Not only does it keep food fresh, but it can also dig large holes in minutes. He also has a huge amount of wood, and his warehouse is likely larger than that of the manufacturing guild. Even Angelum would be envious." The protagonist sheepishly asked, "Why is she saying that?" Zion looked at him intently and asked, "So, they can store other things there too?" Liz answered he had heard her correctly. She thought he hadn't even listened to her. The man asked Eleanor if that wasn't a special storage area for meat. The girl sheepishly replied, "That's what people said." The protagonist raised his hand and, sheepishly apologizing, said there were other materials in his expanded storage. Zion, surprised, thought impossible. Then he said they were right, and suggested they take out all the materials they didn't need and take them to Eleanor's warehouse. The allies agreed without a problem. As she left the office, Liz thanked the master and said she was pleased to know he trusted her. Zion replied that she had never given him any reason to doubt her. After that, he gave a surprised grunt. She asked, "What is it?" The man pointed to her staff, noting that she had taken it. The girl looked at him, confused. The master suddenly said that he missed him a little, her father. Liz, confused, asked, "So he knows him?" Zion placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Like father, like daughter. She's a very serious girl, and she's grown so much." Meanwhile, Miyabi and Eleanor went down to the warehouse and laid out the materials. The protagonist noticed that it was quite a large storage facility. Eleanor replied, "Not as large as the manufacturing guild's warehouse." He might not know it, but an adventurer's main source of income is commissioned work. Everything she collected here was just an added bonus. He asked if she was an adventurer too. The girl said sadly that she started working here after her team broke up. 3 years had passed since then. She had been an adventurer for a long time, so she knew how difficult it was to obtain these materials. Tusk roots are easily damaged, right? Does he have a talent for this? The protagonist replied, "No, he had nothing like that. Just sleight of hand." He thought, he couldn't tell her about his skills. She asked again, "Sleight of hand? Well, I see." MC said that since Liz wasn't here, he needed to talk to her about something. Eleanor looked surprised. Talk? He hesitated, but still asked if she could transfer his fee for the investigation to the family of the sword's owner. Eleanor, perplexed, said the fee for this job was probably quite large. Even if they split it, it would still come to 100 gold each. Miyabi responded sheepishly, saying she shouldn't worry. He'd get his share of the materials sold. She said he shouldn't think that way. He was going to donate his money every time someone died. The protagonist responded with confusion. He didn't know what the future would hold, but this time, he wanted to do it. This is his way of coming to terms with himself, and he doesn't want to drag it out. He's doing this for his own good. Eleanor noted with confusion. Really, she wasn't saying it was bad, but he could go broke that way. They had people who donated half their fees to the families of the dead, but not the entire amount. There were times when they'd announce fundraisers for the families of the dead. But fine, They'll do it this time, but please let him remember. A reward is a fair price for adventurers who put their lives on the line. It would be disrespectful to other adventurers to refuse payment so easily. He looked at her with admiration and thanked her for her understanding. Eleanor left, deep in thought, leaving him to his thoughts. 2 days later, the registrar, holding a paper in her hand, informed her comrades, "Here are the details of the evaluation of this request." She placed 3 purses stuffed with money in front of them and said, "Please let them accept these 3 bags of gold." Liz stared in fear at the amount of money. MC said in confusion, he was sure she'd gotten something wrong. Eleanor smiled and replied, "She triple-checked it. Not to worry." He thought excitedly, 9.1 million? Even if you divide that by 2, it comes to 4.55 million. That's his annual income at home. The receptionist continued, "They'll split the fee themselves. She'll accept their decision. However, the commission fee will be deducted as the visit fee." The allies thanked her, and Miyabi silently expressed the hope that this would help at least a little. Eleanor continued, "They've also decided to promote Miyabi to a D-rank adventurer." He suddenly choked and coughed violently, soiling himself. Liz said indignantly, "He's completely dirty." The MC sheepishly apologized, saying he was simply very surprised. "Why rank D and not E?" The receptionist remarked that while it was unusual for an assistant to be promoted 2 ranks at once, this promotion was based on their contribution to the guild and future expectations. He objected. "That's absurd," the girl retorted. "It's the guild master's wish. Besides, the information that he was only rank F was causing a lot of unnecessary squabbles. Between them, they'd earned more money than the average B-rank adventurer." The protagonist thought with surprise that this could certainly provoke a public backlash. He thanked the girl for her concern. Eleanor replied with a smile that it would be better for the guild and for the guild itself if he remained its supporter. He thought she might be lying, but he didn't care. It was a pleasure. He said, "Well then, he'll count on them." Eleanor suddenly remembered something and told Liz she wanted to confirm something. She would donate half of her fee as always, but did she really want to do it anonymously? Liz rushed over, covered her mouth with her hands, and exclaimed indignantly, "Why is she saying such a thing? Miyabi is here after all. They just discussed everything recently." The girl remarked in surprise, "Really? Let her forgive her. She's so forgetful." The protagonist, confused, thought, "Donate half? Like always?" Eleanor said there were people who donated half their fee, but was Liz really in that category? His comrade Eleanor confirmed it. "Yes, let her do it, as always." Then she looked at the protagonist and exclaimed, "Yes, she knows it looked terrible, but it doesn't matter. It's her money." The MC laughed at her reaction and replied, "He didn't say anything." Eleanor shook her head with a smile and closed her eyes. When the comrades left the guild, they bumped fists, and Miyabi said, "That's a done deal, isn't it?" And they handled their first major mission well. Liz noted that first they had to deal with the black orcs, and then Zion summoned them. He admitted he thought they were finished. The girl added, laughing, "So did she." Then the protagonist said, "Now that they're done, there's one more thing to do." She exclaimed in surprise. "What? Gathering materials again?" He answered cheerfully. She guessed wrong. They'll celebrate their victory. After a while, the allies arrived at the cafe. The protagonist exclaimed, "Here they are. Now they'll sample some signature Chinese dishes." Liz noted in surprise. Chinese? The decor was different from the usual. He said there was no need to worry about the little things. Let her eat whatever she wants while he cooks the meat. The girl asked if she could make it herself. MC countered, saying he was in the mood for cooking, so no. She said in confusion, "He's just spoiling her." The girl picked up the baked good and wondered in surprise what it was. She'd never seen bread like this before. Taking a bite, she exclaimed in confusion, "There's something inside." He laughed and replied, "It's a steamed bun, perfect for the cold season." She found delicious melt-in-your-mouth cubes of meat inside, right? Taking another bite, the girl delightedly remarked, "The spicy sauce and the sweetness of the dough were a perfect match. Soft and fluffy, not like buns with milk, meaty and sweet, it melted." Liz looked at the dishes and said she wanted to try this too. Let him give it to her. Miyabi readily answered, "Of course." Touching the edge of the table, he swiveled the surface so that the desired dish was right in front of her. Liz exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on?" She'd been wondering why the table was so strange, but it was spinning. The protagonist proudly declared, "This is Chinese cuisine at its best." The girl exclaimed, "She has no idea what he's talking about, but it's so much fun." After these words, she began spinning the table in different directions. He reprimanded her to stop. She sheepishly apologized, adding that she'd gotten carried away. While they were talking, they didn't notice how Mel sat down at their table. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, addressing her by name, "Is that her? How did she get here?" The girl, devouring a bun, replied, "She smelled meat." Liz asked in surprise, "How did he know her name? Are they acquainted?" Mel, the B-rank adventurer. How does he know her? Instead of answering, MC grabbed Mel by the collar, dragging her from the table. Together, he and Liz cleared the dishes from her, which the adventurer was unceremoniously devouring. After a while, after Miyabi's story, Liz asked in surprise, "So he met her by chance?" Mel remarked, "He's always getting lost." The protagonist countered, "Not like that lately." Mel told him the blacksmith was looking for him. He asked in surprise, "Weiss? Why was he looking for him?" Liz, in turn, asked in confusion, "They know this master?" The protagonist replied, "What a coincidence." She asked, "Does he even know who this Weiss is?" He noticed The kind blacksmith? The forge manager? Liz looked at Mel, who, having finished the dishes, said, "It was delicious." After a while, the companions arrived at the forge. Liz turned to the blacksmith and said, "He has guests." Weiss addressed them by name in surprise and asked why they were together. The girl replied that they were on the same team. Would he let her take him away for a while? The blacksmith replied that of course they could take their time. She was so kind to him, as always. MC was confused, wondering why they were talking like old acquaintances. He asked the girl what was going on. What was Mr. Weiss talking about? Liz smiled and replied that it was Weiss of Black Gold, the most renowned craftsman of his time, recognized by royalty, and her adoptive father. Miyabi seemed dumbfounded by her answer. He wondered in confusion what she was saying. Weiss was her adoptive father? What happened to her real father? Did that mean something happened to him? He wasn't even given the chance to ask. The blacksmith chuckled and remarked that he hadn't even known they worked together. So, he had called him here because of the Lords of Angelum. They had tasked him with a reconstruction of Duke Bardini's residence. Why shouldn't he have a hand in this too? The protagonist exclaimed in confusion. Really? His companions exclaimed in surprise. That same lord? Is that true? The protagonist said in bewilderment. But he's just a guy off the street. The blacksmith replied that he had been entrusted with selecting workers. The protagonist objected. That's too much responsibility. Liz exclaimed delightedly. How wonderful that he was offered this job. He could make connections. He noted in confusion. Are she already harboring ulterior motives? The girl placed a hand on his shoulder and said, she orders him, as the leader of their team, to put all his efforts into this. The MC sighed and declared, yes, he will do his best. After some time, they set off for the western district of Angelum. Along the way, Miyabi noted the aristocratic district, stretching beyond a gentle slope, and in the center of the city lay the palace of Duke Bardini. Finally, the allies arrived at their destination. The guards greeted Weiss, saying they'd been waiting for him. Walking toward the palace, the protagonist noted, well, here they are. Weiss told him that since he'd already agreed, he should be prepared to work hard. He looked at the workers who had arrived with them and thought, they've all brought a change of clothes. Maybe he should have done the same. He was called at the very last minute, so he doesn't think they'll expect anything from him. But this is a good chance to see professionals at work. It's not every day you get to see an aristocrat's mansion. I can't wait to get started. It's somewhere around here. He saw the wilted plants and said in surprise, everything looks wilted. Suddenly, Duke Transverdini himself approached him and noted that it was a shepherd's rose, a type of flower with many petals. Its native land is warm climates. In the north of Angelum, it completely disappeared because the environment was unsuitable. The protagonist shuddered in surprise and thought, who the hell is this? Weiss turned to my lord and said he'd arrived too early. MC wondered in surprise. Is this the Duke himself? Trens replied. It's not very polite to sit in the room when an old friend has come to visit. On the eve of their departure, Liz had been indignant. He knew nothing about this place. She didn't want him to embarrass himself in front of his master, so she would teach him. He'd at least heard of the Lord of Angelum, right? He'd replied that he had, but he wasn't sure they were thinking of the same person. She'd said Marquise Verdini was one of the 5 great marquises of the Kingdom of Fortia, a great noble family ruling the northern territory of Angelum. The current Marquis, Trens Verdini, was known for being one of the most influential and successful of all the successive heads of the family. He also graduated from the Royal School of Magic with the highest rank of nobility. The protagonist had said he was smart. The girl continued her story. In Angelum, the 3 main guilds were allowed to conduct business freely, but to enhance the prestige of the nobility, they could impose restrictions on them. They say they're allowed in Angeluma to encourage free trade between people. As long as a person has titles, they can choose any commission. Meanwhile, those with money can buy whatever they want. That's why she became an adventurer in this city. MC thoughtfully remarked, so he cares about his people. Liz said yes, but rumor has it he's a bit odd. And now, in the present day, having found himself in the Marquise's palace, Miyabi thought about the atmosphere. He was starting to get a little nervous. Liz had said he was a bit odd, but he'd found the Marquise quite friendly. In any case, he needed to be careful. Looking at the group of people, he wondered if these were the students. At that moment, Trens reappeared before them, accompanied by a woman, and apologized for keeping them waiting. Having stated his name, he shook Weiss's hand and said it was a great honor to work with him. The blacksmith declared, everything will be perfect, he promises. The Marquise looked at the protagonist, who became embarrassed under his gaze. He wondered if the Marquise was looking at him, but of course not. Meanwhile, Trens led the blacksmith through the palace, and said that the palace might look magnificent from the outside, but it had been 200 years since it had been restored. It was more dilapidated than it appeared. He wanted the building's exterior to remain the same, but the interior needed to be furnished to reflect the new era. They needed to transcend the old era and move on. He addressed the apprentices and instructed them to have faith in their master, but never stop thinking for themselves. Everyone should strive for innovation, and he wanted future generations to be proud of this house. With these words, he led the workers into the room and added that they would live in this small room during construction. MC, looking around, noted that the Marquise was a good man for thinking about the artisan's well-being. At that moment, someone pressed a hammer to his head from behind, and asked, "So, is he the stranger who joined them?" Miyabi turned to Sid in surprise, and it was indeed him, but hesitated. The boy exclaimed menacingly, "Listen carefully." He didn't know what had just occurred to him, but he would be his successor. He, Sid, had a heart of iron. Let him remember that. The protagonist said, confused, "It's amazing. He even has a middle name." Hank laughed and said, "He gave it to himself. And this guy's brother, his name is Hank." The protagonist wondered in surprise, who even introduces themselves like that? He apologized out loud for appearing so suddenly and added that he would try not to disturb them. Hank said encouragingly, "No one will complain about the leader's decision." At that moment, Weiss's menacing cry rang out. He told his apprentices to gather their wits. This was no time to slack off. They would be working alongside their comrades. They had been personally approached with this enormous order, so they mustn't dare shirk. Everyone exclaimed that they were ready. The blacksmith added that he had given them the blueprints in advance and would be going around to each one as a supervisor. "Now, everyone, get to work." The workers bustled about, striding resolutely toward the exit. MC thought he needed to make an effort too. He approached Weiss and asked how he could help. The master handed him a quill and some paper, telling him to keep it. Miyabi, perplexed, asked what it was. Weiss replied that they didn't have the blueprints for this part, so he would have to do it himself. The protagonist was dumbfounded. "Himself?" the blacksmith irritably remarked. "Yes, does he have to repeat this?" The protagonist was indignant. "No. How did he expect them to build anything without blueprints?" Weiss said in surprise. They simply couldn't come up with a good design for this part of the palace, so he decided to entrust it to him. MC exclaimed, "But construction has already begun." He wondered if this man was trying to get him into trouble. The blacksmith summarized, "So from today on, he's responsible for this man and the large bathhouse." With these words, he pushed Karoi forward, who was incredibly embarrassed. Miyabi looked at him in amazement, and the boy stuttered, "Please let him take care of him." The protagonist, confused, thought, "Are they really going to be okay?" He sat down next to the artificial tank and wondered, what's wrong with Weiss? He dumped all this responsibility on him, and then ran away. He looked at Charon and thought, this guy seems pretty good. He looks like an owl. From the side, he looks even thinner, but the main problem remains the bathhouse. He never thought he'd have to design anything. Although on the other hand, isn't this a great opportunity for him? The infrastructure itself doesn't need to be changed, just renovated. The main thing is the interior, so he can create whatever he wants, and he doesn't have to worry about the budget. He started drawing the bathtub. Karen tried to get his attention. When the protagonist noticed, he apologized, adding that he'd gotten carried away. Did he call him? Did something happen? MC, catching himself, added, by the way, he hasn't introduced himself yet. He told the assistant his name. The guy stuttered back, telling him his again, then sheepishly said he'd bitten his tongue. Miyabi remarked that it must have hurt. He remarked out loud, "They're both artisans, right? Then they need to work together." As he probably already figured out, they needed to come up with a design first. Could he start dismantling first? Then he'd join him. Noticing his displeased expression, the protagonist wondered in surprise, what the hell was he angry about? But he's easy to work with. After a while, he brought the plans to the Marquise for approval. Trenz looked them over and said, "This one is in the traditional elven Polish style, and this one is in the style of a dwarven rock cave." After thinking for a moment, he added, "It's all very trivial." The protagonist seemed petrified by his verdict. He thought it was funny, and he was trying to surprise him with this. The Marquise said he'd like to see something unconventional, something he'd never seen before. MC remarked, so his favorite fantasy architecture, which he'd surprised everyone with in the game, would seem completely ordinary here. This world is very similar to the fantasy games of his time. The world of dream games, to which he devoted so much of his time, was the pinnacle of these fantasy games. What new could he offer this world, which was so similar to a dream world game? When he returned to the bathroom, he saw Charon already starting to dismantle the floor. The craftsman asked in surprise, "He's already back?" Miyabi looked around and thought, as he expected, there's still a lot of work to be done here. Noticing a cart piled high with pieces of dismantled flooring being rolled by Charon, he exclaimed, "There's too much. He doesn't need to carry such heavy things. He should just use his inventory." Charon asked in confusion, "Inventory?" The protagonist said in confusion, "Please don't tell him he doesn't have that ability." The guy exclaimed, "Yes, there is an inventory. He has a lunchbox in there." The protagonist, confused, asked if he had heard right. Charon replied, "There's hot and delicious food in there." The MC asked, "Is that all there is?" The craftsman, confused, replied, "That's it." He remembered Liz's words, how artisans were the least fortunate of all the manufacturing professions. So that's all this guy could fit in his inventory? Well, not much. He extended his hand and asked if he could borrow the hammer he was holding. Taking the tool in his hand, he struck the floor so hard that the remaining surface cracked. Charon let out a surprised exclamation, confused. Miyabi wondered just how weak the artisan's skills were. After a while, sitting over the blueprints, the protagonist became lost in thought. The artisan addressed him as a teacher. He irritably replied, "Don't call him that." The guy protested, but to him, he had become a teacher. The way he destroyed the floor with a single blow would forever remain etched in his memory. The protagonist wondered where his stutter had gone. Evening came, and Karen asked admiringly, how did he learn that special move? He even envied him. So where did he learn it? It's amazing what talent can lead to. MC cursed silently and wished he could go to bed already, but out loud he patiently said, he wouldn't call it talent. Even he can do it. The guy stared at him incredulously. Miyabi clarified, he hasn't even tried, right? So anything is possible, Karen drawled in amazement. Even he can do that. The next day, after inspecting the demolition work, the protagonist smiled and remarked that he never thought he'd be wrecking so much. Karen exclaimed in admiration, "They did it so quickly, incredibly fast." By the way, he has a question for him. After showing him one of the rooms, the craftsman asked if he knew what this place was for. The protagonist looked around the room, noticing a bathtub-like structure, and said he wasn't here. Suddenly, Trenz's voice rang out behind them, telling them this was the place for boiling water. MC jumped in surprise and shouted the Marquis's name. The man continued with a smile. "They boil water here and carry it to the bath next door." Miyabi noted in surprise, "But there's no running water." Trenz said they brought it from the well in the courtyard. He noticed, "But that's rather inconvenient." The Marquis replied that he usually entrusted this job to someone skilled in fire magic. He carried the water and boiled it with fire magic, but he got too old and quit. The job was simple, but finding a new worker was difficult and problematic. Perhaps he had any good ideas? He replied that he already had a design he wanted to show him, but he needed to add a few things to it. The Marquis sat down on the floor and said, "In that case, he'll wait here." The protagonist, confused, shouted, "He'll bring him a chair right now." After a while, he sat down at the table to finalize the drawing. A short time later, the protagonist brought the Marquis his work and asked what he thought of it. He mentally noted that this design was a tribute to one of the game's architects, Dreamworld. It would be perfect for this world. Trenz, studying the drawing, remarked, "So he decided to base it on the architecture of the Makalini Elven dynasty?" MC, utterly confused, thought, "Damn, that even exists here." Sometime later, Weiss sat in the Marquis's office giving a report. He said that was almost all he could say for today. Trenz replied that he was glad everything was going well, and according to plan, with the exception of the large bathhouse. The dwarf chuckled and said, "That'll take a long time. It would be boring if everything went that easily." The Marquis remarked how cruel he was. He'd already agreed to their final design for the large bathhouse. The blacksmith sighed and said, "Yes, if all else fails, they'll take advantage of it." But something tells him he wouldn't mind either. Trenz replied regretfully, "It's all because of his bad habit. If he sees an opportunity, he's sure to seize it." Weiss chuckled and agreed. His thirst for something new hadn't diminished at all. He doesn't change. The same goes for him. Even a client's desire sometimes can't stop him. Though they call him a master, he's still a novice, eager to see where the talent of this young man named Miyabi will lead. The Marquis laughed and remarked that they seemed a bit overconfident, but since he'd already set his sights on them, he'd wait, as they say. At this time, the main character was racking his brains over new drawings. Karen watched him closely, standing next to him. The protagonist said he had a few interesting ideas. Meanwhile, Eleanor was reading a book in the garden. Liz called out to her anxiously, apologizing for keeping her waiting. The girl assured her that everything was fine. She just arrived a few minutes ago, and that cute outfit really suited her. Liz sheepishly thanked her and added, she spent a lot of money on it. They hadn't seen each other in so long, so she decided to wear something other than her adventurer's clothes. She usually didn't buy things like that, but since Miyabi was with her now, she thought everything would be fine. Eleanor noticed, didn't she? But since Miyabi didn't mind, everything was fine. By the way, speaking of him, he hadn't been seen at the Adventurers Guild for a while. Liz exclaimed, "Oh, she meant that. He was going to help renovate the Duke's mansion. How wonderful, isn't it?" Eleanor listened with a smile and said, "Yes, great." After a while, the protagonist lay on the floor, exhausted, cursing. For the third day in a row, they continued to bring the Marquis designs, and for the third day, he continued to reject all options. Therefore, the bathroom renovation progress hadn't moved forward. The only thing he realized during this time was that almost all the fantasy architecture from the game already existed here. The library of the Duke's residence contained an impressive collection of various books. They had nothing much to do, so another team took care on. And the Marquis told him, during his next review of the design, that he wanted to see something he'd never seen before. What kind of vague assignment was this? He needed to be more specific. In desperation, he brought him another design he'd come up with, a nautical theme. Trenz noted with bewilderment that he seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. The protagonist, looking at his drawing with new eyes, agreed. He thought so too. He thought it all reminded him of those times. Then, he did everything according to the client's wishes, but the client rejected his idea, saying it wasn't what he wanted. No, that's not surprising. Sometimes his ideas and the client's differ, and in other cases, the client's desires change on the fly. Sitting in a cafe with his friends, he exclaimed in frustration, "This is unreasonable. He can't read minds. He's not a psychic." His friend then replied, "That's why it's so important to listen to the client, to what they need and want. You need to be able to shift your perspective, to understand what's on your client's mind." Remembering this story, at that moment he thought, think like your client, right? Leaving the room and looking at all the splendor around him, MC noted that he was at a loss when he thought about it. There was so much luxury everywhere that his head was spinning. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Maybe if he looked at the palace from the outside, he could understand the Marquis. He strode down the stairs to the street and headed for the area in front of the palace. Alicia suddenly appeared in his path and, turning to him, said there were no areas designated for repairs. He flinched at the girl's unexpected appearance and thought, a maid? Thank goodness. Miyabi replied, confused. He was a bit lost here. She looked at him, apologized, and added that going beyond the area under repair was prohibited. Where was he going? The protagonist said, the bathroom. The girl pointed out that the room was in the next building. She would take him there. The protagonist tried to object, saying that she was probably very busy, so she could just tell him where to go. Alicia glared at him and gloomily repeated, "She will take him there." MC, seeing her determined attitude, deemed it prudent not to argue and thanked her, agreeing to her offer. Following her, he wondered, "What's going on?" He told her his name and added that he was part of the construction crew. Alicia, without turning to face him, replied that she was eagerly awaiting the results. He exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful garden. So many roses. They bloom at this time of year, right?" The girl answered shortly and dryly, "Right." He then walked on in silence, thinking how amazing it was. He felt somehow awkward. He felt as if he were staying with a friend of a friend who was unfamiliar to him. He couldn't stand this silence any longer. He wished she would see him out already. At that moment, he saw Mel and Chiffon in the garden, playing with the teddy bear they had given the adventurer. Mel said theatrically to the toy in a dark voice, "Bear, it smells so good." The girl replied in the bear's voice, "She's been deceiving him from the start. No one will come to his aid. Let her leave him alone." The protagonist called out to Mel in surprise and asked what she was doing here. She said in bewilderment, "He's everywhere." The protagonist chuckled and said, "Those were his words." Chiffon approached Mel and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" MC automatically noted the girl who had been playing with Mel. Expensive fabric, a soft voice, graceful manners. Could this really be who he thought she was? Mel said she would introduce them. This was Miyabi, an F rank, excellent at getting lost. Recently, a D rank. Chiffon asked in surprise, "Is he an adventurer?" By the way, she forgot to introduce herself. The girl smiled and said her name, Chiffon Verdini. He thought with a smile, "Well, of course. It's the Marcus's daughter. Mel sure found someone to play with." He wondered out loud what they were doing here. And what was with that toy? The bear was very wet. Mel replied, "Nothing special. They were just playing with dolls. They got carried away playing and accidentally dropped the teddy bear in the mud. They washed it and played." Chiffon noted with a smile, "That's how it is." He thought, "So that's it," Alicia said with a stern expression. "They could have just called her." Chiffon exclaimed, "Don't make that face." She wanted to at least do the laundry herself. Mel asked Miyabi, "What is he doing here? Is he lost again?" He replied irritably, "If you get lost in the Lord's estate, there's bound to be trouble." Although he got a little lost, Weiss asked him to help with the renovations here. Although perhaps it can't be called just help. He was entrusted with the plans for an entire bathhouse, but so far he's been unable to get anything done. Mel hugged him, trying to support him. Chiffon said thoughtfully, "So he works here. He's so young and already responsible for an entire bathhouse. It's amazing. It must be hard to please her father." He noticed, that's not the right word. The girl added, "Her father is a very busy man, but she always spends a lot of time taking baths. She can't wait to see their beautiful new bathhouse." True, they can't help, only support. Mel raised her hands and began chanting the word, "Come on." Miyabi chuckled and thought that, in its own way, that was also not bad. After that, Chiffon suggested that Mel go wash the teddy bear. They became engrossed in their games again. The protagonist remembered Chiffon's words about her father being busy and his love of baths. The Marquise's daughter remarked, "The foam is so fluffy. It seems their toy is happy." Mel exclaimed, "Oh yeah." The protagonist, looking at them, thought, "Everything here is so magnificent that it dazzles the eyes. Things he's never seen before." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "There it is." Without another word, he ran to the table, grabbed a quill, and began quickly scribbling something on the paper. The girls looked at him in surprise. After some time, when he finished, MC turned to Alicia and asked her to escort him to the Marquise's room. The maid, perplexed by his behavior, complied with his request. When Miyabi reached the Marquise, he enthusiastically and at length explained his plan to Trends. The Duke smiled approvingly, looking at him. After a while, he joyfully ran out of the office. Karen, running up to him, delightedly asked, "Did everyone really approve?" The protagonist was jubilant. They had finally been given permission. He should forgive him for keeping him waiting. Mel rejoiced along with her friend. The protagonist clenched his fist and said with anticipation, "Here they are at the starting line." Karan, looking at him, thought how wonderful it was. He actually managed to create a design approved by the Duke himself. Suddenly, MC asked how he could master the secret techniques. Karan exclaimed, "I want to become a craftsman like him." He told him that he could do it too. Miyabi asked, "Did he really say that?" The boy replied, "Yes, he did. Please, let him teach him. He could do anything. He was tired of being a burden." Mr. Weiss had taken him into the workshop out of pity, but he was only slightly better at enchanting than the others, and that was all he could do. He could only watch others work. He hated it. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, listening to his passionate speech, thinking about the serious look in the boy's eyes. This was the first artisan besides himself he'd met in this world. When he'd first arrived, he'd had no time to think about others, but maybe he could help somehow. At least the child standing before him now. So, he smiled and told Karen he couldn't give any guarantees. Would that be okay with him? The boy happily threw himself at him, calling him his teacher. The protagonist said, "Well then, first, he wanted him to show him what he could create." Karen said sheepishly, "He's only good at hammers, because he uses them often." Picking up a large knife, he began crafting the item. First, he sawed a log, then crafted the parts by hand, then assembled it all, and finally, wiping the sweat from his forehead, he exclaimed, "It's done." MC asked in surprise why he wasn't using a skill to create it. Where was the convenience of instant crafting? Karen sheepishly replied, "If he used a skill, this would be it." He immediately showed a deformed hammer. He started fixing it, then continued, then had to adjust it again, and the hammer handle was short. Miyabi thought about the poor craftsmanship. There's no point in speeding up the craft if, in the end, time is wasted on corrections. Of course, there's a chance his skill is special. But beyond inventory and support magic, there's likely a skill level, and they just don't know about it. Then there's only one solution: leveling up. This is a suitable option for leveling up. It's also necessary for the reconstruction of the bathhouse. Only one item is suitable. He said out loud. He'd come up with something to assign him. Showing him a small cube, he told him to use his crafting skill and make him 5,000 stone blocks of that size. Charon was stunned. 5,000? He couldn't create something of that quality and in that quantity with just his skill. Better to do it the old-fashioned way. The protagonist countered that his skill wouldn't improve if he didn't use it. This was an important detail, one that would become a key element for the bathhouse. He understood it was difficult, but perhaps he could try? Charon repeated in confusion. An important detail. If he said so, then he'd try. Watching the artisan's attempts to create the item, he thought there must be a reason Weiss had brought this guy to the Lord's estate. Perhaps this was the purpose for which he had united the artisans. They seemed to be skillfully led. He'd entrusted Charon with making the cube, so it was time for him to get to work. It would be a self-heating bathtub, or rather, a prototype. The method was simple. You needed to prepare stone blocks enchanted with the elements of fire and water. A block with the element of water would be a source block. A block with the element of fire would be a heating block. Then you simply needed to install them in alternating positions, and now there would be a constant flow of hot water. Imagining it all, he thought, great, everything is planned. Now he wouldn't have to resort to manual labor, fetching water from the well. No, actually, maybe it would turn out even better than planned. The protagonist decided to go get materials for a real bathtub. He ran into Weiss. The craftsman exclaimed. He'd heard they'd received permission. He was a real genius. So what did it all turn out like? Let him show him the drawing. The protagonist looked puzzled, even though he was asking about it so calmly. Please stop giving him such crazy orders. The dwarf laughed and said, he's just the man for crazy orders. Looking at the blueprints, he asked in confusion, did he use an enchantment to fill the bath with hot water? MC remarked with a smile. He noticed. That's what an expert is. Enchantments can create water. So he came up with a system that utilizes it. Weiss drawled. He thinks such a brilliant idea is something to brag about. Miyabi said he just finished the prototype. Would he like to see it? Weiss exclaimed in surprise. What? He'd better get back and quickly. The protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, Charon ran up to them and shouted anxiously, trouble, there's a real disaster down there in the bathhouse. There's a real flood. After a while, when the flood was cleared, Alicia, mop in hand, sighed heavily and said, with that, let her take her leave. The protagonist, overcome with guilt, apologized for causing so much trouble. Weiss admonished him. Honestly, even a child knows that you can't leave the faucet running. Charon added, you can't leave everything unattended. MC thought regretfully, like he was being scolded like a child. The craftsman continued, but it's still strange. They always use a lot of water here. How do they clean it up? The dwarf replied, this estate is 200 years old, and the entire infrastructure is ancient too. He thought, just like in the past, they just remove it with magic. Miyabi remarked, I see, so there are no running water here. It's all manual labor. Weiss asked, puzzled. What does manual labor mean? The protagonist shared some ideas with him. Finally, after some thought, the craftsman said, I see. He wants to do everything so as not to put unnecessary strain on the mages. Charon admiringly told the protagonist, he took care of others, as expected of the teacher. Weiss said, well, in that case, they have two problems. First, the bath he made is no good. MC objected. He doesn't think the real thing will look like the prototype, does he? The master replied. That's not the problem. Let him try stacking the enchanted stones like before. When the protagonist complied, he said everything worked. The water was warm. The dwarf said, now, let him take off his shoes and stand in there. When the protagonist did that, he screamed because his feet were so hot. Charon called out anxiously, is he okay? Weiss pointed out that the enchantment's strength can be adjusted by changing the amount of mana input. Heating the water this way is excellent, but leaving the hot blocks on the surface is not. Miyabi, whose feet were being cooled by the carrying Charon, replied, I understand, but was it really necessary to use him as an example? And what's the second problem? The dwarf pointed to a stone block on the floor and said, this stone is confusing me. The foundation of the Duke's estate is much thicker than usual. There are 3 layers of these stones. To lay the water supply, they'll have to cut through them. Realistically, they won't make it in time. The protagonist clarified, but surely that's possible, Charon exclaimed. It's no problem for the master's techniques. Weiss asked, perplexed. What do they mean? The protagonist grabbed a shovel, instantly breaking through the layers of stone floor, and dug a hole. The master couldn't believe his eyes. MC asked him, can he continue to the river? The blacksmith exclaimed in surprise. Who the hell is he? Miyabi, ignoring his surprise, said, well, something just occurred to him while he was digging. Weiss muttered in confusion. Well, he'd come back as if nothing had happened. The protagonist remarked, well, he always has the same reaction. He was starting to think that if the master wasn't surprised, it must have been a bad idea. The dwarf had said not to anger him. What sensible idea had just occurred to him? The protagonist had explained that the water needed to be hot. They couldn't lower the temperature. So, how about heating it elsewhere? A valve would supply water, which would flow into the heating chamber, and the excess would drain into the river. Something like that. Weiss noted with surprise. He'd never seen anything like that before. But of course, when the bath isn't in use, the water goes into the river. MC noted sadly, although he felt sorry for wasting it like that. The dwarf agreed. Yes, for them, commoners, it was a luxury. Miyabi thought it really was a luxury. He'd lived near hot springs for so long, he'd almost forgotten that the first inn only had a small basin of hot water. He wondered out loud if it was even worth dumping hot water into the river. It could harm the fish. Karan said that if it couldn't be hot, they could cool it. Blow on it, for example. The protagonist considered cooling it. Then he exclaimed, how could they do that? He explained his idea to his allies, and everyone agreed. After a while, there was a knock on Zion's office door. Eleanor entered and apologized for disturbing him. He asked in surprise, she's dressed up like that. Where was she going? The girl smiled sheepishly and replied, on a date. If he wanted, she could brag. Zion replied that if she didn't want to answer, no need. How complicated everything was with her. Why did she bother him on his day off? Eleanor said she'd heard something curious, and just in case, decided to report it to him. He asked, what's the problem? The girls seemed to notice. An adventurer, without permission, took on a commission under the jurisdiction of the production guild, so they say. Zion looked at her puzzled. Meanwhile, two workers asked the protagonist and Karen what they were doing every day until late. The MC clarified, oh, is that what they were talking about? He was making a test relief for tomorrow's work. Karen replied, he's making the details. The workers remarked in surprise. They would have done that tomorrow. Staying up all night is bad for your health. Miyabi chuckled and said he'd be finished soon. It's just that the flower petals aren't coming out right. The workers, looking at the relief, said everything seemed fine to them. The other workers, overhearing their conversation, began to mutter among themselves, asking what they were doing. The protagonist said he was carving the relief. Any advice? If he made it any thinner, it would definitely break. They actively joined in solving the problem. Sid stretched lazily, walked up to them and exclaimed sarcastically, they were praising him, so he's getting cocky. But really, who would believe it? The protagonist thought in confusion, was he really that cocky? The guy continued, he'll figure this out now. Several different knives appeared in his hand. He grabbed the relief and began quickly correcting the drawing. After a while, he blew the dust off the relief, handed it to MC, and said, something like that. Let him look at it and remember it well. Miyabi, glancing at the relief, was simply amazed by what he saw. He exclaimed in surprise, what is this? One of the workers said as always, awesome. The protagonist said in confusion, the petals look alive, as if they weren't even stone. And how could someone carve something like that? Blacksmiths could do that. The workers looked at him and burst into laughter. Sid frowned and glared at them, irritated. The protagonist also didn't understand the reason for their laughter. Hank said he should forgive them. It's just that they haven't seen such a reaction in so long. Putting an arm around his brother, he added, Sid the sculptor. Confused, MC almost shouted, a sculptor? Wasn't he from their workshop? They have a mason, a furniture maker, a carpenter. Hank noted, he says it's a workshop. But in reality, there are many. The chief usually has both ordinary blacksmiths like himself and eccentrics who want to become blacksmiths in the forge, despite their profession as sculptors. Sid irritably asked him to shut up. Hank continued, for the chief, it doesn't matter much what their specialty is. He always says that craft has no boundaries. Therefore, he takes into his own hands anyone in whom he sees potential. He likes to repeat that raising young for himself is his hobby. Miyabi said, now he understood. He'd been wondering why there were so many young craftsmen, even though the order had been placed by the Duke himself. One of the workers said it was their chance to prove themselves. The master expected great things from everyone. Sid exclaimed, that's why they'll never disgrace Weiss Black Iron with their work. All the workers echoed his call. At that moment, Karen suddenly screamed. The protagonist jumped in surprise and asked, what happened? The craftsman showed him a small cube and exclaimed, let the teacher see this. He created it with his skill. He clarified in surprise, really? The young man added, he'll try to create another one. When he managed to repeat his success, his allies were simply amazed. The protagonist thought in surprise, he definitely created it with his skill. The craftsman exclaimed with delight, that's so great. Now he can create this in huge quantities. MC praised him. Well done. Great work. Now let him enchant them all with the element of wind. Karan exclaimed in fear. What? He looked so pathetic that the workers tried to comfort him. He remarked in surprise, is that so difficult? He later learned that enchantment magic, which requires precise mana control, is believed to be limited to a couple hundred uses per day. After some time, he began examining the carvings Sid had made from all angles, after which he approached him with a question. The boy asked in surprise, the secret of the carving? He thought he had something serious to tell him, since he'd come to his workstation. Why should he tell him anything at all? The protagonist respectfully replied that he understood he'd interrupted their work, and he should apologize. Sid responded, and his carving was also appreciated. The protagonist remarked that at first he'd thought it would do, but still, when he creates something, doesn't he want to give it his best? Sid looked at him in confusion, then remarked, as it became obvious to him, that he didn't like losing, even though he was always smiling. MC objected. What is he saying? He doesn't think that's true. Sid exclaimed. That's exactly it. He wants to beat the sculptor at his art. Miyabi scratched his head in confusion and thought, who said he wants to win? He just wants to improve his skills? The guy continued. So, he wants to create something of the same quality as he does. He could see it in his face. He thinks he can do it. The protagonist objected. What is he saying? He's not that arrogant. Sid thought for a moment and said, okay. He agrees to teach him, but only after hours. The protagonist, not expecting to hear consent, exclaimed, did he hear you right? The sculptor said, well, it won't hurt him, and besides, it will knock him down a peg. After a while, everything went back to normal. MC managed to do his work and then learn from Sid. All the workers who had finished their work began helping him with the bathhouse voluntarily, working on reliefs, statues, and trim. Karan created small cubes, delighted by his success. The team became even closer. One day, Miyabi treated his friends to delicious food and even became friends with Sid. Karen helped him with the drawings. The work was in full swing. No one was idle. Weiss watched with approval at such close-knit effort, everyone giving it their all to the point of exhaustion. After a while, everything was ready. Sid, wiping his face, said, he nearly lost his mind. Hank laughed joyfully and exclaimed, good job. One of the workers asked Hank if they were finished too. The guy replied, yes, everything is great. But Sid was told to fix a few things. The workers laughed harmlessly. The guy added, still, you don't see that often. The Duke himself is conducting construction inspection. This is a check of the finished work to ensure it complies with the approved drawings. Nobles and other wealthy people usually delegate this task to secretaries. Sid said, only Miyabi's work remains. When Trenz and Weiss arrived at the bathhouse, the Marquise asked if they were ready. Karen trembled with fear, but the protagonist answered with confidence, absolutely. While the Duke and the blacksmith inspected everything, Karen, clinging to the protagonist, whispered, his heart is about to burst out of his chest. He whispered back, just a little longer, please be patient. But honestly, he was nervous too. He thought he was never used to criticism of his work. He always got nervous when it came down to it, even though he was confident in his work. But it would be rude of him not to live up to the expectations placed on him. Holding his head high, Trent said there are no problems with the changing room. Thanks to the flame enchantment, it's warm and cozy here. MC replied, it's usually cold inside stone buildings, so that's completely out of place here. Well, time to move on to the bathhouse then. He asks them to follow him. The bathhouse was stunning in its luxury and beauty. The ceiling was a glass dome, through which the treetops and sky could be seen. Inside, decorative trees and flowers stood in pots. The walls were decorated with relief inlays, statues stood in niches, and in the center of the bathhouse stood a large, comfortable bathtub resembling a pool. Trenz was amazed by all this splendor. MC said before he began his inspection, let him tell you a few things. A relaxation room for a new generation, a new vision of relaxation. By adding the warmth of trees to the architecture and sculptures that convey 200 years of history, they created a space for relaxation. Behind the glass, he sees a greenhouse garden, allowing him to enjoy the foliage and flowers year-round. They created this bathhouse with the emphasis on relaxation. A jacuzzi, air bubbles escaping from tiny stone blocks, will pleasantly massage his body. There are about 5,000 cubes in total. He thought he'd die before he installed it all. By alternating between the state-of-the-art sauna, now praised even by the royal court, and the bath, he can achieve a state of supreme pleasure, which many call bliss. The bath is surrounded on 4 sides by statues of goddesses. Also, the conservative stone sculptures have been completely transformed. Both the therapeutic bath and the jacuzzi are imitation open-air baths, fashioned to resemble rice paddies. Afterwards, they prepared 4 types of hot springs and a greenhouse garden, which can be admired even in winter. The Marquise remarked with surprise that there seemed to be problems with the springs, but they managed to fix everything. Miyabi sheepishly apologized to him for that incident. Trenz remarked that there was something that would be difficult to test under current conditions. Had he thought of anything? The protagonist smiled and said he needn't worry. He could inspect everything. He waved to the workers sitting on the roof. The day before, they'd asked him if they could help him. He hadn't refused and said yes when their inspection was over, though it would be physical labor. The workers smiled and assured him not to worry, just leave everything to them. They were a team after all. And now, seeing his signal, the workers threw a dark material over the ceiling, making it as dark as night outside. The Marquise was simply amazed. He thought nothing unexpected could happen during an inspection. He'd already seen everything in the blueprints. So why does this natural peace touch his soul so much? It was the night lighting. The protagonist then pointed to the statues and said that's what had stood there before. He said he didn't mind if they dismantled them, but the statues were beautiful, and he thought he should leave some memento of them. The Marquise thought admiringly. There were no unnecessary, useless embellishments. The focus was entirely on relaxation. A new design idea, inspired by nature, while still paying homage to the previous architect. This was exactly the style he was looking for. He thanked the protagonist with feeling. The protagonist thought sheepishly. He hadn't initially taken this commission seriously, but he wanted to see how professionals worked and what noble estates looked like. He didn't think his talents would be highly regarded. However, for the first time, he met another artisan, Karan. He made a friend, Sid, who wasn't always honest with himself, and others who agreed to lend a helping hand. Of course, there were some mistakes, but he was having fun. Was he even worthy of such happiness? Out loud, he answered the Marquis. He was glad he had managed to live up to his expectations. Trend said, "Well, it's time for a work inspection." MC was confused, thinking everything up until then had just been a tour, and he was overjoyed. He replied that he was right. In that case, they should check the plans. The Duke countered, "No, that wasn't necessary. The best way to check if everything met his requirements was to take a bath." Trends immediately undressed and climbed into the spring, enjoying the hot water, the jacuzzi, and the stunning view all around. Miyabi turned away, confused, wondering what he was even looking at. Weiss exclaimed that he could bathe later, but it was already late. The Duke was thoroughly enjoying the new bathhouse. Sometime later, the Marquis held a party, attended by not only the nobility, but also the common workers. The protagonist, pouring Weiss's wine, glanced at the Duke, who was chatting with some aristocrat, and remarked that he looked completely different now. The blacksmith replied that no matter how much of a bather he was still the local lord. The protagonist asked, "By the way, should they really be here? This was a party celebrating the completion of the renovations for the nobles, wasn't it?" "Sure, they had a hand in it, but they were commoners, after all." Weiss replied that they were invited, so there was no need to be modest. Still, it was interesting how he came up with the idea with the different baths. MC sheepishly replied that such establishments were common in his homeland, and he'd drawn inspiration from them. At first, he racked his brains, and this didn't work, and that didn't work either. He thought he needed to come up with something truly extravagant, but he was wrong. The Duke's head holds more knowledge than a whole library's worth of books, and every step of the estate is a masterpiece of art. His eyes are no longer surprising, so he thought he was looking for a thrill, but it was the opposite. Chiffon's words about her father always spending a lot of time bathing, and the fact that he was a very busy man, gave him many things to think about. The Duke simply needed a place where he could relax. So he created an artificial waterfall, the sound of which was soothing, and while retaining the atmosphere of a nobleman's residence, he added wood to the decor, which was pleasing to the eye. He thought it would be easy to copy a regular Japanese bathhouse, but then he wouldn't have been involved in the work. It seemed that Sid had said that he simply couldn't lose. He really had learned a lot. At that moment, Sid called out to him from the table with the dishes and exclaimed, "This meat is so delicious." Karen added, "And the omelette is so fluffy." He replied, he hasn't eaten anything yet. Running up to his friends, he began sampling the dishes, and they each pushed something new and delicious. Weiss looked at them with a smile and muttered, "He envies adventurers." Sometime later, Chiffon came to her father in the greenhouse garden and wished him good evening. She said she had just seen off the last of her guests. The Marquise remarked, "Yes, Sir Shanbell loves to talk. He couldn't escape. Thank her for helping with the guests' welcome." The girl remarked in surprise. Winter was approaching, and it was already night, yet it was so warm here. Trends said it was all thanks to that craftsman, Miyabi. It seemed the warmth was retained by the steam from the bathhouse being channeled through pipes. They could even grow plants that only survive in tropical climates. He had replanted the sepia roses that had nearly wilted, and they seemed to really like it here. The girl exclaimed, "Wonderful." She thought they'd see beautiful flowers like his locks in the spring. The Marquis laughed, looking lovingly at his daughter. She said, "I wonder if flowers from the capital can be grown here too?" He asked which ones she would like. Chiffon laughed and said, "It's a secret." The Marquise feigned lamentation, saying that children her age were so difficult. The girl noticed some sheets of paper with drawings on the table and asked what they were. The Marquise replied, "Blueprints." They were quite interesting to look at. She looked at them in surprise, pointed at the drawing, and asked what that line was that extended toward the city. He said it was that artisan's request. After a while, Liz impatiently pulled the protagonist by the hand, urging him to hurry. He exclaimed, "His hand! He was perfectly capable of walking on his own." The girl was indignant. "Why is he so slow today?" The protagonist objected. What did she expect? He only returned home yesterday, she exclaimed. "But they'll be late." He wondered in confusion. "Are they late?" Liz suddenly shouted. "They're almost there." "Well, there they are." MC was surprised to see a large crowd ahead, chattering happily and huddled around something. Shouts were heard. They heard there was a special foot bath, and someone saw a sign that the opening was today. Suddenly he remembered, that's right, today was the opening. When he was at the Marquise's estate, he had told him that due to the enchantment, the flow of hot water couldn't be stopped. Therefore, they would drain it into the river, and before that, reduce the temperature by running it through a long pipe. He planned to use the excess heat for a greenhouse. And also, if he allowed it, he would like to open a special bath for commoners in the city. Karan then exclaimed in fear, "Blocks again? He wouldn't make it." But everything was decided in time. Liz exclaimed. She had been looking forward to this so much. They sat on the edge of the bath and dipped their feet in the water. He thought how warm it was. He heard someone talking about opening a shop. Liz said, "By the way, Eleanor asked him to come to her on his return." He asked, "What was the matter?" The girl replied that she didn't know, but she even gave the exact date and time. MC was surprised. "Whoa, so that's why she was in such a hurry." Litz smiled and jokingly remarked, "Have they found out?" He looked at her with a smile. She was sad. After a while, they arrived at the guild and settled into Zion's office. Eleanor said, and with that, she apologized. The guild master briefly explained the problem to the protagonist, summing it up. In this simple way, it turned out he'd been working without permission from the Adventurers Guild and the Manufacturing Guild. The protagonist and Litz bowed their heads before him and apologized. MC said guiltily, I never would have thought it would turn out like this. The girl said, she didn't think it through either, and she gave permission herself. Zion countered, no, in a sense they're victims here. If they were more careful in the future, there would be no consequences. They had already established that Weiss was the source of all the problems. This man was somewhat famous for his tendency to do things his own way. He had once told him that paperwork was his responsibility. If he had any questions, he should ask himself first. The protagonist looked at the Marquise and thought he had clearly learned a lot from the blacksmith. Zion continued, telling them not to forget what he had told them, but he had summoned them on another matter. The allies stared at him in surprise. Liz asked in confusion, on another matter. The master handed them a document and said it was their personal order. They would be leaving immediately to meet the client. Such were the circumstances. Sometime later, the comrades arrived at the palace. Marquise Trenz personally came out to greet them, joyfully shouting, hello. Both the protagonist and Liz stared at him in confusion. MC whispered to the girl in bewilderment. Do they all see each other that often? She replied irritably. No, of course not. Who does he take nobles for? She'd said he'd make connections, of course, but to that extent. Zion asked sternly, how do they behave in front of a lord? The companions apologized. Liz bowed to the Marquis, stated her name, and added that she was an adventurer. It was a great honor to meet him. The Duke said, no need for formalities, let her feel at home. He'd recently been amazed by the talent of the craftsman Miyabi. However, Weiss said that his primary profession was an adventurer, and he wanted to see his companions. Liz responded sheepishly, saying that she was quite ordinary compared to Miyabi. Trenz countered, no need to be modest. He'd found out everything about her accomplishments. He couldn't deny her lack of experience dealing with nobles, but he would like to entrust them with protecting his daughter on the 600-kilometer journey from the capital. The allies looked at him in surprise. The protagonist thought, this is the perfect chance for Liz. She answered the Marquise. She will be honest with him. The two of them wouldn't be enough to escort and protect her. There's a limit to what a mage and a craftsman can do. At a minimum, 2 more melee fighters and 1 ranged fighter are needed, in addition to herself. She has little experience recruiting adventurers, so they will accept whoever he hires. The Marquise remarked. As he had heard, she is very cautious. Then, what do they think of this news? The recruitment process has already been completed. 1 group of A-rank adventurers and 1 B-rank adventurer. He thinks that's enough. In other words, their presence is already excessive. It will be the A-rank adventurer group, Red Cliff, and the B-rank adventurer Mel. All they had to do in this squad was show him they could be useful. They say the goddess of fortune has only 1 strand of hair, and whether they can snatch it up depends entirely on them. Liz thought sadly about the group. After a while, the protagonist thought about it. Out of the blue, they'd been given a job escorting and protecting Duke Chiffon's daughter. The destination was the Royal Magic Academy in the capital. A squad of high-class bodyguards had already been selected, and they were simply surplus. Therefore, they were given a separate task, something extremely vague. Show that they could be useful. But Liz was very sad. He looked at her sympathetically, thinking that ever since they left the Duke's mansion, she seemed to have been depressed about something. He asked if she didn't want to take on this job. He thought they might still refuse. The girl countered, no, nothing of the sort. She didn't think they'd have such an opportunity again. Something was just bothering her. Suddenly, they saw Eleanor, and Liz called out to her, saying the guild master had asked them to come see her. She greeted them and said they needed to take care of a few formalities, so she asked them to follow her. As they climbed to the 2nd floor, she said they could congratulate them. Not everyone could receive a personal commission from the Duke. They continued to surprise them. Liz said that if anyone here was surprising, it was the MC, not her. Was receiving a commission from the Marquise really that rare? Eleanor replied with a smile that nobles usually only hired adventurers of rank A and above. Moreover, if a person lacks widespread fame, an impeccable reputation, and significant achievements, no one would even consider them. The very fact that a nobleman had approached them gave them prestige among adventurers. Miyabi told Liz, so that's why she mentioned connections. Liz remarked, thinking it was more of a test than a commission, to see if they were even worthy of receiving work from nobles. Eleanor asked if the Duke had said anything like that. Liz replied, no, he'd only said they had to prove their worth. Simply put, if they couldn't prove their worth this time, then next time, no one would need them. She turned to the protagonist and continued, when he told them about the commission, he didn't mention the departure date or the size of the entire caravan. Did he remember that? She thought it was a test, too. Would he trust cautious people who couldn't plan anything? The protagonist replied that he thought she was exaggerating. The Duke didn't seem like the type to treat them like that. Liz looked at him in surprise and said, he's so naive. Eleanor smiled and remarked, it was even sweet. He wondered sheepishly why he was so ashamed of their reaction. Liz said, the nobles are different from them. Their common sense and ideas. He thought, he understands that they grew up in different circumstances, but he really doesn't want to think about social stratification. Suddenly, Liz tugged at his sleeve and said, there, up ahead, are other adventurers. They stared in surprise at the approaching group. Liz, looking at them fearfully, hid behind the protagonist, asking him not to move. The approaching adventurers looked at them carefully. The protagonist remarked admiringly, wow, they ooze power. He turned his attention to Liz, who was shaking, and asked worriedly. She was sweating. What's wrong? She wanted to ask him to wait a bit, but at that moment, Laura called her name, and the whole team surrounded her, smiling happily and hugging her. Laura screamed, "Darling has finally been found. Where was she? How did she live? She'd become such a beautiful girl." Dorte exclaimed, "What a mistake. Just think, they almost lost their muse. Come on. Let her feel free to embrace them in honor of their reunion." Tyson joyfully patted Liz on the head. The girl, incredibly embarrassed, turned to the confused-looking protagonist and said he should forgive her for not telling him right away. This Red Cliff group? She knew them well. Both MC and Eleanor were stunned. The girl continued, introducing them to him now. Laura, the healer, Tyson, the tank, and Dort, the swordsman. They were Red Cliff, the very same group of A-rank adventurers they'd be working with. Laura leaned toward the girl and admiringly said, "Well, she's a real beauty." Miyabi noted that she had typical long ears, most likely an elf, but she was speaking in normal English, not Elvish. He couldn't help but mutter out loud, "What a dialect." Eleanor noticed. Had he noticed? Laura spoke a typical elven dialect. When everyone had more or less calmed down and taken their seats, Dorte asked Eleanor who this young man was. The girl replied that his name was Miyabi. He and Liz created a team where his role is support. The entire team was outraged. "What's support?" Laura asked her. "Please don't tell me they're like a couple." Eleanor confirmed. The group consisted of only them. The healer fell to her knees in dismay, pounded her fists on the floor, and exclaimed indignantly, "What a disgrace. How could this be? She doesn't remember raising her to be such a bad girl," Liz said in bewilderment. "But she doesn't remember raising her." Tyson turned to the protagonist and with tears in his eyes, said that if he was looking for a serious relationship, he was ready, with tears in his eyes, to give him their girl. The protagonist thought, support, isn't that a common role for a craftsman in a group? Dorte called out his name, and his voice simply made the MC cringe. The swordsman asked if he had the resolve to protect Liz, even at the cost of his life. He responded by asking, "Do they really know what support is?" Then he realized he should have answered this question yes or no. But this question was very difficult. He said out loud that he wasn't quite sure what it meant to have the resolve to protect. Liz was a talented adventurer, much stronger than him, and he simply wanted to make her adventures as comfortable as possible. He could do that. Liz said his name in surprise and looked at him. Dorte muttered something under his breath, then clarified. Did he mean to say Liz would be happier with him than with anyone else? MC countered, saying nothing of the sort. The swordsman let out an irritated sigh, and the team huddled together, glaring at Miyabi. Dorte declared, they accept his declaration of war. Since he says so, they'll test him on this journey to see if he's a worthy man for Liz. Let him think of them as his beloved Liz, and let him try to arrange a comfortable adventure. If he succeeds, they'll bless their relationship. Miyabi exclaimed in confusion. What? After a moment, Weiss looked at Liz's magical attribute and said, My God, how did they come to this? Eleanor replied, It's time they got down to business. The blacksmith said, I see, she's gotten involved with those troublesome types again. Liz noted, he said it perfectly. She'd avoided them for so long. Why did she have to see them again with such an important order? The girl took her staff from the blacksmith and thanked him for fixing it. The protagonist asked, Are this group A-rank adventurers? Do they always act like this? Liz replied, Well, what's he saying? All three are veterans with excellent reputations and skills to match. They only go crazy around her. Her biological father was also a member of this group. When she was little, they played with her between missions. Back then, their care for her wasn't so strange, until her father died on a mission 8 years ago. The protagonist remembered her words about Weiss being her adoptive father and thought it was exactly as he'd imagined. Liz continued, After her father died, they became obsessed with overprotection, and it was very difficult. Weiss added that they were completely inadequate, so he had to adopt her and hide her from them. Liz looked at the blacksmith and apologized for causing him so much trouble. After all, he was only supposed to make this staff for her father. The blacksmith retorted, Don't talk nonsense. She's been causing him much more trouble since she became an adventurer, and only comes home for repairs. She laughed, apologized, and thanked him for putting up with her. MC thought in surprise, looking at them. They seem so close. Although there's nothing strange about it, they are adopted father and daughter. And yet, there seems to be a wall between them. Weiss asked her, So what did she decide about the escort request? She doesn't want to travel with this group, does she? She replied that she will fulfill the request. It would be foolish to miss such a chance because of personal emotions. The only thing that could hinder them is their attitude towards Miyabi. The girl told him about how her former comrades behaved. The blacksmith, grinning, asked again, A declaration of war? Is he a worthy man for Liz? So that's it. There's a 99.9% chance they think they're a couple. Liz exclaimed, That's what they thought. Of course, if they don't resolve this misunderstanding, they'll definitely get into trouble. The protagonist pointed out that, in case she hadn't noticed, the problems had already begun. And anyway, he simply said that his role was support, didn't he? He had a feeling they weren't listening to him at all. Liz said he was so naive. If they understood what they were saying, she wouldn't have run away from them. He gasped at the realization that astounded him and said, Then it turns out they're backed into a corner. She replied, Something needs to be done about this. The protagonist, surprised, thought, Something to be done? After thinking for a moment, he exclaimed, Exactly. Liz guessed he'd just come up with the worst possible idea. He was indignant. Why the worst right away? He hadn't said anything yet. That was rude, she replied. It's clear from his face that this can't be appropriate, the MC exclaimed. He's come up with a great way. They'll clear up the misunderstanding without using a single word. The girl was surprised. What's that? He grinned and said, if words don't work, they'll make them understand everything with their bodies. Liz gloomily remarked. Well, yes, as she said. That's the worst possible idea. Sometime later, Eleanor, going downstairs, overheard conversations. One of the adventurer girls asked her friend if she'd heard anything. They say Red Cliff is in town now, and they even stopped by the guild. The second girl exclaimed in surprise. Really? She's a fan. It's a shame she's on afternoon shift today. She could have seen them. Eleanor thought. Redcliffe, a group of adventurers who stopped a monster rampage in the capital 8 years ago and became heroes overnight. There wasn't a single person who didn't speak of them with respect. So how did they turn into this? At that moment, members of the legendary group approached her and asked if they could talk a little about Liz. After some time, Eleanor thought, when a person you adore comes to see you, it must be a joyful event, even if that person is just there for work. The girl knocked on Liz's door. When she opened the door, she was very surprised. Why was she there? After letting her in, Liz made tea and placed the cup in front of Eleanor. The main character stood behind Liz. The receptionist said she usually doesn't come straight home, but today was different. Liz assured her it was okay. After listening to the girl, the protagonist exclaimed in confusion, "Did they do something again that deserves an apology?" Eleanor replied, "That doesn't mean she came to scold them. Today, she urgently needs to confirm something with both of them." The others exchanged surprised glances and asked again. "Confirm?" she replied. "To tell the truth, she should tell them that Liz is their group leader." MC looked at her in surprise. Liz exclaimed in bewilderment, "She's the group leader?" Eleanor sighed and explained that a week ago, Redcliffe's group had come to her. A dove was perched on Dorta's hat. He asked her if she was the one accepting the request this time. For some reason, she wondered at that moment, "Why is the dove here?" She said out loud, "That's right. Do they need something?" The swordsman replied, "It was decided to appoint Liz as the group leader." She asked perplexed, "What is he saying?" "Let them repeat it," Dorta said. "Once is enough." Laura pointed out a request for Chiffon's escort, and Liz will be the group leader. That's what they said. Eleanor objected. "No, that's impossible. After all, the group leader must be of a higher rank." Dorty pointed out, "Is that some kind of unspoken rule? It's not at all mandatory." The girl asked why such a decision was made. The swordsman replied, "This is their surprise for Liz." Eleanor looked at the protagonist and Liz and asked, "Honestly, they haven't heard about this?" Liz was indignant. "But they have people with A and B ranks, so it's not necessary to make her the leader." The receptionist replied, "She said so too. She also has documents stating that permission was received from the client, so they'll have to agree." But it was all in vain. Liz exclaimed, "To do this to nobles, would the Duke really allow it?" Eleanor replied, "Unfortunately, that's true." The protagonist exclaimed, "But this is a job with a lot of responsibility. That's exactly what the Duke wanted, right?" "Well, they'll have to try." Liz asked in surprise, "He's serious right now? A rank Redcliffe promoted an unknown C rank adventurer to the leader's position? How high do he think their expectations are?" The girl's voice grew more and more irritated with each sentence. MC looked at her in confusion and tension. He had never seen the girl so irritated before. Finally, she exhaled and said, "Why do they only do such unnecessary things?" After some time, Trends asked Alicia how the confirmation was going. The girl frowned and remained silent. He called her name, and she said, "There's a message from the guards. With all due respect, they'd like to know the true intentions behind appointing an inexperienced newcomer to such a position." The Marquise replied, "It's Redcliffe's proposal, and it's interesting that they support it so passionately." Alicia looked at the Duke and said, "She apologizes for her impudence, but if he's going to play along, she'd like to ask him to prioritize Chiffon's safety. If he continues to rely on this group for everything, there will be cause for concern." Trends silently looked at her determined expression and said, "He understands her thoughts. She's thinking about his daughter, and he understands her feelings. However, she shouldn't overthink things. Let her think only about fulfilling her duties." After some time, everything was ready for Chiffon to be sent to the academy. The carriage and guards were ready, and Miyabi and Liz approached the gate. He saw Mel, called out to her, and approached her. The girl was delighted. They had indeed arrived. MC looked at her small backpack and asked in surprise, "Is that all she has?" Mel handed him the backpack and replied, "Yes, that's all. She's relying on him." The protagonist smiled and said, "Okay." Suddenly there was a noise, and he looked around to see Redcliffe's group arriving. Dorte, overloaded with luggage, addressed the protagonist in a deep bass voice and said, "It looks like he's overdone it." Laura exclaimed, and so did she. Tyson simply looked at him silently, but there was a huge backpack in front of the tank. All this confused MC. At that moment, Liz rushed toward them and shouted, "Tell them to wait." Looking at her former allies, she exclaimed irritably, "What's with that headdress and that disgusting manner of speech?" The swordsman asked in confusion. "Didn't he just say that? It was to be like her." Liz glared at them and said in a low voice, "Her patience, too, has its limits." After a while, Dorothy exclaimed, pointing at Miyabi, "This is the first test. As an assistant, he should know. Adventurers shouldn't worry about luggage, so let him carry those things, the so-called meat prints." The swordsman narrowed his eyes at him and added, "If he can carry them, of course. The protagonist, smiling outwardly but inwardly irritated, wondered if he'd tried to provoke him with that nickname. How bold of him. Liz looked worriedly at her comrade and noted that he looked cheerful, but the tension between him and the swordsman was palpable in the air. The protagonist strode toward the group, activating his storage with such powerful magic that Dorte and Laura were nearly sucked inside along with their luggage. They screamed in surprise, and the healer cried out in confusion. And her things too. Even Tyson barely managed to stay on his feet, her forehead sweating from the strain. The group's luggage was in the storage in an instant. The swordsman whispered to his companions in surprise. He really had put everything in his inventory. Laura noted that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. Tyson sniffled in surprise. At that moment, Liz called out to them, mockingly asking if they had too much luggage for such high-ranking adventurers. MCs have plenty of inventory space, and that's good, but otherwise, they'd have to load an entire cart. Please let them think about it. The group reported that they understood. The girl continued, since they were the ones who proposed her as the group's leader, they should be so kind as to do their best. At that moment, Miyabi touched the girl's sleeve and said, they're here. The Duke and his daughter approached, accompanied by Alicia and Xeon. Liz rushed to greet them, knelt, and said, she's Liz, the leader of the group fulfilling the escort request. She will ensure that Lady Chiffon arrives in the capital and will be responsible for the 2-week journey. Trends introduced Alicia, adding, she's a maid, traveling with his daughter again. Chiffon smiled at Liz and said, they're counting on them. Xeon approached her and noticed she seemed nervous. On a mission where A-rank adventurers are traveling with her, this is a valuable opportunity to gain experience as a group leader. He eagerly awaits a good report. The girl replied, she'll do her best. The gates began to open, and Liz asked the protagonist, where's Mel? He replied, getting ready for the night, sleeping on the roof of the carriage. The Marquis told his daughter not to forget the diary. Chiffon replied, of course, father. The allies set off. Chiffon sat in the carriage, driven by Alicia. The party members took their places along the sides of the carriage, with Liz and the protagonist walking behind. The escort mission began. After a while, MC exclaimed, oh, what a beautiful view. They're right on time, so they might as well have lunch. The swordsman and Laura seconded his suggestion. She exclaimed, so then, it's time for the second trial. Preparing for the meal is also the assistant's job. How exactly is he going to do that? MC reached out and pulled out a dining area with umbrellas for protection from the scorching sun, tables, and chairs. The group was shocked by what they saw and by his abilities. Liz asked him in surprise, isn't this different from usual? He replied, thinking that usual wouldn't be enough for so many people. The adventurers asked him for an explanation. Miyabi said they should wait while he prepared the food. They sat down at the table. Laura asked the swordsman, confused, does he want some water? Dorte accepted. The protagonist looked at them with a grin and thought, this is going great. Chiffon and Alicia looked at him in surprise. He noticed they froze. It was too bad they were dragged in too. He seated the girls on chairs at the table. Alicia asked, perplexed, why he seated her too. The protagonist, confused, replied, so she could eat too. The girl exclaimed in confusion, but she's a maid. Chiffon placed her hand on hers and told her they should just trust him. The MC began cooking. A short time later, he set the prepared food on the tables. The swordsman, inhaling the aroma of the dish, exclaimed in surprise, that smell, it was a creamy stew with a huge amount of vegetables and milk bread. So unexpected. Was that really in the inventory too? Miyabi silently moved on to the next table. The swordsman was indignant. It couldn't have smelled like that. They were on a mission. While he was still fuming, Tyson tried the food and exclaimed in amazement, it's so delicious. He began to devour it vigorously, smacking his lips with pleasure. The others also began to eat greedily. Mel approached the protagonist with an empty plate and asked if she could have some more. He took the plate from her and asked, would a little be enough? The girl said she wanted more meat. After dinner, the travelers set off again. In the evening, they made a stop. Liz, checking the map, thought that they had reached their planned destination. In any case, the protagonist stretched and noted that they were moving faster than he thought. At that moment, Dorte called out to him and said, no time to relax. He asked in surprise. Again? He was, as always, very cheerful. The swordsman continued. He had already pitched one during lunch, but still, for a comfortable journey, it was vital to set up a comfortable tent. The protagonist grimaced and thought, carry the luggage, cook the food, and here we go. But he had thought about that too. Liz called out to him anxiously, worried about her friend, but he assured her everything was fine. The swordsman exclaimed, pointing his finger at him. The third test. Let him show them the tent he'd prepared. MC thought with glee. Well, now he'll show them the essence of his strategy. Activating his inventory, he pulled out a huge, beautiful house with all the necessary amenities. Then he turned to the stunned members of the group and said, he asks them to come over. He will take them to their rooms. Liz looked at him again with alarm. She felt very embarrassed in front of him for her former allies. The swordsman and Laura exclaimed in confusion. An entire house? Dorte shouted at the protagonist. What the hell is this? They're demanding an explanation from him. The protagonist readily answered, yes, sir. This house is equipped with stables. The swordsman shouted irritably, no, he's not talking about that. Let him explain it to them in general, MC said in bewilderment. There was no road from the house to the stables. Dorte exclaimed hysterically, no, he's not talking about that. This could cause a huge problem that would etch their names into history. It's strange, isn't it, when an entire house suddenly appears out of nowhere, and let him not make the face of a person who wants to say that he doesn't understand what they're talking about at all. He turned to Liz and shouted, "Let her say something." Meanwhile, Miyabi explained to Liz that he also wanted a passageway and a roof here. The entire group shouted her name in unison. They fell to their knees in amazement, and the swordsman exclaimed, "Are they the weird ones here?" The protagonist looked at them, grinned, and thought his strategy had worked. The strategy against their team was to create an atmosphere of ordinariness. They had to stop thinking about it, and the name of this strategy is, if your brain is useless, stop using it. And Liz calmed down. She had been very worried at the beginning. The team rose to their feet again, and the swordsman gloomily declared, "The competition isn't over yet. This house is just papier-mâché, not necessarily comfortable." Liz objected, "But if it can shelter from the rain and wind, that's already comfort." He shouted, "The hardships of traveling arise from constant cold and hunger." In other words, everything needs to be clarified, otherwise they won't be able to trust him with their desert. Liz. They burst into the house and began to carefully examine everything. Following them were the Duke's daughter with her maid and Mel. The entire house's decor resembled a normal home. Chiffon remarked on how beautiful the interior was. Mel asked the protagonist if he'd created it himself. He responded sheepishly, he wasn't that skilled yet. Looking at the dejected team, the protagonist wondered in surprise, "Have they given up yet?" He said out loud, "Well, okay, time to get ready for dinner." Chiffon happily remarked, yes, she was already looking forward to it. Alicia looked reproachfully at the group. After a while, she emerged from the bathhouse, perplexed, wondering what she was even doing there. Chiffon replied, "Taking a bath." She'd never thought she'd take a bath while traveling. They went outside, and Alicia looked at one of the small houses and asked, "What's this?" Chiffon replied, "This is their room." The maid looked puzzled. She'd thought they'd undoubtedly spend the night in the big house. Chiffon opened the door, saying, the protagonist decided it would be more peaceful for the whole group. Alicia, entering the room, sank tiredly to the floor near the wall and apologized, but there was nothing she could do. The Duke's daughter remarked that everything was fine. She was probably tired of driving the carriage. The maid objected, but she was only Milady's servant, hers alone. She was so pathetic. Chiffon looked at her sympathetically and said that there had never been a single time when she considered her work poor. And yet, so many years had passed since she began her service. She approached the maid, stroked her head, and said, "She's doing well." Sometime later, when the Duke's daughter was already asleep, Alicia, lying in bed, thought, long journeys are a huge strain on the body. Even if one is an aristocrat, it doesn't change anything. At least, it shouldn't change anything. Suddenly it occurred to her that the bed here was softer than the one in the mansion. She couldn't help it. Even though Chiffon had said everything was fine, she couldn't afford to spoil herself. Starting tomorrow, she would definitely return to her old self. She would once again be the perfect servant to the Duke's daughter. On the morning of the second day, a heavy rain began to fall. Mel was guarding the camp. The protagonist, looking out the window, said, "What a downpour." At that moment, Mel burst into the house, soaking wet. He, wiping her head with a towel, asked if there was anything unusual. She replied, "Nothing," and Redcliffe's group snored loudly, even louder than the rain. Liz turned to him worriedly and noticed that the departure time had changed. He replied that they should wait until the rain abated. She asked, "It's raining so hard, is the road okay?" That's what she was worried about. The weather is changeable in these parts. If the rain eases a bit by lunchtime, they will set off. If not, they'll stay another night. The protagonist preparing food said he understood. Mel asked him what it was. He said, "Just breakfast." The girl frowned. Her stomach growled, and she remarked that she'd worked so hard on guard duty and now she wanted a reward. MC clarified, "She means she needs something more filling? It was for lunch, but fine then that." He served her black orc ramen on a pork bone. She stared at the dish in surprise and began to devour it with pleasure. Liz remarked admiringly, "It looks delicious. Can she have some too?" He asked in confusion, "Isn't it heavy for breakfast?" The girl didn't understand the meaning of his question. He clutched his head and thought, teenagers' stomachs are incredible. After a while, he said, "Well, isn't it time they woke up their sleeping companions?" He and Liz threw on their cloaks and approached the adventurer's room. MC pounded on the door, called their names, and yelled at them to wake up. Silence greeted them. Liz irritably remarked, wondering if he'd overdone it with the house. He answered sullenly, and indeed he had. He'd expected them to oversleep, but not that much. At that moment, the door to the Duke's daughter's house swung open, and a sleepy Alicia appeared in the doorway. Miyabi wished her good morning with a smile. She asked what time it was. He said the rain had delayed their departure, so it was fine. The adventurer group had overslept too. She muttered, confused. Overslept. The protagonist added that breakfast was waiting for them in the dining room. Would they change and freshen up first? Alicia looked at him carefully and knew 100% he had good intentions. Suddenly, she realized she was standing before him in her pajamas, her hair tangled from sleep. The girl slammed the door shut. He laughed, and Liz said in a stern voice, "That was a bad move." The protagonist let out a surprised, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Maids care a lot about their appearance." Alicia and Chiffon quickly appeared in the dining room. The maid sheepishly apologized and said she'd like to restore her honor after their recent conversation. Please let him assign her to cook or do something else. The MC waved his hand and replied, Luckily, nothing bad happened, so let her not worry about it. She looked at him so emotionally and said it was her remorse that he became embarrassed. Chiffon laughed at the situation and said she had the strongest sense of responsibility in the world. They had caused him trouble, so please, let him give her something to do, Miyabi replied, confused. Well, since she says so, he'll think of something. The maid bowed to him and said, please let him take care of her. After a while, he sat by the window with Mel, who was playing with a teddy bear, and, looking out at the rain, he thought the downpour showed no signs of stopping. In the end, they stayed there all day. As for the group of adventurers, they woke up after lunch, quite dejected. All three knelt before the protagonist. The swordsman said regretfully, he really was sorry. Laura added, they were all wrong. Tyson just sniffled sheepishly, not looking up. Dorte added, that wasn't a futon, but a monster. He slept so sweetly on it. The protagonist sat them down at the table to dine. They greedily pounced on the food. The swordsman exclaimed in admiration, this soup is simply monstrously delicious. Laura remarked, her teeth so strong, they rip meat to shreds. Even Tyson remarked, orc dishes in their perfect form. MC remarked, they practically came back to life after eating. They adapt so quickly. Incidentally, they're somewhat similar to Liz in this regard. On the third day, the sun was already shining brightly and the rain had stopped. Miyabi said it looked like they could move on today. Mel appeared upside down in his window again and said she was hungry. Descending into the dining room, they were surprised to see Alicia, who froze in place upon seeing them. She wished them good morning. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, she's early today. The girl replied, of course, she couldn't afford to oversleep for a second day in a row. He remarked with a smile, as expected of a professional maid. At that moment, Chiffon, who had overheard their conversation, appeared. She laughed and remarked, Alicia is so serious. She even lay down on the floor yesterday so as not to oversleep. Alicia immediately leaned over her and whispered something irritably. The protagonist thought she seemed more stern before, and now she was completely serious. The girl looked at him and asked if they should get ready for breakfast. He looked at her with a smile and thought, but there is something sweet about her. Sometime later, Zion arrived at the Trend's mansion. In the hallway, he ran into Georgie, the head of the production guild, who, upon seeing the artisan, exclaimed, what people! What a wonderful meeting. Zion greeted him back and thought he wouldn't want to see him for a while. But containing his emotions, he bowed politely to the head of the production guild and said, they haven't seen each other for a long time. He apologized again for the inconvenience caused by the renovations. Georgie exclaimed arrogantly, of course, it was a waste of time and effort. The old man thought, this craftsman is a piece of shoddy workmanship down to the core. He doesn't even know the proper guild manners. It would even be a good idea to blacklist him. At that moment, the Duke approached and told the head of the manufacturing guild that he himself admitted he had been inattentive, and he begged him to be lenient with Zion, who had already scolded him harshly. The old man snorted contemptuously. The Marquise quietly remarked to the head of the Adventurers Guild, and Georgie, as he could see, still hated craftsmen. Zion bowed to him politely and remarked on how quickly he had arrived. Trend said he had something to show him. The Marquis led him to the bathhouse. Zion, having examined everything, exclaimed in bewilderment, is this him, the main character? The Duke chuckled and remarked, excellent, isn't it? The guild leader admitted, it was so sudden that it was hard to believe. Such work wouldn't lose even to professionals. Trend said so. But frankly, doesn't he find it very curious? Despite the protagonist being an artisan capable of producing only low-grade goods, he's managed to create something comparable to the work of promising professionals. And he even has an inventory in another dimension, with which he's even managed to connect with the houses of the 5 great dukes. So how does he appear to him? Zion pondered, confused. At that moment, a dove flew into the Marquis's office and perched on the back of his chair. The Duke told Zion to follow the adventurer MC's trail to Angelum. Meanwhile, Miyabi, as they walked, thought the distance from Angelum to the royal capital is approximately 10 RI, or about 30 kilometers, and they, who had to cover this distance in 2 weeks, walked tirelessly from morning until evening, coping with a rather difficult journey. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded from the sky. He wondered, but why was it raining again? They had to set up camp again. It was the 6th day of the escort request. Liz was checking the map of the area and writing something in a notebook. Everyone was in a gloomy mood. Chiffon asked in an upset voice, will they arrive late? Liz, adjusting her hair, said sadly, due to the unstable weather, their arrival could be delayed by several days. The Duke's daughter remarked, that's how it was. It was awkward. The protagonist anxiously asked, will they make it in time for classes? The girl replied that that wasn't the problem. It was that she was falling behind in her studies. Chiffon spoke these words, blushing with embarrassment and shame. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. What? She exclaimed regretfully. She was a carefree girl after all. Even though she was of noble blood, that's what they thought of her? Liz countered. Absolutely not. Chiffon noted that maybe it was just an excuse, but she was returning to Angelum to study territorial management and to interact with guilds and other aristocrats, because, barring any unforeseen developments, She, as the only daughter, would be the next feudal lord. However, due to the distance, she had no choice but to skip school, as long vacations weren't enough. So to make up for it, the teachers had prepared assignments for her while she was gone. After a brief silence and a glance out the window at the rain, she continued, saying that when they got there, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. Liz asked guiltily if she remembered the topics of the lessons she'd missed. Chiffon, surprised, replied, "Yes." The escort leader excitedly asked if she wouldn't mind explaining them to her. The allies stared at her in confusion. The Duke's daughter exclaimed in surprise, "What did she just say?" After a while, Liz, armed with a pen and notebook, continued. She thought she'd been studying Martha's experiment on measuring specific gravity in magical mechanics. The element of earth magic, compared to other elements, is the heaviest. Water magic elements are light and highly permeable, making them difficult to combine with anything. Chiffon, diligently taking notes, raised her hand, as she had in class, and asked, "Aren't elements of the same element supposed to combine well with each other, given Elwyn's definition?" This was stated in the theory of the structure of Veramo magic. The protagonist, looking at the girls, asked Laura in confusion, "What's going on here?" The healer replied, perplexed, "She doesn't understand anything herself." He remarked with surprise, "Isn't that right? But isn't that a book on magic on her belt?" She asked if he wanted to see it. He opened the book in the middle, and a three-dimensional pattern appeared on the pages. Confused, the protagonist asked, "What is that?" Laura tugged at the pattern with her fingers, chuckled, and said, "Adventurers use magic the way they feel it. Most likely, none of them are learned theories, and it's unlikely that anyone would be able to explain anything to a noble lady." She looked tenderly at Liz and added, "What should be expected from Rice's daughter?" After a while, Chiffon admiringly told her teacher, "How wonderful. She knew everything about Schultzout's theory of magical properties so well." Liz sheepishly replied, "The basics are always described only in complex language." Chiffon retorted, "Don't be modest. That's not how people who helped her fully understand this during her training should speak." "And who did she learn from?" Liz laughed sheepishly and said, "It's all self-education." The Duke's daughter asked in surprise, "Self-education?" She heard that Weiss had raised her. Liz smiled sadly and replied that he didn't want to do that. He just gave her money, so she'd grown up on books from the Adventurers Guild library. Chiffon turned to Alicia and said enthusiastically, "Can she even imagine this? She'd met such an incredibly talented girl." The maid remarked, "Yes, that's true. Unfortunately, she couldn't imagine it." Liz sheepishly said, "But it's just a theory." At that moment, Laura sneezed loudly and said, "The rain made it cold by the window." Liz countered, "It's all because of her light clothes. Let her dress warmer." Laura exclaimed indignantly, "No way. An exposed belly is a sign of youth," the group leader replied. "But that's no reason to dress like that." The healer looked out the window and said, "And yet, it's a very strange rain." Liz agreed, and indeed, it was still early for the rainy season. At that moment, Dorte strode into the house with a determined step, addressing Liz and the others in a somber voice, saying he wanted to hold an urgent meeting. He'd received some data from a nearby village. The swordsman pulled out observation sheets from his bosom, placed them on the table, and announced, "This is the weather for the last week or so." Mel asked, "What percentage of rain?" Doherty continued, "Also, this is data from the village branch of the Adventurers Guild, and the weather has now reached a record high for the last 5 years." Liz looked closely at the numbers, the observation results, and exclaimed in confusion, "The rainy season has started early?" MC asked in surprise. "So that's why it's been raining all this time." The swordsman groaned and added, "But they have a worse problem. The main problem is the snow. The capital is surrounded by mountains, like a natural barrier. And if it snows, of course, the dangers, such as frostbite, increase. At the same time, once they begin to cross the valley, the altitude will quickly increase. So ideally, they'll reach the capital before the snow starts. Therefore, he wants Miyabi and Liz to ride in the carriage starting tomorrow." Liz asked, puzzled, "What do you mean, luggage?" Dorte replied, "He wants to increase their speed. In other words, they'll have to run for 8 hours straight." He looked at his allies and asked, "Can they handle it?" The protagonist thought, confused. Even with his equipment, increased physical strength, and reduced fatigue, he'll have a hard time, and Liz will have an even harder time. The girl sadly said she can't. The swordsman, after a moment's thought, said, "Well then, she's on reconnaissance." On the 7th day, the travelers set off again. The caravan didn't walk, it ran. The protagonist sat next to Alicia, who skillfully steered the carriage, while Chiffon and Liz sat silently inside. Suddenly, a fallen tree appeared in their path, blocking their way. Dorte asked MC if he could remove it. Miyabi replied, "Of course." He then jumped off the cart and, using his skill, cleared the road in the blink of an eye. The swordsman exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, with this, any road will be smooth and level." After a while, Laura approached the protagonist and said she'd like to exchange food for something that could be made in a short time. After some time, night fell, and they set up camp. Liz, lying in her bed, told the protagonist he was so good. "Everyone from Red Cliff relies on him." He asked, "Really?" She was good at scouting too. Laura was praising her, because to be good at estimating distances and numbers, you need to be very skilled in magic. Wasn't it a sign that an A-rank adventurer had praised her? The girl remained silent in response. He called her name, but there was silence again. MC sat up in bed and looked at her, wondering if she'd already fallen asleep. Liz, however, turned away and thought bitterly, realizing he was doing a good job, and no wonder everyone was amazed by him. It's unlikely anyone could replicate what he was capable of. That was his special value. And what use was she anyway? After a while, Karen was calculating something, sitting on the ground. Earth 150, branches 200, crushed stone 150. Sid walked up to him and gave him a light kick, but it was enough to knock the craftsman down. He jumped to his feet and protested, asking what he was doing. Sid asked, what was he doing during working hours? Huh? He seemed suspicious. Was he practicing with tools? Karen replied, yes. On the very last day of construction, the teacher gave him a special schedule, the one he used himself. He's already one step closer to the teacher. Sid noted with bewilderment that Miyabi's inventory wasn't so disorganized. The craftsman snapped back, he's a monster. After a moment's silence, he added sadly that he would have really liked to go with the teacher to mine, but he hadn't had the chance. Sid noticed that he'd suddenly left the city. Karen sadly agreed. A week ago, he'd come to Weiss asking where the teacher was, and the old man had replied that he'd gone to the capital. I wonder what the teacher was doing now? At that moment, the protagonist asked the sad Liz if she was okay. The girl gave a forced smile and asked, what's wrong? He replied that she simply seemed so tired yesterday. She assured him with a smile that her body was perfectly rested, just sitting here. He laughed, thinking, she has a simply terrifying aura. Dorothy's offer to join the carriage. She understands it's necessary for their safe arrival. However, the situation weighs heavily on her. Before setting out, she went to the library and gathered information about the route and the monsters. As a leader, she's ready to take on the responsibility. But in this situation, the leadership role has practically fallen to the swordsman. He's upset Liz with this. What is he thinking? At that moment, Dorothy stopped the carriage and asked him and Liz to disembark. When the allies did so, the swordsman led them to a large pillar with a bird statue at the end. The protagonist, surprised, asked what it was. The boy replied, it's a boundary stone, a sign separating territories from each other. That is, the royal lands begin here. These are Ragpater's territories, and the capital itself is behind that mountain. At that moment, Liz suddenly screamed, there are monsters in the sky behind you to the right. 3 objects, 50 meters away. The swordsman asked, can she reach them? The girl answered affirmatively and activated her ice needles, attacking the monsters mid-flight. To everyone's surprise, however, the enemies dodged her attack. Then, miraculously, they changed direction and still achieved their goal, destroying the monsters. The girls spoke in bewilderment. It was a bit unexpected, but since they were rid of them, that was good, right? Sometime later, when the travelers were moving on again, Chiffon asked the girl with a smile if what she had used recently was first-level ice needles, right? Liz replied, yes, that was it. The Duke's daughter remarked, she had thought so. It's just strange. Ice needles are a simple ice magic spell that turns ice into needles and makes it fly. But what she had seen recently looked like its trajectory had changed mid-flight. Why is that? Liz replied with a smile. The explanation would be a bit long. Simply put, it's the use of magic manipulation. But to master this, one must practice for a long time on objects at a distance. Chiffon noted with surprise, understandably so. She looked at the leader, her eyes showing genuine interest in what the girl had said. Liz, understanding her look, sheepishly offered to teach her if she was interested. Chiffon enthusiastically accepted her offer. Meanwhile, the swordsman ran swiftly ahead, keeping pace with the carriage. The protagonist remarked, good pace. Dorte noted, that's right. If they continued at this pace, they would reach their destination in 5 days. It would be wonderful if the skies remained clear until then. When night fell, the allies stopped for the night again. Chiffon and Liz began their training. The leader placed a sawn-off log on the ground, set up a target behind it, and gave the Duke's daughter her magical attribute. Chiffon kept hitting the log, the ice needles missing the target. After a while, she noticed it was difficult, the needles constantly bumping into obstacles. Liz reassured her. At first, it was inevitable. She handed her tea and cookies and asked her to take them. Chiffon asked in surprise, cookies? Did the protagonist make these? The leader replied, yes, for a snack during breaks. The Duke's daughter said she'd heard about this from her father and therefore intended to always be prepared, but she seemed to have forgotten they were on the road. If it rains, passages between rooms appear. If it's class, a chalkboard appears. She never ceases to be amazed. How did they meet? Liz replied that he got lost in the forest near Angelum. She accompanied him to town, but he had no money, and somehow they formed a team. That's how their friendship began. Chiffon asked in surprise, so she had worked alone before? The leader replied that she was a mage who usually played the rear guard, so that was probably odd. And how well trained was she in magic control? The Duke's daughter, laughing at herself, remarked that, as far as she could see, she was more of a hindrance. Her training had prioritized only high-level magic. Liz replied with an encouraging smile, she possesses great magical power. It occurred to her that magic was all about talent. Little magic is innate. There are 3 necessary conditions for using magic: the methodology for creating magic, theory, manipulating magic at will, skills, and the energy that generates magic, magical power. Magical power is considered especially important. Unlike skills and theory acquired through experience, magical power is innate, and everyone has it in varying amounts. It wasn't that it wasn't growing. No, if you constantly use it, it would slowly but surely grow, just like muscles under constant strain. Thinking this way, she continued to push herself with training. However, about a year ago, her strength practically stopped growing. To use the small amount of magical power more effectively, she trained in magic control. Looking for ways to use small amounts of magical power for energy-intensive magic, she studied magical theory. But by then, everyone who had the ability to begin with had advanced far beyond her. It was a chasm that couldn't be closed by effort. Without physical strength, without magical power, and if she hesitated to make decisions, it was impossible. And she had none of it. The girl lowered her head, clasping it in her hands, and ruefully noted that she understood that thoughts alone couldn't change anything, and she decided to do everything in her power. Now she needed to concentrate on training. Liz suddenly turned to the surprised Chiffon and asked for her hand. When the Duke's daughter offered her limb, the leader turned her hand palm up and said, "Magic power is radiating from her palm." She would manipulate the particles of her magical power with her own, and she should try to remember this feeling. Chiffon, confused, asked, "Is that even possible?" Liz placed her hand on top of the girl's, closed her eyes, and said, "That's what her father taught her." Meanwhile, the determined protagonist strode into the swordsman's room. Surprised, Tyson greeted him at the threshold and asked, "What's wrong?" MC responded irritably, "There's something he'd like to say to Dort." Bursting into the room, he glanced confusedly at the adventurers' beds, wondering if they were asleep. Tank adjusted his glasses and asked, "Is this about Liz?" He made tea, offered it to Miyabi, and said it was Hago fruit tea. It's a common drink in Redcliffe. The protagonist thanked Tyson and took the tea, wondering why he was speaking so politely. Tank asked how their girl was doing. The protagonist responded dejectedly, always in a depressed mood. Ever since she started riding in the carriage, Tyson noted with understanding. Yes, MC was surprised. Had he noticed that? The man replied, yes, he understood it right away. Liz is easy to read, so he wanted to tell the swordsman about the carriage. Miyabi noted that there was nothing he could do about it, so he paid attention to what happened afterward. Redcliffe makes various decisions, and Liz's place as leader seemed to have ceased to be hers. He believes they make the right decisions, but nevertheless, since they nominated her for the leadership position, he would like them to respect her accordingly, because Liz is such an adventurer. After his speech, he looked at Tyson and wondered, was he crying? He wondered out loud, confused, why there were tears in his eyes. Tank rubbed his eyes and said he shouldn't pay attention to it. Everything was fine. So that's how it was, and he thought he understood. He started crying again and added, this girl has grown up too. It's precisely because she's grown that he's crying. He should forgive him, but he wasn't paying enough attention to her. But even if he told Dorte this now, he was sure that this guy would still accidentally say something that would hurt her. So Redcliffe was relying on him, Miyabi, for this. They were hoping he would take care of her, just be there for her. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Tyson, wiping away his tears, remarked that Liz had found herself a good guy. The protagonist was indignant. He wasn't her boyfriend. Tank said in surprise, how could that be? 2 days had passed since then. On the 10th day of his journey, MC thought the tank hadn't changed at all, although he was probably thinking about something. At that moment, Liz told him they'd already arrived. He'd been looking forward to it. Miyabi, torn from his thoughts, asked in confusion what she was talking about. The girl pointed ahead and said, Dragon Gorge. He looked at the soaring dragons and cried out in surprise. Wow, a real dragon. Liz noticed his delayed reaction. The dragons that live here are peaceful. They can even coexist with humans. That's how it should be. Their path was blocked by a fence with something written on it. The protagonist read it and exclaimed in surprise. Egg-laying season? The swordsman gloomily remarked that it seemed all the nearby territories had been closed off because dragons become aggressive during the egg-laying season. These territories would be unusable for several months. Chiffon, almost in tears, asked, so what should they do? He replied that they had no choice but to use a detour. Liz asked in confusion, a detour? He said that if they took the road that circled the mountains, they'd be on the other side of the gorge in 4 or 5 days. Chiffon exclaimed in irritation, what a stupid way. The swordsman noted, what else could they do? They began to carefully study the map of the area. The protagonist, without thinking twice, armed himself with a shovel and began digging a tunnel. Laura remarked in surprise, no, this is just too much. Dorothy said in confusion, he can't believe it. Tyson exclaimed, a powerful digger. MC snapped, please, let them refrain from calling us such strange names. After a while, Miyabi stopped dead in his tracks and exclaimed in surprise, what is this? A huge cave opened up before him, filled with ice. The swordsman approached it and was surprised. A stalactite grotto. They couldn't get any further. They needed to backtrack a bit and dig somewhere else. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed movement on the ceiling and was surprised to see a slime detached from the ceiling and falling downward. Mel arrived just in time and sliced the monster in half with her sword. More slimes appeared, and the swordsman attacked them too, shouting, great. Liz thought in fear. They weren't trapped, were they? This couldn't be. But monsters began crawling out of the cracks in the cave. The swordsman exclaimed in surprise, is this a slime colony? One of the enemies was about to attack MC, but he fell to the floor in surprise. Dorte arrived and repelled the monster's attack. Slimes continued to appear at a furious rate. Miyabi thought in surprise, just like last time underground. He tried to dig deeper, but realized it was a foolish idea. There was water there. Even if that hadn't been the case, the slimes could have ended up underground. At that moment, Mel appeared next to him, also saving him from the monster's attack. She pushed the protagonist away and curtly told him he was in the way. He was thrown back by her attack, and Alicia helped him stop. At that moment, they saw the slimes surround Mel and begin to release their slime at her. She deftly dodged all their attacks, and approaching Liz, who said in horror, the passage was also overflowing with slimes. Mel declared, "The escape route will be clear." With these words, she fearlessly rushed forward, destroying her opponents and deftly avoiding their attacks. Finding herself in the passage itself, she stopped, caught her breath, and then began destroying the slimes again with renewed vigor. Liz, observing her speed and skill, thought that slimes were magical creatures whose specialty was attacking with acid. They move relatively slowly, and their weak point is their core. If there's only one slime, it poses no threat. She thought irritably, if only it weren't for this enclosed space. What should they do? Abandon the cart? They need to give Chiffon a chance to escape. After all, she was the one who suggested going through the mountains. Suddenly, one of the slimes spat acid in her direction. Dorte, who had arrived just in time, shielded her with his hand, and the acid burned his arm. Liz cried out in alarm. "His arm!" The swordsman replied. "It's all right. Laura's with them." In an instant, Laura appeared next to them and told them to stay put. She activated a healing circle, and instantly a protective magic circle formed beneath their allies. Before Liz's astonished eyes, the wounds on the swordsman's arm began to heal instantly. The girl looked at Laura with admiration and thought, magic with a range requires a lot of magical power, and healing magic is nothing to speak of. She used this magic with such ease. This is the famous scent of elven magical energy, but she can't relax. She can't think that thanks to the healer, her mistake is fixed. It's an inevitable truth that her allies suffered because of her. Therefore, she will be useful too. She will fight with all her might. At that moment, Tyson slammed the ground so hard that it simply rose up, lifting the slimes in a vortex. Liz thought in surprise, how could this be? Dorte activated his magical firepower, fired fire arrows into the vortex, and at that very moment, a flame of incredible proportions erupted in the center of the vortex, incinerating all the opponents. He grimly said, "Let them burn to ashes." Liz couldn't believe her eyes. She thought in confusion, this is A-rank power. The protagonist also said in amazement, "Wow, all the slimes evaporated, not a single one left," he exclaimed. Since they were finished, now it was his turn. But Alicia stopped him, saying it was too early. Slimes began appearing again, seemingly out of nowhere. The swordsman let out a surprised sigh. Laura screamed in irritation, "That's impossible. We can't kill them all." She turned to Liz and asked if she knew how her father fought. The healer stood next to her, took her hand, and began transferring her power. Liz felt it in utter amazement. She wondered in surprise, is this Laura's magical power? The healer recounted her memories. Rice had once told her he'd invented a magical attribute that would suit her. She snapped back. How annoying, as if she'd asked him for it. When he explained the principle, she remarked in surprise. "Controlling magical power?" he said thoughtfully. "I wonder if she could learn it intuitively?" Laura was indignant, meaning, is she a complete idiot? Well, let him forgive her. She'd wasted his time. Rice laughed and said that this fighting style required precise control of magical power. After a while, she peeked in on him, saw him at the table, engrossed in a book, and asked if he was studying again. He couldn't use advanced magic anyway. He told her he couldn't, but she probably could. The girl looked at Liz and continued, so, with her knowledge of magic as well, let her try to think about it. Slimes can squeeze through any crack. Will they break through the passage? Can't they think of a better way? For example, choose from options she hadn't even considered. Liz thought about it and then said she'd come up with one. If they're crawling out of cracks, then it's worth blocking them all. Besides, there's a lot of water here, but until now she hadn't even considered that option. So, the principle here is the same as when she trained with Chiffon. That evening, during training, she manipulated the magic particles remaining after activating the magic, controlling its trajectory. According to theory, directing magic at all stages, from its construction to its activation, isn't impossible. In other words, she could attack using Laura's magical power. The difficulty of control, of course, was incomparable. But she had to do it. Liz, still holding Laura's hand, assumed a fighting stance and activated advanced magic, summoning a complete freeze. Everything around her was instantly frozen. All the slimes were instantly frozen. Every crack was filled with ice. Dorte exclaimed in surprise. Rice, Liz, herself in shock at how well she'd done it, surveyed her work. The protagonist exclaimed in confusion, "This is simply amazing. The slimes, the ceiling, the water, everything was frozen." The swordsman remarked that they'd certainly spent a lot of time on the slimes, but it still paid off. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention. He called out to the swordsman, pointed forward and asked, "Is that the light?" Dorte took a closer look and noticed something similar. Apparently, water was leaking from the outside. MC asked if they could get out there. The swordsman replied that moving on ice significantly reduced speed, so he'd better dig further. They'd get out faster. Miyabi pulled an iron sheet from his inventory and asked his allies to see what he had to offer. As he worked, he began to explain his actions. He needed to cut parts from the sheet metal, bend them slightly, sharpen the underside, and start mass production, and finally glue the finished products to his shoes. He supplied his allies with sliding elements and helped attach them to their shoes. They barely stood up, stood for a moment, understood the principle, and began gliding across the ice. This brought them indescribable pleasure. MC laughed and also stood on the ice, but his legs slid apart, and he would have fallen if he hadn't clung to Liz. But he shouted to his allies that with this, they could get there really quickly. The leader asked in bewilderment, why couldn't he even stand properly on this? Dorte noted that their speed would certainly increase. But what about the cart? Miyabi replied that he had attached runners to it, so everything was fine. The swordsman said, then they better get out of here quickly. At that moment, a cracking sound was heard. He asked in surprise, what was that? His friends realized with astonishment that the slimes encased in ice were beginning to crack. Dorte shouted, I see. Because slimes are jelly-like, they thaw faster than liquids. But the protagonist screamed in fear. He's saying this now? Everyone bustled about and rushed toward the exit in a panic, along with the carriage. After a while, when the allies reached the surface, they were able to catch their breath and calm down. Liz bowed to her comrades and apologized. They asked, perplexed, what had suddenly happened. The girl replied that because she had suggested a shortcut, they had ended up in danger. As the leader, she apologized. Chiffon responded with bewilderment. She couldn't accept such an apology. Liz took her answer in bewilderment and looked at her, confused. The Duke's daughter explained that their first priority was to reach the capital as quickly as possible. She had considered the danger of snow and concluded that this was the best option, correct? Liz replied, yes, it was. Chiffon continued, but unexpectedly the road became blocked. Naturally, a detour was unavoidable. However, thanks to her quick thinking, they were able to cross the valley. So, all is well. So, there's no point in asking for forgiveness. Liz looked at her in bewilderment and said sheepishly, if you're only looking at the results, then maybe so, but it's still her fault. Chiffon interrupted her and said, the important thing is the results. If she dwells on her failures, even her sincerest aspirations can turn to poison. Liz stood shocked by her answer. Can they turn to poison? Chiffon asked Alicia if something had happened. The maid replied, no, she just thought she was being generous. At that moment, the adventurers ran up to Liz, grabbed her in a hug, and cried out in delight. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment, what happened? She was simply lost in thought. The swordsman shouted, he's so impressed with her work. How good they looked fighting side by side with Laura, and how beautifully she used magic. Laura, dancing with joy, said, because their Liz can do that. The girl thought sheepishly, not listening again. Regardless of her, they were good adventurers. Dorte exclaimed, in other words, the time had finally come to say it. He turned to Liz and declared that she was the only thing they'd been missing until now. He scooped the girl up in his arms, gently tossed her into the air, and added, let her join Redcliffe. Meanwhile, Zion, having reviewed all the possible records, thought perplexedly. There was no suitable person. What was the meaning of all this? Among all the guild branches located in Angelum territory, there was no mention of Miyabi's name. Maybe he's missing something? In the kingdom of Fordia, all trade is conducted through guilds. Therefore, upon reaching 12 years of age, when a child becomes able to work, it is common practice to enroll them in a guild. Even after checking the ledgers of all the guilds, he could find no trace of him. So, given that he's not registered with any guild in the country, is he the son of an elite, a family heir who hasn't yet been handed the leadership position, or an outsider from another land? Or maybe he's a spy? Sometime later, Liz sat alone, recalling the swordsman's words about her joining their group. The protagonist approached her and asked what was wrong. She jumped in surprise and said she was just lost in thought. He asked if he should leave her alone for now. She countered, no. What is he saying? The protagonist noticed a small hole nearby with water flowing out and remarked, surely this is a suitable place to rest. The girl remarked, no problem. Slimes prefer humid places, so they rarely crawl out into well-ventilated and sunny areas. She fell silent. He looked at her carefully and repeated his question. Is something wrong? Liz asked, puzzled, how he'd figured it out. MC replied, just by the look on her face. Maybe she should share it with him? Maybe it would make her feel better. Of course, unless it was something she shouldn't talk about. Liz suddenly grabbed his sleeve and said she wanted him to listen to her, because it had to do with him too. Throwing a stone into the river, she said she'd recently been offered to join Redcliffe. He'd exclaimed in surprise. And what had she told them? The girl said she'd asked for a little time. She'd been invited before when she'd just become an adventurer and completed her first quest. She'd been 10 years old then. That's when she'd encountered Redcliffe's rank assessment. But since she wanted to be independent above all else, and becoming dependent on them was counterproductive, she'd refused. Now she didn't know if she had the strength, but if she ran away from this opportunity, she might never get close to rank A. That's why her head was already splitting with these thoughts. Besides, they said to invite him too, he exclaimed in surprise. Him? Liz replied that he was probably only a D-rank adventurer now, but he was in no way inferior to an A-rank adventurer. If he joined Redcliffe as an adventurer, he could get better reputation and pay. She looked at him and asked what he was planning to do. He thought for a moment, confused, and said sheepishly, to be honest, both options are good. The girl exclaimed in confusion. He really thinks that? Miyabi was embarrassed and replied that if a person knows how to create things, he'll be fine anywhere, and he's not interested in ranks either. Liz drawled, upset. So that's how it is. And she's chasing ranks. It's natural for an adventurer, and she needs money too, the protagonist exclaimed. What's wrong with her? He can't blame her. He told Dortha and the others before they set out, didn't he? He just wants to make her adventures comfortable. So, he's just doing what he wants. And that's good. He paused for a moment and added, besides, this is just his theory, but it's an important choice, because no matter which option she chooses, she will still regret it. Then, even after the slightest mistake, she'll start wondering what would have happened if she'd made a different choice. But in moments when she feels like her regrets are about to crush her, the thought that she made this choice helps. Whatever she chooses, he will follow her and be her support. Liz looked at him earnestly, with tears in her eyes, and said, he suddenly reminded her of her father. The protagonist wondered in surprise, what does that even mean? She smiled and thanking him said she'll think about it some more. After a while, they returned to the others. Alicia was washing the dishes and clearing the table. MC exclaimed, please forgive me and leave all the cleaning to him. The girl protested. No, that was her job after all. He exclaimed, he'll finish quickly. If the monsters are drawn to the smell of scraps, it could be dangerous. As soon as he said this, huge bears appeared next to them, their snouts tugging at the scent causing them to salivate. Miyabi and Alicia stared at them in shock, after which the maid screamed loudly. The bears were driven away by a short, fat man who apologized to his allies for scaring them. He added, they're a troop traveling through the kingdom of Blandor. His name was Dominic. He was the leader of the group. The man shook Dorte's hand. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered, is this a circus or something? Dominic exclaimed, so surprised. They were lured here by a delicious smell, and everything looked like a restaurant in the mountains. He even wondered if the goddess had finally come for him. The troop leader looked at the carriage and asked if they were accompanying an aristocrat. The swordsman introduced himself, adding that he was from Red Cliff. Dominic exclaimed admiringly, why, he's a fan. They were so active during the monster influx. Dorte replied sheepishly, no need, that was so long ago. Before he could recover, the troop leader, who had started asking him to sign his hat, suddenly swayed and fell at the swordsman's feet. Confused, he pulled the man to his feet and asked if everything was all right. Dominic responded, dizzy. The troop members were worried about their leader. Dorte asked Dominic if this road was from Targu territory. The troop leader replied that they wanted to hold the next performance in Angelum, but apparently, that was no longer possible. Wiping his forehead, he suggested, maybe they'll try to rely on them. If they wait any longer, they'll die. Dominic turned to everyone present and said, sorry for bothering them so much. If they don't mind, please let them share their food with them. After this, the entire troop, led by their leader, fell to their knees and bowed deeply to their comrades. Dominique explained that it had rained non-stop during their journey, and their belongings were completely soaked. All their food had spoiled before they even noticed. They hadn't eaten for 4 days. They'd have enough and just a little. They could replenish their supplies in the village, in the Dragon's Hollow. Please, let them help him out somehow. The swordsman replied gloomily that the Dragon's Hollow was closed due to egg-laying season, so there was no way to reach the village without a detour. The entire troop exclaimed in confusion, a detour? Dorte added that this journey, from what he'd heard, took 4 or 5 days. Dominic, confused, said, this is the end for them. At that moment, Liz called out to the swordsman and asked if he could escort them the way they'd come. The village was close from there. Dorte answered firmly, no, the slimes were still swarming there, and they couldn't handle guarding so many people. They couldn't consider them more important than their mission. Liz agreed, but she wanted to help the troops somehow. Laura asked the protagonist how much food he had in his inventory. He replied that, excluding the food he'd prepared for the mission, it would last another week. Seeing his confusion, Tyson remarked, he wasn't sure it would be enough, even if they gave it all away. He added, considering he'd brought these provisions just in case, they wouldn't last long anyway. After a moment's thought, he exclaimed, there's still some black orc meat left. It can be stored for future use. Dorte sighed and said, no need to go that far. He turned to the protagonist and asked if he could get their things. When the MC complied, Dominic exclaimed in confusion, but dried meat, crackers, even nuts and cheese? The swordsman said they wanted to give it to them. The guy turned to Chiffon and asked if she, as the daughter of the Verdini family, would be okay with it. Dominic said in confusion, 5 great ducal houses? Chiffon, noticing the troop leader's shabby appearance, turned to the swordsman and asked if he could continue observing the surrounding area to give the troop a rest. Dominic burst into tears at their kindness. After a while, Miyabi peered into the adventurer's backpack and was surprised to see that there was even a tent. He wondered if they had planned from the start to help them if they suddenly found themselves unprepared. Joining Red Cliff? Honestly, that sounded good. He applied his skill and reinforced the carriage, adding water resistance. The material was a noblewoman's tent. He thought again. Getting an A rank was Liz's dream, and this was definitely the shortest route, and if they traveled together, every day would definitely be fun. The adventurers, watching him work on the carriage, exclaimed in admiration, this is so cool. He's a jack of all trades. After a while, the travelers said goodbye to the traveling troupe. Dominic shouted goodbye. They'll never forget this favor. MC also waved goodbye and returned to his thoughts. Yes, the days would be fun, but he didn't want to see Liz with such a dejected expression again. Sometime later, when evening fell, the Red Cliff team settled down around the campfire. Laura remarked on how hectic the day had been. Dorte replied, isn't that the pleasant hustle and bustle? Problems are the spice of adventure. Tyson said, exactly. Afterward, the tank asked the swordsman if he'd invited those two. He replied, yes, he had. Tyson remarked, but that usually happens at the end of a journey. Dorte replied, probably because of Miyabi. He wasn't exactly a manly man, but he was a good guy. He never thought he'd want a craftsman assistant on the team, but speaking of him, he'd like him to join them. Laura thoughtfully noted that Liz hadn't had it easy either. Although she'd been working in the rear guard, she'd been alone the whole time. The protagonist really was a tough guy, but after all, he was an assistant. which meant they'd have a full team. Dorte added that there was no doubt Liz, who was acting as the leader on this mission for the noble family, would succeed. So, this time she'd definitely be able to join Red Cliff without any hesitation. Tank asked if she really could join. The swordsman replied, the three of them had decided on this, hadn't they? Tyson remarked, of course they had. Only after actually seeing them and talking with the protagonist, his opinion changed. He paused, then, addressing his comrades by name, declared that he was against Liz joining their group. His comrades, unsuspecting, stared at him in confusion. Dorte called him by name, confused, and Laura asked, surprised, why so abruptly? Tank replied, after all, they were the ones who took Liz from Rice 8 years ago. So after that, they swore to do everything they could to ensure she was forever haunted by nothing but smiles. The swordsman remarked, that was indeed the case, but Tyson replied, the two of them, how closely they were watching Liz. His comrades responded in surprise, their eyes never leaving her. He countered, that's not what he meant. He's talking about facial expressions. They repeated, perplexed. The facial expressions. Tyson paused for a moment, then said, he always thought Liz would be lucky to join their group, but when she's with them, she doesn't smile at all. The allies looked at him in confusion, and then the swordsman drawled, what? He's saying such a thing, Laura added. Has he already gone blind? They rushed to him and started touching him, examining him, to see if he was all right. Tank said, then let them tell me, have they seen Liz smile during this journey? Dorte recalled all the recent events since meeting her, and when he appointed her leader, asking the group to support her well, and when she asked him if that meant she and Miyabi were just extra baggage, and when he invited her to join their group. During all those moments, what expression had she had on her face? He couldn't say it. Her face was as if erased. And even later, when the group had gone to bed, he kept thinking about it, and then decided she was smiling. She was definitely smiling. After some time, he thought ruefully that he hadn't been able to sleep a wink. Stepping outside, the swordsman thought, Tyson is such a pessimist. Wasn't Liz smiling? Suddenly, he saw the protagonist and Liz nearby. The protagonist noticed she looked refreshed today. She responded with a smile, probably because she'd slept well. Dorte, watching her, thought, well, isn't she smiling? At that moment, the girl called out to him in surprise and asked what he was doing here. He couldn't think of a reply. After some time, the travelers set off again. It was the 11th day of fulfilling the escort request. Along the way, the swordsman fell behind the wagon and noted that the number of wagons was growing as they approached the capital. He inspected their wagon, noted that there was no damage, and that the resting place was still 20 kilometers away. He also noticed starlings, and wondered if it was raining nearby again. Dorte caught up with the wagon, saw the protagonist wrapped in warm clothes, and asked what had happened. The protagonist replied with a smile, saying he was a bit cold, so he put on his coat. The swordsman remarked that his equipment was indeed handy. MC asked, by the way, could we stop the horses for a moment? When he complied, Miyabi pulled a pillow from his inventory and handed it to the girls in the carriage. Liz asked in surprise, a warming pillow? He replied, it had gotten cold since they entered the mountains, hadn't it? He apologized for not noticing it until later. Chiffon, wrapping herself in a thin cape, said it was okay, that's how it is in the mountains. The protagonist gave the girls the pillow and was just about to return to the driver's seat when Mel rushed inside, threw herself on the pillow, and exclaimed blissfully, how soft it is. The protagonist fell out of the carriage in surprise, and Liz laughed merrily at the comical situation. Tyson noted with surprise, Liz is smiling, right? Dorte rushed to the girls and told his comrade, yes, at least they can warm her up. He wrapped Liz in a warm scarf and asked, isn't it warm? She replied, frankly, more like hot. But why not give Lore some warm clothes? The healer was lounging next to MC at that moment. Miyabi offered Lore a warm jacket. The girl exclaimed, she forgot to take it out of the backpack she'd given the troop, and they'd left with it. Liz shouted at them in irritation, please, let them stop doing such strange things. At that moment, the swordsman thought, just a coincidence. Today, it's definitely a coincidence. Hadn't Liz always been a smiling child? And they must protect her smile. Suddenly, something made the travelers stop. Looking at the sky, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise, snow? Dorte and Tyson went to scout the area, after which the swordsman, noting the heavy snowfall on the road, wondered how much had fallen in just a few hours. The protagonist told his companions they would stop here today. He would pitch a tent. The swordsman stopped him and replied that they would continue on. MC looked at him in confusion, to which Dorte replied that the snowfall could continue until late at night. They needed to keep going. The snow hadn't covered everything too heavily yet. In 3 hours, they would reach the slope toward the capital. The snow wouldn't be much of a hindrance there. Liz emerged from the carriage and insisted that she thought they should stop here after all. Not only were the usual snow and cold debilitating, but they would also have to contend with the frozen ground, poor visibility, and monster activity at night. Too many dangers, Laura exclaimed in surprise. Did she really care about them? The girl replied, she was taking care of Chiffon and the horses. Dorte told the girl he understood. She didn't like the change of plans. If they traveled along snow-covered roads tomorrow, it would take significantly longer. And what would they do then? But for now, please, let her give in. Liz answered him decisively. His judgment was correct. But had they really forgotten they had Miyabi? In the end, they decided to stop. It was the 12th day of the escort. Dorte left the tent. Mel was making a snowman. Chiffon and Alicia stood outside watching her. The protagonist looked as puzzled as Liz. The road was simply buried under snow. The swordsman approached Liz, but she noted that since they had been able to pass through the rock, she thought the same could be done with the snow. They would be able to move forward if they cleared the snow from the road. Since the protagonist would be leading the squad, they would not be able to run, but there's a chance they'll reach the capital today. This time, she's definitely not wrong, right? Dorte noted, that's true. This way, they can both conserve their strength and move forward. No problem. He thought it was a good decision. Liz bowed her head to him in gratitude, laughed, and said, thank God. He looked at her in surprise. The girl turned to MC and asked him to try his best. He replied, let them leave everything to him. He can handle it, the swordsman thought, and she smiled. Was it because he praised her? No, more likely because he approved of her decision. When night fell, the swordsman went into his tent and told his comrades he wanted to speak with them alone. He said Reese was the heart of their group. Him, who was fine on his own, the wild Laura, and Tyson, who joined a little later. It was Reese who bound them all together. When he was gone, Liz became their connecting link. They had been such fools. Although they saw her smile, they stopped seeing her, and he only now noticed it. So, they should think again about how to properly express their love. Laura burst into tears at his words, and Tyson could barely hold back his tears. Sometime later at breakfast, Mel asked for more. The protagonist, who had prepared a delicious, spicy sandwich with black orc meat, noted with surprise that she really did eat well. Liz, chewing her food, said it was because beastmen had much greater physical strength than humans. Confused, he asked, is that why they eat so often? The girl replied, yes. Finally, Mel grabbed another sandwich and looked gloomily at the protagonist. He, noticing her gaze, asked, what's wrong? The girl replied, nothing, and went back to devouring her breakfast. MC, biting into his sandwich, paused in thought. In the end, he still didn't know if Tyson had done anything. However, he had the feeling that the atmosphere around Dorte had changed somehow since that snowy day, and now even the end of the road, which had seemed impossible to reach, was already in sight. While clearing the snow, he and Dorte saw the capital, and Liz had also fallen into despondency again. As she went to bed, she asked sadly, what should I do? They were almost to the capital. He thought sympathetically, she's still struggling today. Sipping his tea, Miyabi asked if she couldn't decide what to do with Redcliffe's offer. The girl, rising from her bed, replied, that too, but she was thinking about Mr. Trends. He replied, ah, she meant that. They were helpful, weren't they? Although, he thought to himself, it wasn't their decision anyway. Although, he still believed they had done everything in their power. Liz said regretfully, after all, she had turned out to be the most useless of them all. The protagonist, shocked by her words, jumped up. She asked in surprise, what's wrong with him? The protagonist exclaimed indignantly, what kind of words are these? After all, everything had gone so well, thanks in part to her. The fact that they continued moving forward was her idea, she noted with confusion. But he did all the work, didn't he? He almost screamed. But what about the dragon gorge they'd passed? The obvious result, saving time. She wanted to object that the slimes that attacked them were her fault. He screamed indignantly again. But everyone's safe and sound. Liz noted with confusion. Chiffon had said the same thing. MC thought his head was spinning. She was thinking too negatively. Was Liz always such a pessimist? Although, if you think about it, there were preconditions. The girl turned to him and asked if it was bad that she always strived for more? Chiffon told her that if she focused only on what she lacked, such striving would become poison. But shouldn't she strive harder and focus on what she lacked? He looked out the window and, shuddering from the foul weather outside, said, not worth it. Liz, following his gaze, noticed how cold it was. He said he thought her being so kind about it was a sign of her kindness. And also, it seemed a little unhealthy. She was too hard on herself. What she considered her strengths. The girl thoughtfully noted, she loves to study those strengths, but she just enjoys it. And that doesn't mean she's good. The protagonist exclaimed, interrupting her. That's what he's talking about. Liz winced at his loud voice and was indignant. Why is he shouting so loudly? The protagonist, using his inventory, got himself glasses, a jacket, a chalkboard, and a pointer. Dressed like a teacher, he said, they'll start by stopping denying their accomplishments. She wondered, perplexed, what had started there. He had said in a patronizing tone that she should praise herself more. The girl objected sheepishly, but she really had no reason to. He had noticed she was so soft. The fact that she liked him was an indispensable advantage. Liz repeated in confusion, just that he liked him? MC leaned towards her and whispered in her ear, he would only say this once. She simply didn't notice, but she really did have many wonderful traits. She quickly came up with strategies, and also, she always looks out for those around her, didn't she? And she manages money perfectly. Now, she needs to try saying it out loud. The girl, repeating after him, shouted, she loves to learn. Let everyone know she is invincible. After a while, she looked out the window and asked, isn't that strange? The next day, Chiffon said with a smile, they seem to have had fun last night. Liz was shocked by her words. The Duke's daughter continued. Even in their room, they could hear her repeating those phrases. Liz, blushing to the tips of her hair, asked her to forget about it. Chiffon noticed, but how should I put it? Her face was positively glowing. The girl looked at her in confusion and clarified. Really, on the 15th day, the allies finally arrived in the capital. As they said their goodbyes, Chiffon told her escorts that 2 weeks had passed since they left Angelum. Their safe arrival was entirely due to them. Thank them for their efforts in fulfilling this request. Alicia exited the building and told Chiffon that everything inside was already ready for rest. But the Duke's daughter lingered, looking at her comrades. The members of the Red Leaf group turned to Liz and said they would like to hear from her. Would she join their team? Liz, after a moment's thought, answered. She'd been pondering what she truly desired all this time. She turned to Laura and said, "Thank you for showing her exactly how they fought side by side with her father." She couldn't have imagined anything like this. She was happy when she was able to use high-level magic. But when she imagined herself standing next to her, doing what her father did, it felt somehow wrong. It might sound childish, but she didn't want to be her father's replacement. She wanted to find her own path. She wanted to make different people happy with her magic, and she wanted to be recognized. She took the surprised protagonist's hand and exclaimed, No, they wouldn't join Redcliffe." The protagonist indignantly retorted, "It looks weird that she took his hand. They'll get the wrong idea." Liz blushed, dropped his hand, and after apologizing, remarked that she'd gotten a bit carried away. To their surprise, Dorte, adjusting his hat, smiled and replied, "I see. Well then, they'll disperse here." MC and Liz, surprised by their calm reaction, looked at the group in confusion. The companions headed for the exit, and the swordsmen said goodbye, saying they'd already relayed the information to the Adventurers Guild. But they needn't worry. They hadn't given them any inflated or underestimated grades. Chiffon would probably report back too, and whether they'd have any more requests from nobles would probably be up to Duke Verdini. Confused, Liz asked, "Wouldn't they try to hold her back?" Dorte replied, "No need. They already made a great team." Laura added, "But they need to find someone for the vanguard as soon as possible." Tyson agreed. Balance is very important. MC and Liz looked after them, confused. After saying goodbye, the adventurers left. After standing there for a moment, perplexed, Miyabi smiled and extended his hand to Liz. The girl looked at this with confusion, then smiled too, slapped his hand, and exclaimed, "Yes!" Although they couldn't see it, all the members of the Redcliffe group were in tears at that moment. Liz called after them, "They'll see each other again." Chiffon approached them. Liz sheepishly apologized to her for causing such a thing on her territory. The girl replied, "It's okay. This was new to her. After all, only Redcliffe knew about it. It's pretty hard to understand, right?" Liz looked at her, puzzled. Chiffon said, "A parent's heart." The girl shuddered, looked around, and blushed. The Duke's daughter asked if they were heading back soon. Liz replied that they'd worked so hard to get here, so they'd be a little delayed. The protagonist remarked that it wasn't often that one got the chance to visit the capital, and he'd been thinking of just wandering around the city, taking in the architecture and all that. Chiffon exclaimed that if that were the case, she'd like them to accompany her somewhere. The allies stared at her in surprise. Meanwhile, Trenz, standing on the balcony, watching the birds fly, listened to Zion's report. After listening, he said, "I see. So he wasn't able to find out everything about the adventurer, Miyabi?" The guildmaster answered, "That's right. They even consulted records of these territories and his acquaintances. But still, they couldn't find out anything about his life before arriving in this city." The Marquis asked what he thought about it. Zion remarked that people who produce things rarely join the Adventurers Guild. They usually join the Artisans Guild, but the situation is such that there's a shortage of support. If that were all, there wouldn't be any questions. However, his past is shrouded in mystery, and he also volunteered to help renovate the Master's estate. Putting all these facts together, the worst possible scenario comes to mind. Maybe he's a spy. The Marquis silently absorbed this information and seemed to ponder something. Then he exclaimed joyfully, "He always lives up to his expectations." Zion, not expecting such a reaction, looked at him in bewilderment. Trenz turned his head and continued, "Don't let him think it. That's truly an answer worthy of an excellent student." The guildmaster asked, confused, "An excellent student?" The Marquis said, his reasoning missing one crucial detail. Weiss. If Miyabi had used him to intentionally infiltrate the master's house, that was a bad option. He's the kind of person who can clearly see the true intentions of others just by looking into their eyes. He certainly wouldn't accept anyone who approached him with ulterior motives. He requires a genuine passion for creating things. His words when he introduced Miyabi to him didn't sound like a trap. And even if word of the mansion's renovations had leaked out, calling himself an artisan was a foolish plan. There are too many people like Grigori in the upper crust, prejudiced against artisans. This is especially prevalent among aristocrats, and yet he can't say he didn't harbor malicious intent. The birds surrounded him. He spread his arms and declared, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." He really wanted to know how he'd acquired this power, nothing more. Zion looked at him in confusion and asked him to wait for clarification. So, this request wasn't necessary. The Duke replied, "Of course, he needed it to see this guy's strength. There was no other meaning to it." Zion thought of Liz, so he hadn't even looked at her. He wondered out loud if the desired result had been achieved. The Marquis replied, "No, but that was no problem. The next move would soon be made." After some time, Chiffon told Alicia that she wanted to write something in her diary. Could she please get it from her luggage? The maid replied that it had been a long journey, so let her rest a bit. The girl countered that writing in a diary wouldn't tire her out much. The maid remarked that if she didn't have enough time to rest, how about changing her plans for tomorrow? She was just wondering if, considering the business she'd agreed on earlier, she'd been forced into this decision. Chiffon sipped her tea and remarked that that she didn't particularly like the adventurers, did she? Or rather, she didn't like Liz? Alicia paused for a moment, then replied gloomily that she had no personal feelings for her. She was simply concerned about her mistress's health. Chiffon giggled and said, "She understands." After a while, she told the maid that she would be getting a good rest now. She too. Please let her go and show everyone. Alicia left her room and thought, this is what you call evading an answer. She was sure Chiffon would immediately start writing her diary. No matter how much she worried about her, she couldn't do anything until she was ordered to. Wherever she went, she was still a maid. Passing the training grounds, she met the Duke. He asked, "So are they back yet? His daughter isn't injured?" Alicia, perplexed, answered her brother, "Of course not." At that moment, Liz told the protagonist, "By the way, they hadn't said goodbye to Mel." He replied, "She ran off somewhere while they were talking." The girls said she wanted to apologize because they probably caused her trouble. She was on duty last night, after all. The protagonist noted, "Come to think of it, she saved him too. Maybe he should thank her." Liz continued, "Since she'd done so much for them, it would be great to celebrate together." That's what she was thinking. He exclaimed, "That's right. They'd fulfilled the request, and she'd helped him out too." Only then did it dawn on him. Ah, she meant the celebration? Then we should call Redcliffe too. Liz pushed him in the back and shouted, "After what happened recently, does he have no sense of shame?" He said regretfully, "Yes, he got it. He added, "If they looked for Mel, she'd probably turn out to be nearby." Liz noted, "Her beastman nose would definitely smell them. They'd lure her out." She held the mirror in the sun, letting the sunbeams shine through. MC noted, as expected, it wouldn't be easy. They did it differently. The allies started grilling the meat, then Mel immediately appeared. Liz grabbed her by the collar and said, "Done." He exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a joke?" Sometime later, Miyabi pitched a tent outside the city, and the allies began celebrating the completion of the job. The protagonist raised his mug of drink and exclaimed, "Well, that was a good job on the escort request. They should drink to that." Mel saw the various dishes on the table, and swallowing her drool said, "I like it. So can she eat it?" She was so eager to do so, and she grabbed the food. The protagonist, surprised, replied, "Of course." Mel quickly devoured everything on the table. MC thought she ate parts of them, but at least she was happy. He whispered to her, "How can you really monopolize food like that, when they still have plenty of it?" With these words, he took out some grilled meat on skewers from his inventory, cut it into plates, made lemonade, and placed it all in front of her. Mel was simply shocked by all this. He laughed at her reaction. Liz thought she'd fallen for it. At least, it looked that way from her face. Mel began eating with pleasure, chomping loudly enough to fill the entire room. Looking around, she noticed, by the way, that everything inside now looked somehow cuter. Miyabi replied, "They wanted to please her." "Did she like it?" she asked in confusion. "Why her?" Liz said, "Well, a lot has happened, hasn't it? Becoming the leader and all that with Redcliffe, and she saved her, for which she was very grateful." Mel drawled, bewildered. She didn't quite understand, but that's not bad. She smiled contentedly, hugging a large teddy bear. Liz asked in surprise, she liked cute things before, right? Mel responded irritably, "Stop telling her about the others." The girl objected. "She graduated a long time ago." The protagonist laughed and asked, they had known each other before, hadn't they? "And for quite a long time?" Liz replied, "They first met when she was visiting her grandfather." She was surprised then that the child was even younger than her. She told the merchant that she wanted a knife. That's the price for success. In the end, they couldn't sell it to her, so she had to help. Mel remarked in surprise, "Is that really how it was?" The girl replied, "Exactly." The protagonist wondered. She'd been alone since she was so little. He sympathized with the girl. "So it had been hard for her too?" she asked in surprise. Did he misunderstand? "They just have a policy at home, sending young children on adventures," he wondered, puzzled. "What kind of policy is that?" He clarified, "So they're childhood friends?" Liz replied, "Well, it depends. After they became adventurers, they never worked together anyway, and her rank had quickly risen. Mel only works with aristocrats. They take care of all the hassle." MC exclaimed in bewilderment. Only a strong swordsman like Mel could do something like that. The girl smiled broadly at his praise. Liz exclaimed in irritation, No, it's not that simple. Even Redcliffe is only accepted into the guild after certain formalities." He noted with surprise, but it was true. He thought, if only they could find the vanguard sooner. Suddenly, he looked closely at Mel, and an idea occurred to him. In surprise, he even screamed, which greatly frightened the girls. Liz exclaimed in confusion, "What happened?" Miyabi grabbed Mel by the shoulders and shouted, "There goes the vanguard." She screamed again, perplexed. "What?" Then they both screamed together at the solution they had found. Mel looked at them in bewilderment and remarked on how loud they were. He asked, "She's not in a party, is she?" Mel confirmed she was not. The protagonist grabbed her hand and exclaimed, "And maybe she should join them?" Both allies looked at the girl expectantly. Mel, after thinking for a moment, asked if she would join the party. Would they eat together? The protagonist replied, "Of course." She continued, "And run errands together? And stay overnight together too?" He agreed. That would most likely be it. She jerked her hand free, jumped onto the window, and said, not that she hated them, but where she sleeps, has fun, fights or not, it's all up to her. She clanked her sword and continued, "She lives free, and she will die free. That's her path. So she won't join their party." The MC noted with disappointment. So that's how it was. His whole figure, not to mention his facial expression, expressed sadness. Then he added, "Well, yes, she's right." Mel chuckled in bewilderment and told him to give up. He exclaimed, "He understands. I just thought it would be wonderful if she joined them." Mel remembered how they laughed at her when she suggested her former comrades get together for a party, looked at Miyabi, and suddenly smiled. After a while, the protagonist asked Mel, "What?" She tilted her head and chuckled questioningly. He said, "They're still with Chiffon, right? Will they come back?" Mel said, "Whenever they want to, that's when they'll come back." He remarked, "Oh, really?" The allies were going on a tour with Chiffon. The girl asked if Mel was coming too. The protagonist replied, "Yes, as long as it doesn't interfere with their business." Chiffon exclaimed, "Not at all. It's better to go on tours in a big group." Today, she wants them to join her on a sightseeing tour of the capital. The allies exclaimed in surprise, "So business is just sightseeing?" She laughed and clarified, "They're against it, but it's out of gratitude, right?" Liz clarified in surprise, "Out of gratitude?" The Duke's daughter replied, "Have you forgotten what you did during your trip?" Liz was confused by her question and was about to object, but the girl interrupted her and continued. Besides, she wanted to explore the city when she had some time. The allies decided, in that case, they wouldn't mind a stroll together. During the tour, they periodically exclaimed in admiration at the sights. Leading them to a majestic building, Chiffon said it was the Holy Church of Peristel. It was the place where the mother gods of the kingdom of Fortia were worshipped. "Isn't this a place you want to visit at least once when you come to the capital?" The protagonist was so delighted and so loudly admired everything around him that Liz told him to calm down. When the allies entered, they saw a huge room with columns and a staircase leading to the second floor. The protagonist asked in surprise, "What is this?" Liz remarked in surprise, "Isn't this an analysis of a future profession?" He asked in bewilderment, "But why analysis?" Chiffon asked if they knew that professions are generally divided into combat and production. MC sheepishly admitted, "A little." The Duke's daughter continued, "You can determine a child's future profession by the presence or absence of equipment. However, after that, the division becomes a bit more complicated as further subdivisions occur. A special crystal is used for this." She pointed to the object and continued, "The crystal's reaction to the properties of magical power allows for a precise determination of the future profession." Miyabi thought in surprise, "Divine litmus paper." Liz asked surprised, "But surely that's not necessary? After all, magical power is passed down from parent to child. A swordsman's child will be a swordsman, and a mage's child will be a mage. Practically, there aren't any major differences. Some skills will develop as the child reaches adulthood, and then it will naturally become clear. Therefore, conducting an analysis at such a young age is only necessary if the child is from a family with disputes over the heirs." Chiffon noted with a smile, "But this has also recently become popular among tourist families who want a certificate bearing the seal of the Holy Church." Liz wondered, perplexed, if it was that easy to get tested in the city. Were all the people here from the countryside? The protagonist excitedly exclaimed, "Can he get a certificate?" Liz objected, "Another waste of money? Testing isn't cheap." Chiffon giggled and said they shouldn't worry about the price, because it would be a thank you. She recalled her conversation with her father, and climbing the stairs, she asked if they would agree to have their future profession analyzed. At that moment, a family was performing this procedure on their child. When the baby's palm touched the crystal, a bright light appeared. The mother exclaimed in delight, "What power!" The father proudly declared, as expected of a boy from their family. The Holy Father proclaimed, "The crimson light of a proud swordsman. The path he will take will be brilliant." The assistant remarked, "What a beautiful light. It's rare to see such a vast amount of magical power in a baby." The protagonist said so, and the parents are also happy. The assistant replied, "It's understandable, because for someone with such immense magical power, their future, a military profession, is already predetermined." The Holy Father addressed the allies and said he was asking them to undergo an analysis of their future profession. A profession is the first and only gift of the 12 goddesses. Now a beam will show their path. Liz placed her hand on the crystal first. A bright beam emanated from the crystal, and the high priest proclaimed, "A mysterious purple light, the light of a magician." The girl thought with confusion. Her light was weaker than the baby's just now. "By the way, I wonder how much magical power the protagonist has?" The Holy Father invited him to place his hand on the crystal as well. MC happily agreed and went to the place he needed. Liz thought, his skills allow him to simply create a multitude of things. He must have quite a lot of power. Then something incredible happened. When Miyabi touched the crystal, a blinding light so bright that everyone squinted from the intensity. Even on the street, people noticed the light and wondered what just happened. It made their eyes hurt. The protagonist, looking around, noted the utter confusion on everyone's faces. The Holy Father shouted in bewilderment, "What just happened?" He'd never seen such power before. The assistant, shocked, told the high priest that, most importantly, he saw his profession. They whispered something, and then the Holy Father told the protagonist that the light was too bright, so he couldn't get a good look at it. Let him touch it again. MC touched the crystal again, and again. An extremely bright light flooded the area. The high priest squinted, looked at the stream of light, and grunted in confusion. Then he said, "A crafter, I believe." The assistant regretfully said, "What a waste." Miyabi looked at them and said, upset. They were so obviously disappointed. The assistant was indignant. What was he talking about? Among the professions ordained by the gods, there can't be those higher and those lower. Let them go down to receive their certificates. He smiled and added, "Let the goddesses bless them." As he descended, the protagonist looked at the priests in bewilderment and muttered, "They definitely don't think that way." He turned to Liz, but the girl remained silent. The protagonist looked at the girl and saw that she was very offended. He called her name in bewilderment. Liz grabbed his arm and hissed, "He's so cunning." He replied, Please don't let her take it out on him. Chiffon asked Mel, does it matter that she didn't take this opportunity? The girl replied, not particularly interested. Alicia thought about the protagonist, noting that recent light, and that guy. It wasn't for nothing that she'd thought he was a bit odd during the trip. She looked at Chiffon and wondered, had the lady really done all this for this? Surely, it has nothing to do with that girl Liz? Oh, come on. The Holy Father had said that even the moment he received the message from House Verdini, he'd realized something could happen. So talking about remaining calm no matter what was going on was simply pointless. He'd been doing this analysis for almost 50 years, but he'd never seen anything like this, even among members of the royal family. The assistant mused, what will happen to this guy now? Chiffon replied that the wise move would be to leave him alone. After a while, MC, standing on board the ship, closed his eyes and thought, oh no, greed had overcome him, and he'd become careless. Even though he was used to being surprised, this was too much. Opening his eyes and resting his cheek on his hand, he noted that he could create things without limit. It was nice. But the fact that he'd gained these abilities simply because he'd worked hard in the game felt wrong. Still, he was glad that the things he'd created had value. Liz exclaimed in admiration, the sea is so beautiful. She confessed that it was her first time by the sea. Miyabi remarked in surprise, really? Liz said that Angelum was located inland. Besides, her missions hadn't taken her to the sea before. Had he been to the sea? The protagonist replied that he'd been there a couple of times as a child. He thought, exactly. Getting to the capital is quite difficult. He should change the subject. How long would he keep deceiving everyone like this? The girl continued, but she was surprised. Only 8 years had passed since the monstrous flood, so she thought things would be more tragic here. Chiffon, approaching them, remarked, did she think the city would be in ruins? She replied that it was so. The Duke's daughter said, Angelum is quite far away, so apparently the details of the destruction haven't reached them. It's all thanks to the barrier. The allies asked in surprise, the barrier? What was she talking about? Chiffon said the court mages had cast a wisdom crystal. It's a protective spell that can withstand even the most advanced magic. It sealed off all the inner districts, including the port. The outer districts beyond the bridge suffered the most. Before that, the lower city was actively expanding, but now, they say, it still hasn't returned to its heyday. She'd also heard that the districts far from the main gates had turned into slums and were no longer safe, so they should be careful. The protagonist whispered to Liz in confusion, but they had pitched a tent outside yesterday. She also whispered that perhaps they should spend the night at an inn. Sometime later, on land, the allies were forced to observe an unpleasant situation. A carrot flew to the ground, and the angry, large woman shouted at the poorly dressed girl, don't even think about opening her shop that reeks of poverty here. Damn poor people. Have they completely forgotten where they are? Even servants from high-ranking houses come here to shop. This is the high-class market of Logpatter, a place for first-class farmers. So why the hell did she park her poor cart right in front of her shop? The girl replied, she doesn't understand what she's upset about. She pays for this space just like she does. The protagonist said in bewilderment, it's not safe here, even in the city itself. The woman, meanwhile, stamped her foot menacingly and shouted, was she even thinking of disobeying her? Her guards grabbed the poor girl. Liz stepped forward and politely asked them to let her go. Her gaze expressed determination. The insolent woman looked at her and asked contemptuously, who the hell was she? Liz repeated her request, holding out her magical attribute. She begged them to let the girl go. If they discussed everything, there would be no need to resort to violence. The woman asked menacingly, was she trying to threaten her with that stick of hers? With magic from such close range? Was she completely stupid? The protagonist anxiously called out to his friend and exclaimed, what should we do? Maybe we should call the police? Chiffon called out to Alicia twice. The maid replied that she understood and rushed forward. At that very moment, one of the evil woman's guards grabbed Liz, and the woman herself irritably said, don't act tough. Liz closed her eyes and thought, if she could withstand one blow, she could attack. MC loudly shouted his friend's name. Chiffon assured him everything would be fine, not to worry, because she had a knight with her. Alicia, doing a high somersault in the air, landed right on the hulk of a guard who had grabbed Liz, practically trampling him into the ground. Liz barely managed to jump out of the way. The maid glared at the angry woman. The woman recoiled in fear and exclaimed in bewilderment, what the hell is this? What is she, a mercenary? No, a maid. Where did she even come from? The woman instantly calmed down and walked back to her shop. Meanwhile, customers had gathered in a group, watching the scene. Chiffon exclaimed, those scattered vegetables look delicious. The girl, offended by the woman, looked at the Duke's daughter and thought with admiration, she's overflowing with grace, and she thinks she's a first-class farmer. Chiffon asked her if she could have all this. The girl responded, confused. Right now? She mentally noted that this beauty looked just like an aristocrat's daughter. Why was she in a place like this? At that moment, the woman turned to Chiffon and said that if she looked at the price, she'd immediately understand. These dirty vegetables are grown by poor people for other poor people. Chiffon, without finishing the woman's sentence, interrupted her and remarked that price was really determined by appearance. In her opinion, these vegetables looked better than those across the street, which were simply on display. The Duke's daughter smiled and added that she was confident in her assessment. The woman looked at her with irritation, unable to find anything to say in response. At that moment, Miyabi brought the police, and pointing to the instigator of the scandal, said, these people. The police, looking at the woman, exclaimed, So it's her again? The protagonist pointed at Liz and the poor girl, adding, "There's the victim." The woman exclaimed angrily, "I'm so fed up with their nonsense. Let them get out of here quickly." The police grabbed the offender and dragged her to the station. Liz breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Alicia for saving her. The girl added admiringly, "She's so strong." The maid sheepishly replied, "Don't think anything of it. It wasn't for her." Liz, confused, said, "What?" Alicia rushed toward her mistress. At that moment, the offended girl bowed to her saviors and thanked them for helping her. She couldn't even imagine what would have happened to her precious shop if she had been alone. Liz sheepishly replied, "No need for thanks." The girl anxiously checked with her, "But really, is everything all right?" Then she asked, perplexed, "Did this aristocratic lady really appreciate her vegetables, which look so bad even if you forget about their origins?" Chiffon replied. She didn't take back her words. They truly interested her. She touched the carrots, then sniffed her fingers and said, "This carrot, its smell is a little different from the usual ones." The merchant girl exclaimed happily, "Is that so? She lives in a village halfway up that mountain, and that's where she grows these vegetables. They may not look like much, but they're very sweet." The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "So these are winter carrots?" The merchant girl exclaimed in bewilderment, "Winter carrots?" He replied that he'd heard that the sugar content in vegetables will increase if they're covered in snow. So he thought, "Is that really true?" Liz remarked in surprise. "But it only started snowing recently." The girl replied, "No, he's been in the mountains since autumn. Everyone in the village thinks it's help from above. But it turns out it's because of the cold then." Chiffon noticed. "He's so erudite." The protagonist laughed sheepishly. The duke's daughter, looking at the carrots, asked in confusion, "Can you really grow something like that in Angelum?" He replied, "He's no expert, so he'll have to find out more about it." The merchant girl asked in surprise, "So they're from Angelum too?" MC said, "Yes, that's right." She paused, perplexed. "Well, really? Her daughter went there to earn money, so she feels some kind of connection to this town." At that moment, her youngest daughter grabbed her dress and said she'd tidied everything up. She continued, "And now she's worried that her daughter might overwork herself there." Miyabi said with a smile, "I'm sure everything's fine." Sometime later, when the allies had loaded the groceries into the cart, the protagonist asked in confusion, "Honestly, is this really no problem?" Looking at the many crates, he added, "It's all carrots." Chiffon laughed and replied, "Yes, he's right, it really is a lot." Alicia sensibly remarked, "I wonder if the cooks won't think it's too much?" The protagonist agreed. Suddenly, Chiffon gasped, clapped her hands, and exclaimed, "If this really is a lot, then she knows whom she can give it to. There will be a lot of people, so lots of vegetables are a must, perfect for returning home." Sometime later, when the allies arrived with carts loaded with carrots, they exclaimed in surprise at the majestic building. "It's a palace!" Fortia stood on the balcony, staring at the procession in amazement. Chiffon laughed at her friend's reactions. At the Verdini mansion on the day of their arrival in the capital, Chiffon sat in the room with a cup of tea and remembered Alicia asking if sightseeing would be unnecessary. She had no personal feelings for them. She grinned and thought that no matter how bad her mood turned, it was so obvious. It was sweet. She took her diary and wrote, June 12th, they arrived in the capital. The plan for tomorrow, after saying goodbye to Red Cliff, they will go to determine their future profession only with Mr. Miyabi and his group. She thought that determining their future profession. She remembered Tren's saying that he was on par with the crafters in terms of professionalism, so he wanted confirmation that he was not just pretending to be a crafter. She thought that this was unusual caution for her father. Maybe he had other thoughts? She put the quill on the table and said that she had enough of it. It had never happened before that her father said everything he thought about. She remains herself and does not need to be the same as him. During the tour, she thought that she, pursuing her own goals, was working for him. Currently, when they arrived at the castle, someone called her and politely asked her to wait. She turned around, and the knight, with a shocked expression on his face, said that they would accept a gift of agricultural products for the castle. However, it would be a bit problematic if she, of noble blood, took it to the kitchen. She calmly asked, but couldn't the maid handle it? They really have a lot of things. He was very surprised by what he saw, and loudly said that carrots fell from the sky. A guy who saw them through the window ran towards them, happily called Chiffon, and said that it was really her. If she had warned him, he would have come out to meet them. She dodged when he tried to hug her, and Alicia caught him. She laughed, called him by name, and said that she saw that he was in a good mood. The others were confused by this, and the protagonist asked if he could find out who it was. He thought that they were in the royal castle, and he was close with the duke's daughter. He began to get back on his feet after what happened, and she said that she would introduce them. This is Fortia, her fiancé and the third prince of this country. They were shocked by this information. After which they came to the palace, and he thought that it was good that he had already worked in the house of an aristocrat, but such places still make you nervous. However, there is something more important. Cress called Chiffon, apologized, and said that if he knew in advance, he would have prepared her favorite pastries. She, slightly embarrassed, asked him to stop, and asked why he was making such a face. He said that he always wants her to be happy. MC turned away from them and thought that his reaction was stressing him out. Liz was very nervous, apologized, and asked if they were really allowed to be here. He looked at her and said loudly, in surprise, that she was sweating more than a girl should. The prince looked at them and said that he apologized for leaving his guests unattended. Could she introduce them? Chiffon introduced them and said that they were adventurers. They had accompanied her on the road from Angelum. He said with surprise that they were the same age as them. She said with a smile that they were all great people. He asked, by the way, what they had recently argued about with the guard. He waved his fan at Liz and said that they had brought carrots as a gift to the castle. They also refused when she offered to take it to the kitchen. She said that it was because it was a waste of effort. It was heavy when he took it out of his inventory. Cress laughed and said that it looked like her. By the way, is this inventory his? Is he the creator? He was about to answer something, but he said that he thought they were warriors, since they were adventurers. Miyabi said he was a crafter, so he was acting in a supportive role. He put a cup of tea on the table and said that it was a coincidence, since he was also a crafter. Liz flinched in surprise, and he said that it was amazing. They were kindred spirits. Chiffon noticed her reaction and asked what was wrong. Was it really that surprising that there was a crafter among the royal family? She asked with a little surprise what she meant. She said that it was a bit of a delicate topic, so talking about it was a little awkward. He laughed and said that she didn't need to worry about it. She thought about it and said that in the church, they said that the nature of magical power is hereditary, and therefore the professions of parents and children are not that different. He turned to her and said that such a thing really happened. She drank tea and said that in times when the country is in danger, aristocrats should protect the people with themselves and shed blood first. These are the words of the founder of their dynasty. According to these principles, aristocrats favored combat specialization, which could protect people. Nowadays, the so-called professions of mage or swordsman have become entrenched among aristocrats. Therefore, her surprise is completely understandable. The protagonist wondered with slight surprise, where did the prince get such a profession then? Only unpleasant thoughts creep into his head. But above all, he asked with a tense expression, is it okay that they tell them this? He and Liz imagined being killed for this, and Cress asked, is this really how they appear to the people? He doesn't hide it, although he doesn't specifically disseminate this information either. He squeezed the saucer with tension and said that the entire aristocracy is perfectly aware of it anyway. Chiffon called him and asked if he had the pillow he gave her in the mountains with him. He took it out of his inventory and asked, is she talking about this? She agreed, called the prince by name, and said that he had created it. He asked, so this pillow was made by a crafter? He took it in his hands and said that it looked very high quality. He was very surprised because this pillow was warm, and he said with a smug smile that he turned on the fire in it. He looked at his creation in surprise and said that although he was a crafter, but what kind of one? She called him and asked if he wanted to do some crafting with him. He was surprised by this, turned around and said that he thought he was amazing and that was enough. He had never even used his skills. He was about to say something, but she called him in a serious tone and asked, he promised not to speak badly about himself, right? She took his hand. He thought about it, agreed and asked for forgiveness. MC lowered his head and thought that Charon had said the same thing. It is psychologically difficult for crafters in this world to create things. However, it is strange, isn't it? Creating items should be more enjoyable for everyone. He called the prince and asked if they would like to create a gift for her first. He had only recently realized this, but creating things for someone else was the most pleasant thing. So, did he have something he would like to create for her? Cress thought about it, looked at her and asked, how about a blanket? It's just that she always seems cold at tea parties this time of year. Chiffon looked at him in surprise and asked if he noticed it. He said with a small smile that it was settled then, they could do it right now. Later, Miyabi made a blanket, and the prince tried to imitate him, but the blanket he created fell apart in his hands. He was upset about this, but looked at what he had made and asked loudly how he managed to create fabric that looked and felt so royally beautiful. If he had noticed, he would have added more embroidery. He apologized, started twisting the yarn, and thought that maybe it was because he lacked skills. But it was strange that he couldn't even hold the shape. In any case, things weren't going well. He asked, then maybe they should change direction a bit and switch to handicrafts. The prince's eyes lit up at the idea, and he said that crafters have 3 unique skills: crafting, handicrafts, and cooking. However, the crafting skill requires practice. Cress beamed with hope and said that it was simply too early for him. The protagonist said that's why they should do handicrafts today. He agreed with a happy expression, but an hour later his expression became very sad. He looked at what he had created and asked, isn't handicrafts too difficult? He looked at his hand, in which he concentrated energy, and said that he could channel magic through threads. However, how can one even correctly imagine how exactly fabric is created from thread? His brain is about to boil. He looked at him and said that he would get used to it, and the process would get faster. He lowered his head and asked loudly, is this even a blanket? It's all holes. It'll be cold under it. He approached him and, looking worried, said that this could definitely be covered if you sewed it yourself. He continued working very slowly, started crying, and said that it was too terrible to give to Chiffon. He called the prince with a slightly tense look, and he asked for forgiveness and was about to say something about himself. She went up to Cress and said that she was asking him not to scold her precious blanket. Did she say that she needed something perfect, like what kings would buy for themselves? It was okay even if the blanket was crooked or lopsided. but he wanted to give it to her. It was the first time he had created something, and that was exactly what she wanted. He was very touched by this, continued crying, and asked her for forgiveness. She was touched by his reaction, and MC handed him a handkerchief. After some time, he finished creating the blanket and said that it had finally taken shape. He called the prince and said that he had tried well. Chiffon, with a very happy expression on her face, took the blanket he had created. Later, he started to leave, but stopped when the prince called him and said that he apologized for showing his pathetic side. It was a lot of fun. If it's not too much trouble, maybe they could meet again tomorrow. He would like him to tell him more about handicrafts. He was very happy about it and said that he always liked to see that people liked to create something. He was also surprised that Cress called him and said that he should stop being polite and calling him by his name. Alicia watched them from the side and thought that it was so sad to part. She really likes moments like this. The lady can throw off the burden of being the Duke's daughter and be a simple girl only at moments like this. She couldn't believe her ears when she heard that these people were going to the royal castle. However, if the prince is happy, the lady is happy too. One could say that it will be a good weekend. This time, she can thank these adventurers. Once this was over, they wouldn't meet again. They rode in the carriage she was driving, and inside, Chiffon said she was grateful to them all for spending the day with her. It took much longer than she expected. Where were they staying? Where should they take them? Miyabi remembered this, looked out the window, and said that they were just thinking about looking for a place to stay for the night. She was surprised by this, apologized, and was about to say something, but then an idea occurred to her. She asked why they didn't stay the night at her place. They were very surprised by this, and she said that it was a wonderful idea. He has a meeting with Cress at the palace tomorrow, right? Alicia heard this, turned to them, and with a shocked expression, wondered why the mistress was doing so much for these simple adventurers. How did they even get to this conversation? Chiffon called them with a happy expression and said that since that was the case, they should go with her to magic lessons. She was even more shocked by this and wondered what the mistress was even talking about. Earlier, Eleanor was walking down the corridor, looking at the document in her hands and thought that it was urgent news. There was no destruction. They managed to send Chiffon to the capital safely. She left the building, met Zion and asked, he started smoking again, right? He said with a calm expression that he was just in such a mood. She wondered if this wasn't an escape from stress. The way he suddenly asked about it was strange. He noticed a letter on her and asked what it was. She smiled and said nothing, just a mission completion report. He asked what about the incident reports. She said there were none. He said that then he would send someone to the Duke's mansion. He handed her the document and said that he would go and report to the Duke. They walked together, and she said she had never heard of the boss going to report on a simple matter himself. He probably had a lot of free time. She took a small breath and asked if he was so free, maybe they could go have a bite to eat for the first time in a long time? Right now. Chiffon said with a friendly smile that they could spend the night here. She rang the bell and said that they would wash their camp clothes, and for now, they would have to wear their spare clothes. The servant called the protagonist and said that it suited him. He felt embarrassed about it, and later they all went to dinner together. She called Liz and said that after eating, she would like to see how she controlled her magical power. Alicia stood nearby and kept a calm expression. Later she came to her room, started beating a pillow, and asked loudly, what kind of people are they? If he has such powers, setting up camp is no problem at all. Why then should they accept them as guests? They shouldn't take advantage of her mistress's kindness. She calmed down a bit, but gritted her teeth and said loudly that she still understands that this guy is a B rank, but she won't forgive the girl. Even the fact that she became the leader through connections makes her sick. So, she also had to be carried on his back. Also, when she came up with a plan, she ended up simply putting the mistress in danger. Even in the city, she gets involved in the problems of ordinary people that she has nothing to do with. She threw the sword at the wall and said loudly that it is obvious that she, as an adventurer, lacks abilities. Despite this, why does the mistress sympathize with this girl? The girls from the next servants' room heard this and said that she is becoming even ruder. The mistress must have said something to her. At the same time, MC was sitting in his room and heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Mel in front of him, who raised her hand and greeted him. He called her by name and asked what happened. She said that the two of them had gone somewhere and she was left alone. He said that if she needed a partner to play with, she started looking for something in her bag and denied it. She took out a toy and said that she wanted him to make clothes for Nikogawa Taro. He said, with a slightly confused look, that's what she called him. He agreed to do it and asked, however, why she wanted it so suddenly. She remembered what happened earlier and said that she had recently been in Chiffon's room. He smiled and asked if she was jealous. He made several sketches of clothes and asked which option she liked. She was surprised by what she saw, began to think it all over, and made her choice. He made clothes for the toy pretty quickly, and she looked at it with a very happy expression on her face. He lay down on the bed, and she stood next to him and asked, by the way, can't he just create clothes? He asked, is she talking about the crafting skill? He opened the system window. She started to climb onto the bed, looking at it with curiosity, and he said that he didn't have a suitable clothing pattern for the toys. He pressed the button and said that the crafting skill may seem universal, but even that has limitations. He created a blanket and said that without a pattern, the skill doesn't work. He covered her with this blanket and said that even if there is a pattern, if the level is not high enough, nothing will work. Also, if you create something with your own hands, the pattern will be saved and then you can make more of the same things. He thought that he has a bunch of patterns left over from the game and the level is maximum, so there's nothing to worry about. Although the patterns designs from the game are quite limited and can hardly be used anywhere. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes that this is very different from the conditions in which the local crafters live. It's somehow strange that Cress's things don't even take shape. He really had that feeling. He asks the prince for forgiveness. At the same time, Liz sighed in her room and said she was so tired. Even though this was a mansion, the study facilities were excellent, as expected of nobles. She went to the mirror, began to examine her outfit and thought that a lot had happened. They were at the career determination. They even met the prince. Amazing things that she had never encountered before. This is all thanks to Chiffon's invitation. The prince is a craftsman, and the duke's daughter is his fiancée. Could this all be a coincidence? She was so sleepy that her head was spinning. More importantly, what a wonderful room this is. The bed is top-notch. But the things... In the morning, Miyabi went out into the courtyard and began to stretch his back with a satisfied smile. He continued walking and said how nice it was to take a walk in the morning. It was refreshing and the temperature outside was great. He was very scared when Liz climbed out of the window next to him and loudly called him. She loudly asked how his night was. He asked with a confused expression, what did she mean? She quickly ran to him and loudly declared that she was talking about the bed in the room. He said it felt soft and pleasant to the touch though. She didn't finish listening, loudly agreeing and saying that's what she meant. Strange. At the Duke's villa, even the beds were most likely custom-made, as evidenced by the fact that even the mattress had 1.5 times as many feathers as the hotel's. The thickness of the cotton was so carefully selected that you could practically see the craftsman himself at work. However, why do he think they feel unsatisfied? He started running away from her and asked loudly what was wrong with her. Didn't she think it looked like she was complaining when she was invited as a guest? She got angry because of this and asked loudly whose fault it was. She ran after him, and Mel sat on the roof of the mansion and yawned. Later, they all gathered together at the exit. He waved his hand and said that they would meet in the city. Chiffon said that, of course, she would like them to stay longer. Liz stood in front of her and said that, however, they cannot bother them any longer. The knight brought him to the castle and said that he would pick him up in the evening. The protagonist bowed and thanked him. Cress called him and thanked him for coming. They went inside, accompanied by 2 guys, and he said with a slightly worried look that today everything was somehow strict. He said that these were his guards, and yesterday he just ran away from them. More importantly, he wanted to show him something. They entered the room. He saw a lot of fabrics and asked loudly, what was it? He said with a smile that he asked the guards to get it for him. It just so happened that they brought everything to his room so that they could use it right away. He turned to him and asked loudly in surprise, is this his room? He laughed, agreed, and said that Chiffon was very happy and he really wants to give something beautiful to the one he likes. He was touched by this, but suddenly the prince grabbed his hand and asked, so couldn't he help him get a rematch? If he wants anything in return, he'll do anything. He refused it, after which the prince said that knitting from wool was difficult, so he prepared other materials. I wonder if even a beginner can combine 2 materials? He showed him a sewing book for beginners, and he was very surprised by how hard he tried. MC said that he could do it, but it seemed like he could make the same blanket as yesterday now. He started making the blanket timidly, and when he finished, he said with a little surprise that it was full of holes, but it didn't fall apart. It really didn't fall apart. He agreed with this, and thought that he hadn't noticed it because Charon's hammer was taking shape. However, he was able to do it because he had already made a hammer before. In the game, basic items could be created from the very beginning. However, in this world, things are different. Without a pattern, in other words, without knowing the structure of the item, it is impossible to create it. That is, he was forcing him to do something he couldn't do even if he stood on his head. Cress said that he ran out of yarn. He said that his inventory was probably a bit small right now. He looked behind the yarn, saw something, screamed loudly in fear and asked, is this a crime scene? The prince was surprised by this, covered his mouth with his hand, gestured for him to be quiet, and said that the 2 hadn't noticed it yet. After that, he said with a slightly confused look that, to be honest, this morning he tried to enhance something with magic. She said yesterday that he enhanced the pillow with fire. He wondered if the blanket would become warm if he enhanced it. That's how it happened, because of that. He said with a slightly confused look that it was because the fabric was very flammable. The compatibility between the materials and the enhancement was poor, and to enhance it, you also needed to be good at manipulating magic. He asked him to wait and said that, to be honest, he had come up with a way by which even someone as incompetent as he could enhance the fabric. Miyabi used the skill, and he said with surprise that it was now as good as new. He said that this way no one would know that something had burned. He started reading the book and said that restoration is a skill of manufacturers who do repairs. That's how the connections of magical forces unravel, which entails the destruction of matter, so you can add magical power. He understood everything. He was surprised by the complexity of his speech and said that, by the way, he wanted to talk about what they had recently discussed. How can one give clothes the properties of fire without mastering this magic itself? He walked around the room, picked up a piece of fabric, and said that a magical technique for assigning properties. This varies in complexity depending on the compatibility of the property itself and the item. He threw it into the fireplace and said that fabric is flammable, which complicates the matter. He took a poker and said that in this case, a material that will not burn must be used. Metal. He will connect two pieces of fabric. It's simple, but sometimes even bags are made this way. Now, if you put metal with the property of fire inside, the protagonist thought with a small smile, so that's it, it looks like electric blankets. Everything will definitely be fine. Cress said that this time he wanted the blanket to meet two conditions. First, it should be pleasant to the touch. Second, it should be suitable for outdoor use. He thought he could use squirrel fur for the outside. It's so soft and pleasant to the touch, and he'd put chainmail inside. That way, the blanket wouldn't fall off even when just lying on your knees, but chainmail was still a bit heavy, so he'd make the links thinner and lighter. What would he think of his idea? He was a little confused and thought that an electric blanket was clearly lighter. But for a first try, it was very good. He said that he thought it was really great. He began to beam with joy and said that it just occurred to him, which was why he was worried. He took out a piece of metal and said in a serious voice that they should then quickly start making the parts. He was surprised by this and asked loudly what he was going to do with it. He said with a happy look that he would sharpen it. He asked loudly, "What is this innocent look?" "There is another way. First you need to make a metal wire. Second, wrap it around a stick. Third, finally cut across the rings. Fourth, you need to adjust." Cress was very surprised at what he did and said that all the rings are the same size, and there are so many of them. Well, now they need to connect. MC asked him to wait and said that if he did it, it would be difficult. The more complex the structure of the item, the more difficult it is to add a property. The chainmail consists of many rings, so now it will be difficult for him, so they should use a simpler method. Does he have any ideas on how they can make this easier for themselves? He was surprised by this. He began to think about it all. He had an idea and said loudly that first they need to add a property. This was the right option, after which he began to sort through the rings and cast magic on them. He noticed his hand and was about to say something about it, but he said that they were calluses from fencing training. He asked with a little surprise, "He fences, even though he is a craftsman?" Cress said that he was still a prince. He asked him for forgiveness, and he said that nothing terrible had happened. He looked at him through the ring made for the chainmail and said that it was so unusual. It turns out that crafting is very interesting. He felt a little ashamed, but he had never even thought about creating something on his own. He said that he was a prince, after all. He said that this was indeed true, but this profession was just causing problems for someone dear to him. Politics, education, fencing, it's as if he tries, but in the end he just hides with all his might the fact that he can't do something. It's painful, so this feeling was unfamiliar to him. When Chiffon was delighted with the gift, his chest felt so warm. He felt a desire to create something ignite within him. He was a little surprised by this, said the word "lit up," and he said that he literally caught fire. He pointed a finger behind him and loudly said that there really was a fire. He walked away from the table, screaming loudly in fear, and Miyabi tried to find water while the fire flared up and spread to other materials. They both screamed loudly in surprise, and Cress, with a thoughtful look, asked if it really caught fire because it was near the heat source for too long. He asked loudly, "Is now the time to think about that?" The guards heard this and asked what the noise was. They burst into the room, loudly called the prince, and asked what they were doing here. A knight standing in the courtyard noticed the fire in the window and asked what was going on there. At the same time, Liz was riding in the carriage, looking out the window and thinking that he was alone there. Was he okay? It was an invitation from a noblewoman, so she couldn't refuse. But frankly, she was a little scared. She looks like a girl about her age, but sometimes she seems suspiciously attentive. If he were invited, it would make sense, but why take her along? She doesn't understand at all, and especially to the place she so wanted to go. Chiffon looked out the window and said that the main gate was already in sight. She was surprised when she saw it, and she said, "Welcome to the Temple of Magic, the Royal Academy of Magic." They got out of the carriage, walked through the courtyard, and Mel said that there are escorts everywhere here. Only adventurers here. She walked alongside and said that this academy was built for aristocrats, so perhaps she won't be very interested here. Liz followed them, looking around with admiration, and she noticed this and said that she seemed to really like it here. She called Alicia and asked if she could carry her luggage. She agreed, and as she left, she threw an angry look at her. She noticed this and wondered if she really hated her. Chiffon was indignant about this and said that she couldn't believe that she was showing such an attitude. She was surprised by this and asked, did she notice this? She agreed and said that she wanted to deepen their friendship with her, and it seemed that she did not like it. She thought with surprise that although she was suspicious of her, did she really just want to be friends? She sighed and said that she thought she was more reasonable. She needed to be disciplined properly. Liz squeezed her staff in her hands and with a frightened look thought that she really was scary. She turned to her, suggested that they go further, and they began to look around the academy, where she was amazed by the different people and things. A little later, she was breathing heavily and said that it was amazing. She even recognized ordinary passers-by from their portraits. It was like an exhibition of celebrities. Chiffon said that she was glad. She really liked it. She held the book with trembling hands and said that she was afraid to even carry it in her hands. She also wanted an inventory for herself. She said that it seemed that she really loved magic as a science. Why did she like it so much? Liz thought about it and said that she never thought about it. Does one need a reason to like something? However, if we are going to talk about it, what about her? She laughed and said that she never thought that magic itself was enjoyable. She once told herself that aspirations become poison. This is about herself when she was younger. Politics, education, magic, they are all just tools to achieve a certain image. There is nothing real here. She put a lot of effort into it, but at the same time she can say with a calm heart that she likes the path she has chosen for herself. She respects her for that. Liz was confused by this, thanked her, and thought that perhaps she misunderstood her, a person who looks at her so directly and openly. Chiffon called her and with a joyful expression said that, by the way, she did not bring her just on a tour. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred behind her, which really scared her. She turned around and saw a man rolling away from the place where the explosion occurred. She came closer and wished Teacher Kervine good afternoon. He saw her and wished her good afternoon too. After that, they entered the office. Mel warily extended her finger to the fire in the jar and was scared when the fire suddenly intensified. The others also examined the place and said that the mess here was horrific. He said that he was Coco Kervine. He was researching magical power. They could sit down. They were still shocked by the mess in the office, and Liz thought that she hadn't heard that name. This is a new teacher, right? She said loudly in surprise. That is, he has a last name. He said that if she was talking about origin, he is from a family of Viscounts. He brought her a dirty cup and said that everyone at the academy is different. She can have tea. She was shocked by this, and he laughed and said that this lab is always short-handed. By the way, she doesn't seem like a local student. She introduced herself and said that she is an adventurer from Angelum. Chiffon said that she is accompanying her. She would like him to take a look at something. They came to the training ground, showed off their magic, and he, with an interested look, said that it is very curious. He started waving his hands and said loudly that he also wants to try. Liz turned away and with a shocked look, thought that she cannot calmly watch the whims of a large adult. He started writing something down and said that theoretically it is possible, but this level of precision is abnormal. Controlling magic with magical particles. It seems like a very interesting idea. She said that it is a practical method that her father came up with to teach adventurers who can't read books on magic. She looked at him and thought that he seemed strange, but he understood everything just by looking. Coco said the barriers to mastering such a skill were high, but there might be a certain level of demand in the educational field. She thought she kept thinking about something. Maybe she should ask a specialist about it. She asked what he thought about using this technique in a real fight. He said that simply saying real fight wasn't enough. The opponent, is it a magical creature or a human? Is it a group battle? And who is on the team? Is the fight taking place in a forest, the sea, or a city? Liz thought she probably shouldn't have done that. He was so annoying. He said that generally speaking, it was unrealistic. Let's say this was a battlefield. He took Mel's hand and said that exchanging magical power required holding hands, and that was inconvenient. When the situation is constantly changing, mobility is important. It could be a matter of life and death. She got angry about this and loudly demanded to be let go, but he let go of her hand, waved his wand, destroyed the targets, and said he could learn magic himself. It would be a different matter if there was some extraordinary person who simply wanted to impart magical power. Liz thought that if they were talking about warriors with a lot of magical power, then that was it. She asked with a determined expression, then what about the magical power of artisans? Coco turned to her and, with a serious expression, said that was out of the question. They returned to the office, and she said that people with martial and artisan professions have fundamentally different properties of magical power, like water and oil. They, mages, transform magical power into matter, for example, into things like water or fire. However, artisans, using magical powers, transform matter. Warriors' magical power resonates with living beings, meaning they can influence other beings. However, the only practical application of this connection is animal tamers, who force animals to obey. On the other hand, artisans' magical power resonates with matter. Initiation and the assignment of properties to objects are all manifestations of this resonance. Their power cannot resonate with living beings. Does she understand what this means? Before battle, this will be a problem. It won't be possible to communicate via resonance. He thought that within the bounds of common sense, it was all true. She must have an amazing father. She said loudly and decisively that, however, a magical charge is a technique created using appropriation magic. He shuddered at what he heard, and Liz said loudly that he understood the probability was low. However, according to established theory, the resulting magic is matter, so it cannot be strengthened. But with the discovery of the law of magical penetration, A method was invented to change the properties of magical power using mithril. There's still a lot that's unclear about the differences in the properties of magical powers, so she finds it difficult to conclude that it's impossible. Miyabi isn't obligated to think solely within the framework of common sense. Even among tamers, there are examples of successful golem taming, so there's reason to debate whether golems are living beings. Infusing magical power through the palms isn't something that can be done indiscriminately either, and the conditions are quite vague, requiring, for example, the subject's permission, that is, trust. He said loudly, surprised that he also agreed with that point of view. Recent research mentions the possibility of the existence of microscopic creatures in the soil. Therefore, it's possible that taming golems is taming these very creatures. She said loudly that although she understands that this is advanced magic, she can't give up. According to Clemens, a pioneer in the study of magical energy sources, Coco said loudly that evidence to the contrary had already been presented to the public 5 years ago in article number 190 and was currently undergoing careful study. Her hypothesis is based on a conclusion. Mel watched them from the side and asked what they were talking about. Chiffon stood next to her and said it was nonsense. Liz was taken aback by his refutation of her idea, and he, with a cheerful expression, loudly declared that her data was outdated. She's quite capable. What academy did she attend? She told him that she was self-taught, which surprised him greatly, and he loudly asked why she was working as an adventurer. She should immediately become someone's apprentice. She said loudly, surprised, that getting into a private school wasn't that easy, and she didn't have time after her adventures. He said loudly that then she should end them. She got angry and loudly said that he shouldn't make it so simple. He came closer and said that it wasn't so. Everything was quite simple. She didn't have enough magical powers to be an adventurer. He didn't understand the point of staying in a job that wasn't right for her. She was about to ask something, and he said that when they were holding hands recently, he only studies magical power, so he has become quite sensitive. Private schools are incredibly stingy. She can knock on the doors of the Royal Academy of Magic. She has the ability for that. Later, they were walking down the Academy's corridor, and Chiffon said that the Royal Academy of Magic was a research institution created by government forces. To enroll, like a regular student, you needed a recommendation from a titled house or one of the 3 major guilds, as well as a recommendation from a current professor. There's no place in this country with better conditions for conducting magical research. Liz, looking worried, clenched her fist and asked, "Is this why she brought her here?" After receiving a positive answer, she thought she wanted to believe her words, that they were spoken with good intentions, with hope for her. She said she didn't understand why she did so much for her. After all, she had nothing to repay her with. Could it be that this was also for Cress? She was embarrassed that she mentioned him, and she said loudly that she felt like she didn't just want to introduce them. Chiffon understood her and said that it worked. She noticed it. She thought that if she entered the academy, the guild tasks would be time-limited. Studying in the capital and working as an adventurer in Angelum, if she thought realistically, they couldn't be combined. If so, their team would disband. This was an offer to set him free. She began to think about it and said that she was actually very capricious. She couldn't stand simply beautiful beds and wouldn't even be satisfied with rice unless it was cooked by him. She wanted to do research, but if temptation appeared, she was greedy, so she would want it with all her might. She couldn't give up the path of an adventurer. She looked at someone from behind and thought how cool this person was. They risk their lives, but they protect everyone, because that's how mature they are. If she says she'll be her patron, she'll just take advantage of it. Will that suit her? She started laughing and said that she was thinking too hard. Indeed, there are many things she cannot tell. She cannot do anything if she does not trust her. So she will say only one thing. She has not changed her mind. She can safely use it. Liz looked at her with a confused look and thought that her intuition was telling her that she was a good person and worthy of trust. At the same time, the protagonist looked at the destroyed room and said that it burned well. Cress agreed, and he asked what he should do if he was accused of arson. He said that he would say that it was his fault. A knight came to them and said that he had arrived to escort a guest. He turned to him and called him Captain Cavalier. He approached them and said that it looked like there was a small fire. He looked at him and asked if he was an acquaintance of the prince. He turned to him and he said that he probably did not know. This is Alicia's older brother. He was surprised by this and was about to say something about him, but changed his mind when he saw his cold gaze and said that they were very similar. He bowed to him and said that he was grateful for his care of his sister. Cress asked if the captain of the guard himself had come specially to accompany him. He agreed and said that the master had also given him this. He took the scroll from him, stepped aside, opened it, and began to read. When he finished, he called him and asked if he would return to Angelum. MC turned to him and said that it depended on the snow, but in time it would happen. He smiled and said that if there was more time, he asked to teach him crafting. He did not understand what he meant, after which he rode on a horse with the captain and thought that, by the way, he had not had the opportunity to discuss further plans with Liz. During the relaxing journey, on the way back, they would definitely discuss it. Later in the living room, when Liz told him what happened, he asked loudly with a shocked look, "Did she say a recommendation to the academy?" He was shaking with surprise, after which he used a firecracker congratulated her and said that it was wonderful. She laughed, thanked him and asked if that was all he wanted to say. He realized something and asked if maybe he should make a cake or something like that. She said loudly that she didn't mean that, but about their activities as a team. He realized all this and asked loudly what he should do. She was surprised at how long it took him to realize this, became nervous and said that she would like to continue being an adventurer with him during her studies, so she asked him to stay with her in the capital. He asked with a puzzled look why she was so worried. She touched her hair with excitement and said that she wanted to change the location of their base of her own free will. It can't be that easy, right? He thought. So that's what she was worried about? He asked, but was she really okay with it? About Angelum, Weiss and Eleanor are there, and the Red Cliff base is there too. She said in a confused tone that she didn't want to part with all of them. He remembered something, and said that he hadn't even said goodbye to the people from the workshop. She shuddered in surprise and said with a worried look that then it turns out he'll go back there, because his friends are there. The team really did break up. He started stroking her head and she said loudly that no, it doesn't hurt that way. He took out a map and thought that the distance from the capital to Angelum was about 590 kilometers. It would take 2 weeks to get there on foot each way. It would clearly be impossible to walk several times a year on human legs. He had an idea and asked if being an adventurer in Angelum and studying magic at the academy would be the ideal option, right? She agreed and said that it was just impossible. He remembered the modern world and said that maybe it was even possible. He thought that something was needed that would help overcome the impeding distance. He said that they needed to build a railroad. Liz looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what a railroad was. He said that perhaps you could say that it was a means of transportation that replaced horses. Rails would be laid straight, and something like an iron box would move along, that kind of transport. She imagined what he described, and it didn't inspire hope at all. She imagined how a mysterious driving force would carry the iron box, but she couldn't imagine the rails. She reached the limit of her imagination and started to fall, but Miyabi caught her and called her name loudly. He clicked on the system window and said that it would be faster if he showed her something like this. He created a minecart, and she was very surprised by this, and said loudly that she heard that they had this in the dwarven mining town. She was seeing it in real life for the first time. He laughed and said that if she understood this, then the explanations would not take long. By laying these rails, it would be possible to travel from Angelum to the capital. Moreover, it could also be done underground. She was even more surprised by this and asked loudly, why underground? He said that on the surface it would be too conspicuous. Besides, there were a lot of magical creatures there. She disagreed. She realized this and said that's it. He was right. She got into the minecart, loudly refused and said that she couldn't say that. She was in shock, still in shock at herself. He had shocked her greatly before. However, this was a completely different scale. He asked, but he had already drilled mountains. Wasn't it a bit late for her to realize this? She asked with a shocked expression. Was the concept of distance unknown to him? She thought that in everyday crafting he had also gone beyond the bounds of common sense before. But this moment, could this be called an epiphany? She said thoughtfully that there was still one problem. What did she think? Could something like this be built without permission? She said in a confused tone that it was definitely impossible. He asked with a grin, is that really true? She nodded several times in agreement and said that the roads were managed exclusively by the production guild. Building on such a scale without their permission, if they noticed, would arrest him. He sighed and said that he had the skills, but whether it could be built was a completely different matter. He thought it was a good idea though. At that time, Mel was sitting in the house and looking at them through the window. The next day, Chiffon said that the guild leader was the Duke who had gathered these lands into his possession. In other words, if they had Duke Trensverdini's decision, their case could not be called impossible. They were both very surprised by this and wondered, what kind of situation was this? She said that she simply answered Mel, who asked for advice. He was surprised by this, and she laughed and said that they had a plan for a railway connecting Angelum and the capital, and that they were running into difficulties. The protagonist was surprised by this, turned around and asked loudly, was she asking about what they discussed yesterday? She agreed and said with a smug look that complex things could somehow be sorted out with the help of aristocrats. That was worldly wisdom. He, with a slightly confused look, thought that this was wisdom that no one but her used. Wait, did she do this for them? Does this mean they've finally become real friends? She took his hand, called him over, and said he should be generous and thank her. He started using magic, and Chiffon said, I see. So this plan was created so they could continue being adventurers in Angelum. Her story was a bit fragmented, so she didn't really understand the situation. Liz, looking confused, said she was sorry for causing such a fuss. He approached them and said that what she had just said was more important. Isn't that really impossible? She agreed and said that usually, of course, public utility construction projects are proposed by the production guild. But in the past, there had been situations where her father had started such projects on his own. He said that if that were the case, if he could convince the Duke. She stopped him with her hand. asked him to stop, and thought that everything was fine. This man wouldn't think anything strange. She asked why she was putting in so much effort. These were just the whims of ordinary people, after all. Doesn't she think that what they're saying is completely absurd? Chiffon calmly said that the reason is that she wants to become their strength. If she says that, they'll become wary again. It may seem cold, but she wanted to provide her with a place to study. Therefore, the place where she is busy as an adventurer does not matter. However, this project could be useful for the territories. The lands of Angelum are poor in resources, and their transportation has been a problem for some time. It is especially difficult to trade with the capital, and taking this into account, she apologizes for not being able to say that it is for their sake. She smiled and said that she shouldn't apologize. It is good that they trusted her. She was surprised by this, and she said in a joyful voice that since it is for the benefit of the country's territories, they should build it. Then she will also be able to use this railway at the same time. He was surprised by this and asked, "Isn't it the other way around?" She said loudly that the construction is more justified this way. Later, they gathered in the office. MC approached Map and said that he was presenting their project to them. They looked at him and whispered, "Doesn't he speak like a true professional? It happens at times like this." His eyes sparkled, and he said that they should familiarize themselves with the materials in front of them. It's about 600 kilometers from the capital to Angelum. They will build an underground railroad along the shortest route. Mel asked with a puzzled look, "What is an underground railroad?" He took out a model and said that, anticipating such questions, he had prepared a model. She pointed at the model train and asked, "What is it?" He said that it was the machine itself that would travel along the road. According to the plan, they won't use horses here, but self-propelled machines. Chiffon was about to ask something about this machine, and he thought that in modern times, there were gasoline engines. In modern times there were steam engines, but there were no diagrams for mechanical designs. He also didn't understand the principles of their operation well enough to create one from scratch. If we make something suitable for this world, he took out something and said that he presented them with a wind block. He installed it on the model train, activated it, and it moved along the rails. They were surprised by this, and she said that the power of the wind was used, like in sailing ships. He said that maintaining the state was the property of attribute assignment magic, so the car would be able to travel for 24 hours. If you increase the power of the wind, you can achieve a speed exceeding the speed of a human sprint. She asked, according to his estimate, how much could he shorten the journey? He grinned and said up to 12 hours. He wanted them to get there in 12 hours. They were surprised by this, and she said that the journey that took 2 weeks would be shortened to half a day. It sounded like a real fairy tale. Liz was very surprised by this and asked loudly, wasn't her reaction too weak? Why was she so unperturbed? Chiffon said that she thought she would be amazed, however. She didn't have time to finish because she loudly asked, "What happened?" Miyabi approached her and said with a happy expression that he really liked how brightly she reacted. She said in a displeased tone that he shouldn't say it like she was the weird one. She thought about it and said that maybe father, that's the reason she wasn't surprised. Usually, the title and property are inherited through the male line, but as they can see, father decided to pass everything on to her. Even when he revealed his decision to the public, the protests of the lower classes and the aristocracy were unstoppable. This kind of thing continued. Maybe that's why she started accepting everything so quickly. Liz was very worried about this and thought that her gaze had become completely dead. After that, they walked through the courtyard and Chiffon said that she understood them. She took out a letter and said that it was a recommendation for father and she put some information in it. He thanked her and said that now they should return to Angelum. She was confused by this and said with a sad expression that she couldn't go back yet. She said that in order to pass the spring entrance exams, she would have to stay in the capital for now. He was surprised by this and loudly asked, didn't she get in on recommendation? They said that it was customary that only students of comprehensive schools are allowed to provide research results. So she was stuck here for now. So maybe it could wait until spring? The protagonist refused and said that since that was the case, he would go there early and talk to the Duke. She became a little worried and asked, will everything be okay? He said that he would have nothing to do here until spring. He also wanted to start construction as soon as possible. Mel jumped on his neck and said that she was also returning, so she would keep an eye on him. Liz was surprised by this and said that in that case, they should not leave much earlier. Chiffon called him and said that, regarding the negotiations with her father, she would need to explain how the underground railway would benefit the Duke. He was a little worried about this and thought, okay, so they would have to talk about this too. She said that he should think carefully about how the Duke's benefits correlated with their goals. There is always a hidden intention behind the words of aristocrats. Whether it is good or bad is a different matter. He asked, does she have ulterior motives now too? She did not give a clear answer, and he thanked her with a smile for the advice. By the way, isn't Alicia with her today? She remembered this and said that she was currently relieved of her duties as her bodyguard. Sometime later, MC was riding in a carriage and Mel was sitting next to him and called his name. He woke up and thought that a month had already passed since their separation in the capital. Many different things had happened during their journey. They looked out of the cart and she said that it was already visible. He saw the town and thought that they had finally returned to Angelum. In the town, they got out of the cart He bowed and said that he was very grateful that she had accompanied him on this long journey. She agreed and said that although there were no dangers on the road anyway, so obviously he would have been fine alone. More likely, he would have just fallen off his horse and arrived later. He was embarrassed by this and said that it couldn't be helped. He was not used to riding. In any case, he had never thought that there would be so much snow here. She asked if it was his first time in this town in winter. They bought food at the store and she said that it was like this every year, a cold and nasty time of year. She showed off her new clothes and said that this year, however, she was cozy and warm, all thanks to these clothes. He said that, after all, it was cold on the way here too. By the way, further, Mel got ahead of him and asked, "He will go to the bearded duke, right?" Miyabi agreed and was about to say something, but she immediately said goodbye and said that she would go to bed then. He became worried about this, grabbed her and asked if she would not look after him. She beat him with her tail and said that they were talking about the way here. He was very upset about this, started crying, and she stroked his head with her tail and said that he was such a troublemaker. He was very happy about this. They arrived in the aristocratic district, and he said that he had a letter of recommendation, materials, and a model too. What else could he say? He couldn't get it out of his head yet. She turned to him and asked how many times had he done this. He should stop, because the gatekeepers were coming here. He plucked up his resolve. They went inside, and he was very surprised by what he saw in the courtyard. He noticed that everything around him had changed, and asked loudly, "What is this?" He thought with a shocked expression on his face that there had recently been a beautiful garden here. Now there are vinyl greenhouses here. He feels a strong sense of déjà vu. Why did they turn the garden into this? He was very scared when Karen crawled towards him, grabbed his leg and screamed loudly in fear. He crawled to the side and asked loudly, what kind of ghost was this? She grabbed his head and told him that he could calm down. She lifted him up and began to stretch his face, thanks to which the protagonist was able to recognize him. He asked with a worried look why he was in this state again. He stood up and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, so it was as if they met for the first time. That's why he was worried. He was shocked because of this and wondered, did he reset? Mel grabbed his head, began to stretch him, and he loudly called her and asked why she kept doing this. She should stop stretching him. She let him go, and said that however, he irritated her. Karen was surprised when he heard her name, and loudly asked why she was with his master. She was a little surprised by this and asked, does he know her? He looked shocked and said that he not only knew, but they had seen each other in the workshop many times. She couldn't remember him, which made him very upset. He asked, however, why was he in the Duke's residence? He remembered something, stood up abruptly, and said loudly that exactly, he was going over there. Hadn't they built a bath together before? The greenhouse they built back then seemed to have caught the eye of the owner of this estate. A little earlier, he had received a request for additional construction. MC was surprised by this and asked, so does this mean he works alone? He loudly agreed, started crying, and said that sometimes helpers come to him, but he still can't reach the inventory quota the teacher gave him. He tried to calm him down, but he didn't listen and said loudly that he was way behind the construction schedule. Mel walked up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and told him to stop crying. He was a professional, and he had something he needed to do now. Or was she mistaken? He calmed down a little, clenched his fist, and said that everything was exactly as she said. No matter what it cost him, he would definitely meet the deadline. Miyabi thought that in just 2 months, he had become so cool. Unexpectedly for him, Karen knelt down, called the teacher, and asked for help. An hour later, he was very surprised by the built greenhouse, and said that, as expected of the teacher, his speed was the best in the world. All that remained was to turn on the water heater. He asked, however, rather than installing a water heater in each building, wouldn't it be more convenient to distribute hot water from one place? He was about to say something about this, but Trenz approached them and said that it was his wish. He was very surprised when he heard him, turned around and asked why he was here. He said that those were his words. He heard that they had arrived, but they never showed up. Karen, looking shocked, asked the master if they were his guests. Later, they all came together to the estate, and the Duke said that he heard about their successful completion of the escort request. They also carried out his order without incident. He looks forward to future cooperation. His words attracted the attention of the protagonist, and he thought about the usefulness. Could it be said that this was just a passing grade? He thanked him for the praise, and he continued walking and said that, however, he did not expect them to waste time in such a place. Thanks to them, the others arrived earlier. They entered the office, and he noticed several people sitting at the table. They were the master of the Adventurers Guild, Zion, the master of the Production Guild, Georgie, and the master of the Merchant Guild, Elda. Trenz took his seat and asked why he was so surprised. His proposal was precisely of this scale, wasn't it? He and Mel sat at the table. He showed them a model of a working railway, and they listened to his story. The Duke asked if he thought it was an interesting proposal, but what did they think? Elda said that for the Trade Guild, this is the best means of transportation one could wish for, if, of course, it can actually be realized. Georgie said that even fiction has its limits. Such a toy would undoubtedly be a waste of money and resources. Naturally, the production guild is against it. She chuckled and said that he was acting as usual. He was indignant about this, and MC began to panic, thinking that he was assuming the plan would require a lot of money. He apologized and said that if they gave permission, he would handle the construction himself. Tren said that he agreed with both opinions. As she said, there is hope in the latest technology, but at the same time, if everything doesn't go according to plan, they will suffer enormous damage. That is also true. Material, research, and personnel support also require funds. Does he have the plans for the carriages? He said, looking a little nervous that there are no detailed plans yet. He asked how long the research would take. He said it would take about 6 months. He understood and said with a serious expression that he should do it in 3 months then. He was shocked that he had halved the deadline, but he said they would install a 1-kilometer test section. He had to have the carriage and tunnel ready for a test run within 3 months. This was a condition for approving the project and the subsequent construction of the underground railway connecting Angelum and Ligpatera. Miyabi was very surprised by this and thought about it. He thought it would be easy, but did he really have to work himself to the bone? Zion said that adventurers couldn't apply to participate in the project through the production guild. Tren said that a private individual couldn't nominate himself for work on a project of this scale either. He requested cooperation from the Weiss workshop and was now participating. Georgie asked if they could discuss the construction site rather than the guy. They needed coordination with the capital and a decision from the House of Lords. He calmly said it all depended on whether they could conduct a test run. If necessary, he would handle the negotiations. He started biting his finger and said that after all, that dwarf again, he seemed to like the way he was doing the repairs. He said that in the old days he had issued orders impartially. Elda said they should leave the details alone. So what volumes can her trade guild expect once the railway becomes public? He called her a fox with a displeased expression and said she was talking about money again. She said with a serious expression that it was the most important topic. The lands of their country belong to the royal family and the families of the 5 great dukes. In other words, everything on the country's territory that is considered public belongs to the Berdini family. Now it turns out that in this case, everything will be different from with a regular highway along which wagons can be launched. In that case, they need to learn about the advantages of the trade guild. The protagonist was worried about this and wondered if the discussion had turned to whether the ducal family had authority. Trens thought about this and said that he would like to prioritize cargo transportation. He wondered, however, whether it was worth saying in such an atmosphere that they themselves would like to use it, or would it be better to ask the Duke personally later? He would certainly allow it. He was thinking too much about this, and Mel noticed it and kicked him in the leg. He felt a strong pain, turned to her and quietly asked what she was doing. She, with a calm expression on her face, said that he must protect his interests himself, because weaklings will be weeded out. He clenched his fists and thought that her father would surely try to get an advantage in the rights to the Underground Railroad. This is why he is here. He had come here to support Liz, who was desperately striving to achieve her dreams, and he had to do so. He raised his hand and thought he needed to express his opinion. He said loudly and seriously that he, too, was asserting his rights. They were all surprised by this, and he said that he had originally wanted to use it himself and that the project had been drawn up for that very reason. He was about to say something, but Elda stamped her foot, walked up to him and asked seriously, "Is he trying to assert a private right to public property?" This was terribly arrogant. He was a little worried about this, but quickly pulled himself together and said that, however, if he couldn't use it, there would be no point in building it. He stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and said that if she said it was impossible, then they could end the discussion there. Georgie asked loudly, did he really think he could just call together busy people at will? Trens asked them to stop, called him over, and said that if the project was successful, he would be paid a sufficient reward. This money would be enough for an ordinary person to live for 10 years. MC said that, nevertheless, he didn't need the money, but in exchange, he asked for permission to use the road for personal purposes. He took off his glasses and said that he understood him, then this is how they would act. Zion was surprised by this and asked if this was really possible. He wiped his glasses, put them back on, and said that there was nothing they could do, because if he left, they would be in a difficult situation. However, he hadn't forgotten, had he? If the test drive failed, the conversation would be over. He said with a serious expression that he would definitely manage. He said with a small smile that then everything was decided. This offer was strictly confidential. He asked not to spread it to outsiders. That was all. He thanked them all for their cooperation. Later, they arrived at the Forge building together with Zion. They noticed him and immediately ran outside to greet him. Miyabi said with a smile that since he had returned, he decided to stop by to see them first. One of the workers looked at Karen, asked him not to die, and he fell to the ground and said that today, prospects had opened up for him. Weiss came out of the building, noticed him and asked, "So he's back?" He turned to him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Xian called him and said that, in fact, he had something important to talk about. He turned to him, interrupted him, and said that first they should eat. They all went inside together, and several dishes were brought to the table. He was surprised by this and said loudly that, however, he only came here to talk. He gagged him with food and told him to shut up and eat as he was told. Sid approached the protagonist, handed him a plate of food, and said with a smile that he was in charge of food today. He looked at it, started eating, and thought that, by the way, it seemed like it had been a long time since he had eaten something cooked with hands, without using abilities. The taste of vegetables and salt was very simple, but how should he put it? He sighed with relief, and Weiss smiled widely because of it. They all continued talking to each other, and at the same time, Trends said that she had given him a recommendation to the Royal Academy. She had provided him with a report after the events. Since when had she become such a capricious and problematic daughter? At the same time, an employee of the Adventurers Guild was crying with some document in her hands and called out to Eleanor. She was a little confused by this, went up to her, stroked her head, and asked what had happened. She was ruining her sweet face. She continued crying and said that the guildmaster still hadn't returned. The owner of the estate's servant had come during the day, and he had said that the master would return by evening. However, he would not make it in time for the hoofmail. She said that in that case, they would contact the branch. It's okay if they are late with the confirmation. That's it. One day won't hurt. The worker bowed to her several times and thanked her loudly. She looked at the sky and asked where to send her to graze. At the same time, while everyone was talking to each other in the forge building, MC and Zion reached out their hands to the last dish on the plate and he decided to give it to him. He thanked him for this, and they both continued to eat. He remembered the past with a serious expression and thought that the Duke had rejected the spy version back then. In that case, as his pawn, there was no point in him thinking about it further. He treats others with respect and doesn't look like a bad boy. Doesn't that mean everything is fine? He drank the drink from the mug, put it on the table and asked why he wanted to become an adventurer. He was a little surprised by this question, and he said that he was lucky to see his work at the Duke's estate. These skills alone would be enough to earn enough money in the production guild, even without assistance. He began to scratch his head out of worry and said that there was no particularly important reason. He was about to say something about it, but he asked with a serious expression, did he have unbearable debts? This is terribly reckless. Miyabi said that without Liz, he would not have been able to even get into the city. Zion asked, so he came to Angelum to earn money? What about returning to his homeland? He said that his parents are dead, and although a relative looked after him, he already lives on his own. That's why he doesn't send money home. He apologized and said that he didn't even know about it. He said in a calm tone that everything is fine. These are things of the past. The guildmaster asked, is that why he came here from his homeland? He agreed and asked, is this so unusual? He said, it's not that there aren't such stories, but usually people come here on horseback. He'd been wondering before, since when did his skills and equipment reach such a high level? He was surprised and asked, it's a bit conspicuous, right? He said that he thought it was quite eye-catching. He smiled, looking a little confused, and said that he'd always liked creating things. Zion believed him and said that it turned out he was a natural talent. Weiss approached him and asked, by the way, didn't he have some kind of conversation with him? He agreed and said that he'd like to consult with his workshop. They all gathered around them, and he asked, is this the Underground Railroad? The workers were very happy about this and loudly said that it was such a large-scale job. He patted the protagonist on the shoulder and said that he always thought he had the courage to do a lot, but this time it was too unconventional. He was a little worried about this and asked, so he thinks this is unrealistic? He chuckled and said with a wide smile that he shouldn't talk nonsense. This guy dreams of a lot. However, as for the people who would sign up for this, all the workers raised their hands with happy faces, and this made him very angry. He hit them and said loudly in a very dissatisfied tone about how eager they were to leave and leave the work unfinished. He was a little worried about this, came up to him and said that if they were so busy, there was no need to assign people to this project. Initially, he was going to do everything himself. The workers were shocked by this, came up to him and said that this is a huge construction project. He can't handle it alone. He is just young and thinks he can handle everything. He thought, do they think he just succumbed to his mood? Weiss called Kopf. He started leafing through a small book and said that it would take about 2 or 3 months to get everything in order. He began stroking his beard and said that if that was the case, they needed to hurry. A few days later, Sid said loudly that he had come and that one would be worth 100. Karen, with a joyful look, said that he was very glad to work together with the master. MC, with a joyful smile, said that he was counting on them. He pointed at Mel, standing next to him, and said that she would accompany them. They both bowed to her and said loudly that they were pleased to meet her and that they were counting on them. They all went into the forest together. He looked at the map and said that this was the place designated as a testing ground for the test launch. He was a little surprised by how deep the snow was here, and Sid threw his backpack on the ground and thought, so it was only the snow that bothered him? Nothing can be done. They are still adventurers, and they, professionals, are completely different. No matter, this time he will lead the process as the senior master. Miyabi looked at the trees in front of him and said that the trees here are a little in the way. The trees in front of him started to disappear, which surprised him greatly, and he asked loudly, Did the trees just disappear like that? Charon asked him to be quiet and asked, or was he pretending to be a monkey now? He became very angry because of this and loudly asked, "Who is the monkey here? Why is he so calm?" He asked with a shocked look. Isn't it obvious that a master can do such things? He became tense because of this and thought that he had become somehow scary. The protagonist approached them, called him and asked, "By the way, how is his inventory?" He turned to him and said that he was very glad that he asked. Now it holds a month's supply of bento. He was happy about this and said that it was amazing. The volume really was increasing. He said in a cheerful tone that everything was happening exactly as he said. He collected stones and weeds from the roadsides and his inventory gradually began to increase. Sid was shocked by this and asked, "So these suspicious trainings were actually useful? This disappearance of trees, is this also due to the inventory skill?" He turned to him and said that it was a combination of the gathering and inventory skills. Also, inventory and gathering improve over time. He took out 2 iron axes and asked if they wanted to try too. They looked at each other, still agreed, and chopped down trees for a very long time. When it started to get dark, they both fell to the ground, breathing heavily from fatigue, and asked why they came here at all. What was that? Sid stood up abruptly and said loudly that it was definitely an underground railroad. They hadn't made any progress on the main thing. MC jumped out to them and said that they were digging a tunnel. They came to the tunnel and he said that it was true. So far, they had only dug this much. He walked up to him and asked loudly, "Was that possible to dig this in a day?" He ignored him and said that starting tomorrow, they would work on the carriages. Charon said loudly that it was as expected of him, the master. He loudly asked them not to ignore him, but he still didn't pay attention. He remembered something. They were shocked that he created a house nearby and said that they would spend the night here. What will they do? After some time, they also lay down in his house and Sid, looking shocked, said that he underestimated him. Charon lay down next to him and said, "He told him already, the master is just a monster." He got angry, started kicking him, and asked what was wrong with him. He calmed down a little and thought that he still didn't understand why he took part in the repairs. However, why was he appointed as the main one? He has talent. He couldn't sleep. Jumped up abruptly and loudly asked, "Who has the talent here?" He tied his hair and thought that his name was Kurogane. He would not lose face in front of him. Sometime later, when morning came, Miyabi woke up, heard some sound, and went to the window to check what it was. He was very surprised when he saw Sid driving stakes into the ground and loudly asked what he was doing. He turned to him and said loudly that he was measuring the distance. Knots are tied in a rope at regular intervals and then measured. This is a test, so everything should be fine, right? He prepared for measuring the distance at night. They should divide the work. It's a pity, but he still can't imagine what the trailers will look like. So, he decided to continue working with the earth for now. He called him by name, but he didn't listen and said that he might be ahead now, but he won't lose. He smiled because of this. Mel came up to him and asked where the winners and losers were. He turned to her and said that she shouldn't put out the fire of motivation. Later, Charon came outside, adjusted his cap and asked, "So then, they will work on the trailers? There is no time before the test run. What will they do?" The protagonist thought about this and said that they have many different problems. However, the test run should simply show whether it is technically possible. For this, they need to ensure movement and stopping. He should explain this, so first they will conduct a movement test. This is a test trailer, Mole EX. He put it on the rails, and he was surprised by it and said loudly that it was very minimalistic. Also here, in the back. He didn't have time to finish because he agreed and said that a block was attached here that would be the source of energy. On the outside, it was covered with an iron plate. It limited the direction of the wind. He asked him to move away a little, started using magic, and said that only this block should move a large amount of iron, so it was necessary to assign a sufficient amount to it. Suddenly, the cube released a very strong stream of air, which launched the carriage forward at a very high speed. He was very worried about this, and loudly called for the master. The carriage, along with MC, was thrown high into the air. He was very scared because of this, and thought that he was going to die. Mel, with a calm expression on her face, jumped towards him. The carriage crashed into the trees, and she caught him with ease. She lowered him to the ground, and he, with a very frightened look, said loudly that it was dangerous. He was closer to death than ever. Charon approached him, also began to cry, and said loudly that he had already thought he was dead. He thanked her loudly, and she calmly said that everything was fine, he should just go fix the wagon. He had learned his lesson, and thought that during the experiment he needed to monitor the circumstances and increase the power slowly. They all climbed onto the wagon together. He began to carefully increase the magic he was using, and began to slowly move along the rails. They both hugged her, and were happy with his success. He called the master and asked, however, what should they do with it? The fact that it was moving was certainly good, but what about the other important thing, braking? He thought about it, and said the simplest option was to reduce the power. He was happy about this, and said that he understood. The solution was the lack of energy. Miyabi was about to say something, which made him worried. He looked down and asked loudly, "Is the wagon not stopping?" Immediately after that, it stopped, and he said that, indeed, since the carriage is on wheels, it cannot stop immediately, even if the driving force is removed. He thought that now it is just for testing, but even that becomes more difficult to control with increasing speed. He suddenly needed brakes, but to be honest, he does not really understand the structure of mechanisms. There are no products of modern science in his diagrams, right? What kind of brakes do trains even have? No need to think too complexly. The trick is to somehow create friction. He took a stick in his hands, climbed onto the carriage, accelerated it, and began to stop it by pressing the stick against the wheel. He thought that if he created friction by pressing the stick against the wheel, it should work as brakes. He and Karen got tired after that and said that it went for a while and then stopped. Sid came to them and said that he still does not really understand how this underground railroad of theirs works. However, isn't this a dangerous way to stop? The protagonist began drawing something on the ground with a stick and thought that the friction force in the brakes on trains and cars is very high. However, the brakes are like those on a bicycle, so maybe he could do it too? It's probably something like this. Pull it with wire, and it will clamp the wheel. He fell to his knees and thought that he used this all the time, so why did he remember it so poorly? They approached him, looked at what he had drawn, and he asked what it was. Karen was standing nearby and said that it was probably a brake. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and thought that he would just like to see one option. Sid remembered something and asked, wouldn't carriage brakes work for this? Later, they returned to the estate, and he showed him the brake on the carriage. MC was very surprised by what he saw and asked loudly, does this really have brakes? He pressed the lever to activate the mechanism and said that you need to press here, and at the same time, this part moves, stopping the wheel. They were both very surprised by this. Karen called him loudly and asked if he knew how to drive a carriage. He agreed and said that you wouldn't find one in the village, as one would expect. However, here in Angelum, you can see them driving along the streets. He said with a shocked expression that he had simply amazing powers of observation. He couldn't even imagine that carriages had brakes. He agreed and said that he was incredibly observant. Miyabi began to examine the mechanism with surprise and said that if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice that it was there. He thought, really? So he only noticed the decor of the carriages? It's not just that. In architecture and various little things, his attention was always drawn to the appearance of objects. Looking closely at a device is something new. Sid was very surprised that he was called amazing, and he called him and said that he seemed to see the world in a broader way than he did. He was even more surprised by the praise and, with a haughty air, said that he had long been taught that observation was the foundation of art. He would initiate them into the secret of a special observational gaze. They no longer paid attention to him, and he asked thoughtfully if the owners would be angry if these brakes were broken. Karen asked if there were any spare parts for carriages for sale somewhere. After some time, they redesigned the carriage and started testing it, and the protagonist thought they'd done countless tests. It could drive, but there were problems with the brakes. They noticed that it shook terribly when stopping, and he thought that when they got the brakes from the carriage, he didn't think it would be so difficult. They tried using several braking materials for the part that contacts the wheel. Since the structure kept breaking, they changed the thickness of the metal. However, any braking material burns out after the second use. The brakes don't break anymore, but the braking force is unstable. They need to come up with something quickly. He said that these brakes are still far from practical use. Later, the two of them came to the hot springs, and Sid, with a satisfied look, said that the place, of course, is not luxurious, but they are at work. He sat nearby, remembered how Karen refused to go with them, and thought that he wondered why he didn't want to go with them. He looked at him and asked, so, what are they going to do? They only have a month and a half before the test drive. He thought about it and sighed, with a slightly dissatisfied look, and said that he realized that he needed to change the approach. However, nothing immediately comes to mind. He got angry about this and said loudly that he shouldn't act so bored. He was the one who recommended the brakes. It makes him feel bad. Maybe they should use the wind attribute assignment. Would it be bad? It seems like it should be comfortable underground. He said that there was nothing romantic about it. They both started thinking about it, and Sid's attention was drawn to a small leaf that fell in front of him. He blew on it and it headed towards MC. He started repeating this with other leaves, after which he laughed and said loudly that he looked a lot like a psycho. He got a little angry about this, took out a piece of paper, rolled it into a tube, and then blew hard into the water next to him to splash water on him. He started blowing on the water in response and said loudly that using tools was unfair. When they ran out of steam, he laughed about it and asked what kind of nonsense this was. He said with a happy expression that it was better than burdening himself with thoughts. This way you can wait for the ideas to appear on their own. He got out of the water and said that he wouldn't say that something happened. After getting dressed, he looked at the leaf in the water and thought about his words about the wind. They both walked down the street. He looked up and noticed that it had started snowing. 2 weeks later, when there was a month left before the training run, he came to the workshop very quickly, called Hank, and said that he heard that they had succeeded. He agreed and said that it happened this morning. They were in a hurry. Miyabi followed him and said that he apologized for having to rush. He laughed and said that it was interesting. He comes up with one impossible thing after another. He opened the door and asked, Can this device really do what he said? What is he going to use it for? After some time, Cress woke up in his room and said that it was dangerous. After knocking on the door, servants came into him and he happily wished them all good morning. One of them said that he had escaped from the guest room again. He joyfully pointed to the side and said that they should look at this bed. It was more important. He moved one step forward in the room's restoration plan. They were surprised that these were the words of the prince, and one of them said that he could, of course, continue working in his room. However, he didn't forget what day it was. He immediately understood everything and thought that Versana was a capital celebration dedicated to the arrival of spring. On that day, he would leave for Angelum. He came to the throne room, where the king said that today, on the day of the arrival of spring, on behalf of the royal family, he wished them a safe journey to their destination. The prince stood bowed before him, looking slightly worried, and thought that words and participants were minimal. Still, he must think that the ceremony itself was good. Servants approached the king and told his majesty that the people were already waiting. He agreed, went out onto the balcony to the crowd of people, and waved to them. After this, Cress walked down the corridor, but stopped when he heard his name called. He shuddered at the voice, turned around, and called for the Duke of Greenwell. He looked at him with a frightened expression and thought that this was the head of the most ancient of the 5 ducal houses associated with the royal family. Why was such a man here? He expressed surprise that he was in the capital, and the Duke said that he was honored to support his domains during the celebration. He could not have imagined that the day of his departure would come. He was going north to Angelum. Could the reason really be marriage? Could this not be regarded as disinheritance? One of his guardsmen was indignant at these words, but the second held out a hand to stop him. The Duke said that, unlike his domain, monster hunting was popular there. It was ideal for gaining experience that was difficult to count on in the capital. Cress, in a slightly frightened tone, said that he was still immature, but if he studied with Lord Trenz and continued his independent training, he would be fine. He didn't listen to him anymore and said that this was good. He was sure that the 2 eccentrics could talk well together. However, they must stand before the people and shed blood. In martial arts, or magic, continuing to improve is the only way to show the dignity of a member of the royal family. He walked past him and said that he should try not to forget this. When he left, the indignant guard said loudly that this man does nothing but sarcasm. The second guard said that he should calm down. With a displeased expression on his face, he said loudly that the prince is a descendant of the royal family. Are dukes allowed to mock like that? He was also unhappy with what had happened and said that in this castle they were the only ones who thought so. After this, Cress, with a very tense expression on his face, got into the carriage and the servant closed the door behind him. At that moment, Raven Cavalier galloped into the castle courtyard. He dismounted from his horse and said that he, the captain of the Verdini family guard, had just arrived. He raised his sword in front of him and said that from now on he would take care of the prince's safety. The knight in front of him also raised her sword and said that they should work together to ensure the safety of his majesty's journey. Alicia stood among the crowd of people nearby, watching this with a displeased expression. Later, she, along with the others, loaded the carts with sacks. People noticed her and said that this girl was the captain's younger sister. He heard that she was relieved of her previous duties and returned to her place. In her anger, she threw the bag hard into the cart. Raven came up to her, called her by name, and asked what she was doing. She turned to him and asked, "She's just carrying things. What's the matter?" He said that she shouldn't do menial work because it could tarnish the name of the Verdini family. She asked, would this happen if she loaded provisions for the soldiers? If he complained, then maybe he could load his things himself? She would have done that, being a captain. He asked, is she at it again? She didn't know how much work it took to ensure the rotation of the station troops. They, the Cavalier family, support the royal family not by force, but by loyalty. Also, the knights and maids play an important role in supporting the Verdini family. If you understand that, then she does too. He didn't have time to finish, because Alicia said loudly that everything was meaningless to her if she didn't protect the young lady. She clenched her teeth in anger and began to cry, and he said in a calm tone that then she should return home. She turned around with a surprised expression on her face and he began to leave and said that if she could not serve her mistress, she should marry and have children. She must fulfill her duty as a woman. This was for her own sake, even though she was weaker than him. At the same time, the day of the trial run of the railway had arrived. Trenz, along with the guild masters, came to the right place and said that the time had come. He must demonstrate to them the result of 3 months of work. The protagonist, with a determined expression on his face, agreed, and he was about to say something, but a strong gust of wind interrupted him. He asked if something could be done with this wind. He said in a serious tone that it was a means of transportation. Karen stood next to him and said that it was an absolutely amazing means. The guard called the Duke was about to say something about security, but the Duke said that he himself knew how to protect himself. They all went into the underground tunnel together, and he said that they should wait here. As they went down the stairs, he noticed that the wind was getting stronger. When they got down, they saw the train he had built and the illuminated tunnel. The train released another gust of wind, causing discontent among the guild masters. He said it was necessary and that they should quickly get inside. Once inside, they began to breathe heavily. Elda adjusted her hair and asked, "Really? What is this?" Zion glanced out the window and said that there really were no horses. Georgie, with a displeased expression, wondered if he meant to say that it would move. MC changed his clothes, came out to them, and said that he was grateful for choosing them. This train will proceed to the western gate of Angelum. They will embark on an exciting underground journey. When he gave the order full speed ahead, Mel blew the whistle, after which Sid and Karen pulled the levers, which set the train in motion. They were all very surprised when the train started moving and screamed loudly. Georgie stuck to the window and loudly declared that they were really moving. Zion turned to him and asked in a frightened voice, "Are you sure it's safe?" He said that they shouldn't open the windows. It could be dangerous. Elda said with surprise that it was going much faster than the carriage. Trens, sitting calmly on the bench, called him over and asked him to explain it. Miyabi agreed and said that, as he had suggested, this machine was moving using the power of wind blocks. She asked loudly in surprise, "Did they really achieve such a speed using the wind?" He smiled and said that the wind blocks were in this device. Mel showed it, and the Duke looked at it and said that it was a metal box with holes in all sides. He was about to reveal the secret of this device when Karen pulled the lever and the air direction changed. They were surprised by this and asked, "Is the speed decreasing?" He said that they had problems decreasing the speed after accelerating using only the brakes, so they came up with the idea of changing the wind direction. When the train picks up speed, the wind will blow backwards, and when the speed decreases, forward. Now, by opening and closing these holes, the speed can be adjusted. He looked back and thought that the idea was simple, but without help, it would be impossible to ensure the operation of the mechanism connecting the opening and closing with the lever, just to be on the safe side. Sid and Karan pulled the levers, stopped the train at the station, and he thought with a smile that there were two types of brakes here, a reverse wind flow and a regular brake. They went outside. The protagonist looked at the guild masters with a slightly worried look and thought that they seemed stunned. He completely understood why they reacted that way. After all, in this world, the standard of speed is a horse's run. It probably felt much faster to them than he thought. But now they had only experienced 30 kilometers per hour, and later it would be even faster. Trent said with a smile that he admitted that when he first heard the offer, he was skeptical. However, he fulfilled the conditions. He looked at him with a slightly worried look and thought that the Duke did not seem so amazed and could even speak. Now they needed to clarify the goals. He said that this was undoubtedly a big step forward for the country. However, he couldn't just go ahead and allow it. They were shocked by this and loudly asked why he was saying that if the test was successful. Was it because the wind was messing up their hair? Or was it because the train was swaying and you could get hit? Sid started to get nervous about this and thought that nothing was coming to mind. The Duke pointed his finger at him and said that it was because only he could build something like this. Although the blocks were given the special property of continuous energy production, it wasn't eternal. When the magical power ran out, the effect suddenly disappeared. They had talked about this back when they were upgrading the greenhouses. MC, with a shocked expression, asked what he meant. Trends said that, in other words, producing huge amounts of hot water and moving an iron box with people with powerful force was all impossible without the amount of magical power he had. In 10 or 50 years, when he's gone, who will be able to do something like this again? Then it will all just be an artifact from the past. He's not going to invest resources in things like this. He turned around and said that a condition needed to be added. He pointed his finger at Karan and said that he would be responsible for all appropriation operations during this work. He was shocked by his words and asked loudly, "Are you talking about him?" At the same time, while they were sorting out the trial run. At the Magic Academy, the teacher said that this was the end of all the tests for the entrance exam to the Royal Academy of Magic. Later, Coco said with a happy expression that she had done a great job. Someone had personally worked on this for these past few months, and that was him. Liz said that she was very grateful for his guidance. He hummed a melody joyfully and said that they needed some tea. He looked at her and asked why she was upset. Her practical skills were mediocre. But the article about controlling the magical power of people with a combat specialty using resonance turned out quite well. She said loudly that this was exactly why she was upset. She should have worked harder on it, and if she had been given a little more time, she would have done it perfectly. He poured tea and said that her determination was good. She really should pay attention to the researchers. She and this adventurer were too different. She should just give up. She got angry, threw a book at him, and he said that in just a few months she had become too ruthless. He threw her out of the office and said that in this case, they should say goodbye. She prevented him from closing the door and asked loudly, weren't they going to have a reflection meeting? He was surprised by this and asked loudly, what else did she want? He said he had a day off. After that, Liz went outside, started looking around and thought that indeed, Versana, the spring festival, starts today. There are a lot of flowers, just like she heard. Before she knew it, spring had already arrived. On the way from her place of residence to the academy, there was no time at all to feel the season. She noticed something and said with surprise that it was a large asparagus. The saleswoman said that it was the first harvest. She looked at it with a happy expression and thought that it really was spring. Besides, it was also quite affordable. She asked to sell her a box, which really surprised the saleswoman, and she felt embarrassed about it. She bought some of this asparagus, walked down the street with a face flushed with embarrassment, and wondered what she had done. She remembered how Miyabi used to buy a lot of products at once, and thought that she needed to be more careful. The lack of common sense had become the norm for her. I wonder if he is doing well there? Mel is with him, so it seems they arrived in one piece, but he didn't even send a letter. Chiffon also didn't seem to hear anything. I wonder how things are with the Underground Railroad. She looked up, sighed, and said that she hoped there were no problems. At the same time, a shocked Karen loudly asked, "Will he be performing the appropriation instead of the teacher?" That was completely impossible, wasn't it? He remembered how Trends had previously put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would now be responsible for all appropriation operations during this project. He banged his head on the table and loudly asked, "What should he do?" The tavern worker looked at him and asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" Sid turned to her and asked her to ignore it. The protagonist, with a calm expression, said that the appropriation method would allow him to appropriate as much power as he produces. They looked at him worriedly and asked, "Is that impossible?" They were trying to kill him? If so, they needed to think of a way to make the train move using less magical power. He had an idea, his face pale with worry, but he agreed and said they needed to redo everything from the beginning. They were shocked by this, and Sid slapped him in the face, loudly called him an idiot, and said he shouldn't give up. After all, he had always relied on him before, and this was his chance. Karan agreed with surprise, and he turned around and, with a determined expression, said they would definitely come up with a great way. A month later, they were lying on the ground, looking tired, saying that nothing was working. He apologized with a frustrated expression and said that his magical reserve was only enough for something undemanding. Mel calmly told him not to worry. This mean girl, it turned out, was terrible at appropriating. Sid became very angry about this and loudly said that his level of magical energy was normal. MC looked back thoughtfully and thought that they had tried using sails like a ship, trying to use pressure. They tried many methods, but the amount of magical power initially varied too much. Getting a lot of power from a small amount isn't that easy, right? Elda came to them and said that so this is where they were. They turned to her in surprise, and she said that she was the head of the trading guild. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, probably since the trial run. He remembered the past and thought that she had been intimidating back then. She radiated such pressure. He asked in a slightly tense tone if she had some business with him. She snapped her fingers, agreed, and said that she would get straight to the point. The girls who came with her held up bouquets of flowers, and she solemnly asked if he would like to join her guild. He was shocked by this, but she calmed down and said that his ideas were money trees. I mean, he will shine in the trading guild. Trade is a good business. In sales, desires are satisfied, money is made, and people get rich. With money, any luxury ceases to be a dream. Miyabi, with a displeased expression, closed his comrade's eyes and thought that these adults would have a bad influence on them. He said in a slightly confused tone that he was not interested in sales or such things. She said loudly in a serious tone that he should not act like an idiot. What man in this world is not interested in wealth, fame, and women? He politely asked her to stop because there were children here. She snorted, turned away, and said that today's youth have no desires at all. She came closer to him and with a smile said that in that case, there is one more thing. When will they finish? In 6 months or a year? Karan timidly apologized and said that they are currently in the process of changing the driving force. There is no need to tell so quickly. She asked calmly, "Is that so?" The worker said that everyone involved in production works so slowly. Elda said with a smile that they had really hoped to make a name for themselves by fulfilling orders from the royal house and profit from it. Another worker took pity on the head of their guild, which angered Sid, and he asked if he could hit her. He began to get a little nervous and asked him to calm down. She jumped on her horse and said with a smile that the merchant guild fully supports them. If any equipment is needed, they can just let them know and they will definitely prepare it. They all rode off together and said goodbye to them. He asked with a displeased expression, "What the hell was that?" The protagonist said that he was terribly tired. He heard the sound of a mechanism, which caught his attention, and he said loudly that it was time for the gates to close. He turned to him and asked, "Were they staying the night here again?" He fell to his knees from shock and said that it was so strange that he completely forgot about the time. They came to the forge and Weiss asked if they had anywhere to spend the night. He led them to a room and said that in that case, if they cleaned up, they could sleep here. He was coughing from the dust and asked what room this was. He turned to him and said that this was the room Liz lived in when she was little. He put a candle on the table and said that, although it was only a couple of years ago, it's hard for a child to survive alone in this world. He thought she would quickly return after her escape, but in the end, only dust settled on everything. MC turned to him and asked if he still felt lonely without her. He calmly asked why he decided that. She was spoiled and stubborn. He really was worried about her. However, she has the determination to follow her own path. That's impressive, isn't it? He agreed with this and then said that the cleaning was finished. Mel said that a lot of effort went into just the bedding. Weiss looked at her and said that she was just standing there and watching. By the way, is she back from the capital? He said she was currently taking exams but should be back soon. He said that when she returned, he should tell her to stop by for equipment maintenance. He agreed, but at the same time, a surprised Liz asked if she wouldn't be able to return. Coco was doing research and said that seemed so. If she passed the exam, she'd have to wait for her uniform to be made. She would also need to take the basic courses. As she herself knew, most of the academy's students were aristocrats. They were taught everything from childhood, and the academy lectures assumed she was already familiar with the basics. Commoners tend to show good results in some subjects, but their foundation of knowledge is shaky. However, she needn't worry. The recommender would take it upon himself to fix the problems. If she had disappeared for a couple of days, he wouldn't have said a word. However, if she disappeared for a whole month, he would no longer be able to vouch for her. She dropped her books in surprise and asked loudly what she should do. She ran down the corridor and said loudly that she had promised him that she would return in the spring. Chiffon followed her and said that they would immediately send a messenger bird. If they explained everything, then he would surely understand and not worry. She loudly refused and said that she had to go home. Her guild card had expired. A guild card is the same as an identity card. A card is valid for exactly 1 year from the date of confirmation. That is, exactly 1 year from the date she accepted the escort assignment. She was surprised by this and asked, "Doesn't that mean she has another 6 months?" Liz grabbed her head and said loudly that she thought so too. However, until she is accepted, she cannot leave the capital. Then, who will allow her to be absent from classes for a whole month after classes start? She said with surprise that no one, that such a thing is only permissible in the case of the transfer of the title of the family head. She loudly agreed and was about to go somewhere, but she grabbed her hand, asked her to wait, and said that the 3 great guilds are under the control of the ducal houses. She would come to an agreement with the Adventurers Guild. She was surprised by this and loudly said that she should not waive her power so frivolously. She began to write something and said that the main thing now is to find out if it is possible to extend the validity of the certificate. Later, the shocked protagonist loudly asked, "Liz will not return. What does this mean?" Zion, with a slightly tense expression, said that he would also like to know that. It seemed to him that she simply did not want to show herself to him, but she was in the royal capital. She also received a letter of recommendation for admission to the Royal Magic Academy. This is great news. However, how will she combine classes in the royal capital and work as an adventurer in Angelum? As he sees it, there are very personal feelings involved. He said that from his point of view, this is a fortunate coincidence, thanks to which he can develop a public project. He said that they do not allow any exceptions for ID renewal. Without renewal, she will be considered either dead or moved to another city. Even if she re-registers, she will have to start from the lowest rank. However, if you come to an agreement with the capital branch of the Adventurers Guild, then you can keep your current rank. MC said that this is also a so-so option. That was the whole point of building the railway. He really wants to support it. He was very nervous and thought that the situation was only getting worse. The original idea was to give people the opportunity to live between 2 cities thanks to fast transportation. They barely got permission, construction was delayed, and now there are problems with the guild ID. It seems he is a bad planner. Weiss asked, "What did he just say? Was this whole idea with the underground railways for Liz?" He turned to him, bowed, asked for forgiveness, and said that it was selfish. He laughed because of this and asked, "What's wrong with selfishness? Everything is born from someone's desire, and craftsmen must follow their desires to the end. So what does he want?" Miyabi said loudly that he doesn't just want to build something, he wants her to be able to live in 2 cities. He said with a smile that he wants that too. While she is in the capital, he will not be able to look after her staff. The 2 of them came to the workshop, and he said that they should discuss how to complete the construction in 9 months. At the same time, earlier, when Cress was born, he was brought to the church for inspection, and people were surprised when they saw a bright light. People from the nobility asked if they heard the news that the 3rd prince is an artisan. Is it possible that there was a mixture of blood in the royal family? He does not own a sword or magic, so it turns out that Her Majesty gave birth to a commoner? At the present time, Trenz came into his office where he was sitting, called him over, and thanked him for the journey he had made. He stood up from the couch, called him over, and with a slight smile, he asked how his journey here had gone. He said with a smile that everything had gone smoothly. The Duke was glad to hear this. They went into another room, and he said that the long journey must have tired him, so he should rest. Cress thanked him and said that he apologized for rushing things. However, could he please give him the courtyard? He was a little surprised by this request and asked why he needed it. He said that he wanted to practice with a sword. He had to put in twice as much effort. Although he did not possess magic, he still needed to master the use of weapons. He did not have time to finish, because he called His Highness and asked if something had happened in the royal castle. He remembered Grinwell's words and said that nothing had happened. he simply wanted it himself. Trends noticed that he was tense, thinking about this, but their attention was drawn to the guard loudly saying that there was an order not to let anyone in. Weiss continued walking and loudly said that he had already explained that this was an urgent matter. The guard said loudly that the master was currently talking, and it didn't matter who was trying to interrupt him. He saw him in the half-open door, called out his name loudly, and said that he had finally found him. Cress was a little surprised by this and wondered, "This is the same great master. Why is he here?" The protagonist walked with him and said that he had an important conversation with the Duke. The prince immediately ran out of the room, and they called each other by name in surprise. He asked with surprise what he was doing here. He was glad to see him and said that he should have asked about it. The Duke, slightly surprised, asked if they knew each other. He was embarrassed by this, apologized, and said that he simply saw an old friend. He approached Weiss, bowed, introduced himself, and said that he was glad to meet him. He looked at him and said that it meant he was of royal blood. That's why he had such a well-groomed face. He said with admiration that he had heard a lot about him. By the way, what did they want to talk about? Trends said that they came to talk about the Underground Railroad. They are planning to create a new transportation network that will connect cities. He is supposed to lead the project. So what did they want? He was about to say something about it, but at that moment, a crowd of workers came to them, knelt before him, and loudly asked to allow them to also participate in the casting of the spell. 2 days ago, they were all sitting next to the train, and Weiss asked if they were having any problems. MC raised his hand, agreed, and said that the machine was moving due to his wind magic. However, by direct order of the Duke, he is forbidden to use his own spells. Instead, he is ordered to use the spell that Karen will cast. He listened to him and said that now it is clear why they decided to reconsider the power source. He agreed and said that until the model is ready, they will not be given permission to launch. They, of course, tried different options, but it did not work. He thought about it and asked how big the difference was between their spells. They immediately replied that the difference was simply enormous, and he said in a dissatisfied tone that he already understood that. He was asking for specifics. They didn't even bother to check it before starting construction. Karen asked hesitantly. He'd thought about it. Maybe there simply wasn't a magical installation in this world that regulated power? Maybe then they just rely on quantity. Currently, Miyabi said that, well, they compared how much weight each of them could move. The difference in power was almost 30,000 times. Trends was shocked by this, and he said that he understood his concerns. However, the point is for him not to interfere. Right? Having received a positive answer, he said decisively that it meant there was no need to dump everything on him alone. Moreover, there was no point in making him strain himself. Anyway, he brought the sample they made in the workshop. Cress looked at what they had done in amazement and thought they were true professionals. He said in a decisive voice that he was presenting them with a 1/8 scale model weighing 15 kilograms. Their workshop had been working on the entire structure for 2 days, and he hadn't participated in the enchantment. Sid loudly asked, "Does it still work?" The protagonist replied that it was a logical question. So today, they're using this cat as a passenger to prove the plan's effectiveness. With this, the total weight will be 20 kilograms. He placed the cat on the train and signaled the start of the test. The motor started, but the train couldn't move. He became very concerned about this and gave the train a little push. The train started moving along the rails. They were happy about this, and Cress asked, "Isn't this a hoax?" He said with a serious expression that, as they could see, the installation was working without his participation. This machine weighs 600 times more than the model. That is, according to calculations, with enough people, everything will work. He turned around and was very surprised when he noticed Mel, who had gotten into the model train with the cat. He took her out of there. The others began to put the model train back, and he said that they hadn't yet calculated its weight. In other words, they were unable to carry out the order to limit themselves to Charon. He apologizes, but the problem regarding his participation that he mentioned can be considered resolved. He asks for permission to start drilling. He was very nervous and thought that he understood that he was putting pressure, but otherwise he simply would not have time to pick up Liz. He really hoped that he would agree. On foreign soil, one must obey its laws. Without his permission, nothing will work. Trends looked at Karan and thought he, too, would like to see what this little fellow was capable of. Everything needed to be properly organized. He called His Highness and asked, since he was here, if he would like to inspect the production facility. It wasn't every day that such a chance arose. They arrived at Weiss's workshop and began to examine everything around, which greatly impressed the prince. There was a store selling weapons and armor. At the sales counter, you could make, order, and arrange for repairs and maintenance. Regular maintenance was recommended. The forge, the heart of the workshop, was the forefront of craft training, where blacksmiths honed their skills. It was always warm and bustling. The warehouse housed high-quality iron ore from the Grandees mines, valuable repair materials. The workers said excellent, they had received permission. Now came the hardest part. MC said that once the material was imbued with magic, they should check for uniformity before casting the enchantment. They mustn't forget to measure the wind strength after casting. He called Weiss and said with a serious expression that he had overdosed the charms. Everything should be in moderation. Cress was surprised by this and wondered, is he controlling this great master? A very frightened Charon approached him, asked for forgiveness, and said that he was going to see the crown prince. By the way, is he a craftsman, and is this his first time casting charms? He denied it and said that he was only trying. It's just curiosity. He asks for forgiveness. It sounds like he's bragging. He said in a confused voice that then the charms should be cast here. He noticed calluses on his hands, dropped what he brought and screamed loudly. He said loudly, with a frightened look, what a nightmare. His hands are all covered in calluses. How could he have embarrassed himself like that? He was a little confused by his reaction and said that everything was fine. He showed his calloused palms and asked, these are the hands of someone who tries very hard, right? Sid was angry when he saw this and loudly declared that since he had come, he should work properly. He didn't care who he was, but he couldn't mock his craft. Cress activated the device and loudly apologized for overdoing the spell. Miyabi saw this and said it was weak. He needed to try again. He was surprised by what he saw and thought he had a huge reserve of magic. At the same time, Georgie was riding in a carriage and asked if he was planning to connect the capital with Angelum. If they succeeded, the entire current trade system would collapse. Trensverdini shouldn't think that everything would work out well for him. At the same time, the prince's guards peeked through the open door of the forge and said that he thought his arrival here and the engagement would at least lift his spirits a little. However, even without that, they glowed so much. Charon looked at the magic cube the prince was working on and said that the magic was unevenly distributed and that he should disperse it again. Cress was breathing heavily from fatigue and said that he explains well, but he apologizes. Imposition is difficult for him. He said that it can't be helped. Stone and wind have poor compatibility. A worker accidentally bumped him with his back. He apologized for this and asked if he was okay. He agreed and said that everything was fine. The prince handed him a handkerchief and asked, wait, he calls him Charon, right? She remembered this, apologized for the confusion, and said that the master simply confused her name then. In fact, she is Karen. However, he thinks she is a boy. He was very surprised by this and thought that it was impossible to say such a thing to a girl, even a young one. It is not polite at all. He asked why she didn't say so right away. She sighed and asked what difference it would make. He was very surprised by this and thought that she was very smart for her age. He called her and said that he had an idea. They organized a celebration in the courtyard of the mansion, and the surprised protagonist wondered why they were organizing such a feast. Cress approached the butler and said that he was grateful that they responded to his sudden request. He bowed and asked if it was possible to refuse His Highness. He said that he was inviting them to enjoy a modest reception. When he approached MC, he, with a slightly confused look, said that it was not worth bothering himself so. He approached him with a smile and said that they could consider this gratitude for the visit. Today, there was a person present at the banquet whom he wanted to thank for the help they had provided him. They looked to the side and noticed Karen, who had put on a dress. Everyone was shocked by this and began to discuss it, and she, embarrassed, said loudly that they should be silent already. She went down the stairs and said that she asked to be allowed to introduce herself. She stated her name, bowed, and said that, however, he could continue to call her Charon. He was shocked by this and asked so it wasn't a nickname? He realized all this and asked loudly, why didn't she tell him right away? The workers asked, what's going on? Did he really think she was a boy? They started laughing because of this and asked, did he at least learn her name? Cress laughed too, turned to her and asked, it wasn't for nothing that she confessed, right? At the same time, Alicia opened the door hesitantly and thought that this was the last night in the room where they lived for 8 years. She remembered her childhood when Chiffon brought her in and said that from today on, this was her room. She was very embarrassed by this and said that, however, she didn't want a separate room. That was too much. After all, the elders lived in the common area. She pulled her by the hand and said that she was now her personal assistant, so she couldn't refuse. She should always be by her side. She continued to remember everything that happened after that and thought that she was no longer a helpless child. She had finally grown up. She was also no longer ashamed to stand next to her. Miyabi ran next to her, noticed her and called her name in a surprised voice. She was embarrassed by this and said that the banquet hall was on the other side. He said that if he went back there, he would be teased. She got angry and wondered, is this why he was hanging around the mansion? She asked, by the way, where is his partner? He realized that she was talking about Liz and said that she was still in the capital. She remembered that she was there with Chiffon, got angry about this, and her face became sad. He noticed this, called her name and asked if something happened to her. She said in a confused tone that everything was fine. He shouldn't lie to her. He already knows everything, that she was fired from the post of her assistant. They are very close, after all. He remembered what she told him and wondered, was it really true? He swallowed nervously, asked for forgiveness, and said that she was simply a noble person, and they were ordinary adventurers. Their relationship could not be called close. She turned to him with a very angry expression on her face and asked loudly, then she was nothing to her? He flinched in surprise And Alicia asked loudly, when the lady was terrified to go out at the presentation ceremony, who supported her? When she was nervous before meeting the prince, who listened to her and helped her? All the time spent together meant nothing to her. She sat up abruptly, covered her mouth with her hands, began to cry, and thought that she must not show weakness. She said that he should not say stupid things. His words did not even console. He was worried about all this. He heard something nearby, and she said that his name was being called. She started to leave and wished him a pleasant evening. Raven watched what was happening through the window and said that this was naive stubbornness. The protagonist returned to the others. They saw him and asked where he was. Is he okay? He agreed, and his attention was drawn to the device he saw. Crest said that they were discussing an anemometer, a device for measuring wind speed. He asked, is this a device for measuring wind force, right? Sid agreed and said that he checks if the power is the same in terms of RPM. Why is he so fixated on this? He only cast and removed the spell. Didn't he feel sorry? He said with a smile that he simply wanted to achieve stability. They didn't understand him, but he thought that in the world of artisans, the value of the word equal isn't always obvious, but understanding the process is very useful. He said that, for example, if you make 20 pieces, it will take 4 days. It also helps with calculations, 1, 4, 5 in a day. In general, you can calculate the speed and production time. The prince thought with slight surprise, did he understand arithmetic too? Sid said that he was only talking about calculations. It was so boring. Working with your hands is much faster. Karen looked at him with a smirk and said that he was making noise as always. He grabbed her head and said that it seemed like she wasn't nervous at all today. Usually, her face was straight as a stick. Crest said that he wanted to see it now. She was indignant about this and loudly asked, how dare he mock others? Weiss calmly sipped from his mug and said that they should remember that there was a prince in front of them. She was very embarrassed by this, began to bow to him and asked for forgiveness. She said that they just so unexpectedly switched to a friendly tone. She still remembered that he was a prince. Sid put his hand on his shoulder and asked, who is this impudent one here? Just look at the royal posture. He started laughing, and she called him and said that he should look at himself. At the same time, Alicia, with a serious expression on her face, was packing her things, noticed that the maids were looking at her and thought that this was boring. After all, they were only mocking her. She imagined them asking, was it sad to realize that she was abandoned? Where had all her pride gone? It seemed that she finally realized her place. She turned around when the maids called her and said that today she baked a little more cookies. They are going to have a secret tea party. Would she like to join? They would like to listen to her stories about the capital. She was a little surprised by this, but quickly calmed down and thought that they felt sorry for her. She thanked them for the offer, but declined, and said that she had to get up early tomorrow. She wished them good night and left the room, leaving them in this room. When night fell, Crest stood on the balcony and said that it was a wonderful city. There are no boundaries between professions here. Unlike in the capital, this city is imbued with kindness. His guards approached him and asked His Highness, did he really think so? They were very glad to hear it. He thinks that having a positive outlook on things is really important. Besides, Weiss's workshop is really magnificent, and the people here are welcoming. However, is all of Angelum like this? He was surprised by what he heard and asked where the light was coming from. He said that they were lights. Repair work was being carried out on the walls. They work from morning until night. The work is dangerous, and the pay is low. The production guild is one of the lowest ranking among others. The roads of the capital, the repair of the Angelum fortification, the artisans are behind all of this. Now they must return, because it is cold here. He went to bed and thought anxiously about what he had been told. At the same time, Georgie reached the city of Noctaria and thought that it was the center of aristocratic culture, ruled by one of the 5 great ducal houses, the Greenwell family. He began to spray himself with perfume and said that this was the very new thing that was in fashion now. It is called the capital's aroma. He hopes to become a worthy member of Noctaria's high society. The Duke sat surrounded by girls and said that this means that a freak has arrived, who dared to go against his own blood, climbing from the bottom to the top. At that time, he came to the castle and remarked on the wonderful architecture of the center of the eastern trading city of Noctaria. This is an exquisite, exotic charm. He thought he had heard that the halls were decorated with snow-white porcelain and emeralds, so the reception would also be magnificent. He entered and was met by yet a young man who bowed, politely called him and said, welcome to the domain of Noctaria. He was Eduardo, the 5th son of House Greenwell. He began to look around with a worried look and wondered what kind of room this was that didn't even have windows. He said that he expressed a desire to meet the Duke himself. However, he can't stand it when someone tries to address him directly, avoiding the formality of address. Georgie was surprised by this, and with a tense expression thought that he was sent to some child who perhaps never even appeared in society, and they brought him to chambers that resembled a dungeon. Is this some kind of mockery? He said loudly that he dared to object. He thought that he was just an upstart from the common people. Haven't they heard of the Calistane family, which supplies the finest fabrics and clothing to the nobility? Moreover, he has held the title of Baron for over 10 years. He has a position and dignity quite befitting high society. He agreed with a haughty smirk and asked if he believed it himself. They went into another room. Eduardo sat down on the sofa and asked, so why had he come to them from the north? He followed him and indignantly said that precisely, enough of this mockery. He had come to discuss a matter that would benefit their house. He found this strange and asked with a smile, hadn't his family been in service to the Verdini family? He said loudly that that was long ago. The current head Trenz is a vile man. He opened the gates of the ancient noble quarter, and now commoners and adventurers walk freely in front of their estate. His poisonous fangs reach for the capital itself. This rogue is pushing through ridiculous public projects again. He's planning to build some kind of monstrous railway underground. Moreover, he wants to extend it all the way to the sacred capital. This caught Eduardo's attention, and he asked what this had to do with their home. Georgie asked loudly, didn't he understand that? An iron box that was many times faster than a carriage. With an incomparable load capacity, he had personally experienced the terrifying power of this machine. He thought with a very tense expression that if they received permission, competition with the capital's workshops would begin, and their unshakable influence in Angelum would be threatened. He said that when this thing reached the capital, the people of Angelum would immediately flock there. The collapse of the class system awaits them. He thought that the Greenwell family had always stood for the primacy of the nobility. They could not remain on the sidelines. He had to believe him. He considered his words and said he would convey these words to his grace. This pleased him, after which he got into the carriage and began to leave. Duke Grinwell looked on and said in a serious tone that he had disgraced his master's face and was now wagging his tail in front of someone else's house. A beast knows more honor than that. However, they still cannot ignore this. The next day, in the study, people with worried looks asked if these were people from the Dagran mines. Trenz stood by the window and confirmed this, after which the man said that all the mined iron ore was being bought up without a trace. The lady would faint when she learned of this. He turned to them and said that this was inevitable for the sake of the future. One of them slammed his fist on the table, loudly called him, and said that he begged for forgiveness, but the current expenses exceeded the bounds of reason. The contract with the Weiss workshop was not so bad, but buying up all the raw materials was not an option. He still claims an eternal monopoly. Does he know how much this costs? It's already exceeded a tenth of the annual budget. Angelum isn't rich enough to... He didn't have time to finish because the Duke asked him to calm down and said that he understood all of this. He calmed down a little and said that he would once again earn the hatred of the minor nobles. He looked away with a calm expression and said that he was ready to pay this price. When the meeting ended and everyone began to leave, he called Raven and asked how Alicia was feeling. He said that she was doing her job properly, but it seemed she still hadn't gotten used to it. She clearly avoids talking to others, and the head maid is also worried about this. Although as a servant, she learns quickly, she can be called capable. Why then is this happening? He himself is ashamed of his relationship with her. Trenz said that it was not for him to take the blame. Innate talent and aptitude don't always go hand in hand. It happens. He shouldn't try to remake a person. A horse can be led to water, but whether to drink or not is its own choice. Even if it chooses death, that's also its right. Their destiny is only to nudge. Raven said he cared so much, but there was no need to disturb the manor house with such matters. He agreed and said that if it were up to him, he would have cut off her head long ago. However, the connection with her was not yet severed. He couldn't give her a drink, but he could make the sun burn hotter. At the same time, Cress saw a real train and, with a surprised expression, loudly asked, "What is it?" A tired Sid and Karen asked. He didn't seem to have seen this before, did he? "It's a car for the Underground Railroad," he asked, with a surprised expression. "Is it really that big? How is it supposed to work anyway?" A worker passed by, looking tired and saying he'd better not think about it. Weiss was nearby, hammering metal, and said loudly in a disgruntled tone that he thought there was some meaning to it, but the entire front end was just decoration. The prince approached him and asked if he was sure they were allowed to break it. He turned to him, wiped the sweat from his face, agreed, and said that right now it was more important to lighten the structure. They'd recruited people, but in its current state, they wouldn't have time, so he thought maybe the weight of the carriage could be reduced. It was a complete waste. Pointless. They looked sadly at what he was doing and said that, after all, it was the master's pride. He called it romantic. Cress went the other way and asked what was going on here. The worker turned to him and said they were reconsidering the drive mechanism. If they wanted to reduce the weight, they'd have to change the design. They were currently trying out different prototypes. He looked around and thought, I see, so they're not breaking things, but trying new things. This is just one of this craftsman's incredible ideas, and they're all working together to perfect it. Karen approached, called out to His Highness, and asked if he could help them. He said, a little confused, that he didn't know if his help would be useful. She handed him a tray with magic cubes and thanked him cheerfully. Sid sat down next to him and said with a smile that they should have a competition for the most spells cast, and the loser would clean up after everyone. The worker immediately grabbed him and loudly said that he shouldn't shift his responsibilities onto others. The prince thought with a smile that it was pleasant to talk to them. Everyone here was doing the best they could. However, as for his attempts, was that enough for him? After thinking this over, he asked, by the way, where was Miyabi now? She said that he reported that he was not an assistant in the court system and entrusted the matter to them. At the same time, he was reading books sitting at the table, and Eleanor called him and thanked him for the work he was doing. She said that she brought the list of underground monsters that he asked for. He turned to her and thanked her for it. He showed it to Mel, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "That's enough, right?" She quickly read it, agreed, and he, with a happy expression on his face, said that he was grateful that she checked it. He didn't want to make a mistake again, like that time with the slime. She looked at them and asked how long they had been back in the city. They hadn't seen each other for so long that she was already starting to worry. He agreed, and said that he had been very busy. She said that they hadn't heard from Liz either. Maybe it had something to do with the recent commotion at the Guildmasters. He looked confused and thought that he shouldn't tell strangers about this. She noticed his reaction and said with a smile that everything was fine, she wouldn't pry answers out of them. She waved and wished them a safe journey. After that, they met with the workers, and he said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They started showing off and said that the squad was enchanted and would help with the tunnel construction. He looked a little confused and said that their skills were really important to him. Several men came up to them and asked if this was Weiss's workshop. They were from the manufacturing guild, sent as farmers. The protagonist extended his hand, introduced himself, and said that they were just waiting for them. The man shook his hand and said that it meant he was a craftsman, and a young one at that, as he saw it. It made no difference, he was glad to meet him. He thought with a small smile that it was always hard for young people to gain trust. He looked away and said that something else was more important now. Alicia stood next to them, looking lost and sad, saying that she had arrived as a messenger from the ducal house. She introduced herself, and he, with a shocked expression, wondered why she was here too. She remembered how her father had said earlier that the Cavalier house serves its lord not with force, but with loyalty. This is what their family is proud of. She thought that as a child, she could not understand what that pride her father spoke of meant. However, then she saw her, beautiful as a princess. She wanted to be her support. Then she realized that this feeling was pride. She had always been there, and believed that her path was the right one. Then, why was she alone now? Later, MC said that they should get ready. They would start building a tunnel from here. He would like to introduce himself. He gave his name and said that he would be their foreman and would work together with them. They were surprised by this, but he did not pay attention and said that they should allow him to share the work plan. They were still shocked by his age and discussed it in whispers. After that, they went underground, and he said that then he would start digging, and they should strengthen it. The workers were very surprised by this and loudly asked where he got so much strength. After that, he put the materials next to them, and they, surprised, loudly said that it was a natural disaster. They began to bow to him, and he offered to explain all this. Then Alicia, along with the others, walked along the tunnel, and with a dissatisfied expression on her face, wondered why she ended up among these ragamuffins. It would be fine if she were just a messenger, but she was assigned to be an adventurer's bodyguard? Maybe they want her to leave them? She didn't break any rules, but her situation is only getting worse. It is impossible to work in such conditions. This place is not for her. When the workday was over, Miyabi, with a happy expression on his face, thanked them for their efforts and said that they should have a good rest. The workers arrived at the temporary workers' quarters, and he led the girls to their wing and told them their rooms were here. They all received 3 meals a day, and they also had a public bath. Later, Alicia lay down on her bed and, with a displeased expression, loudly declared that this was unbearable. She had completely forgotten that this man relied on the strength of his skills to gain trust. He was a real demon. When the satisfied workers passed by, they said that he had never worked on such a fabulous facility. She looked at him warily and thought that she would not allow herself to be charmed. 10 days later, the workers called him and said that they were moving too fast. The fortification group could not keep up. She looked at this, then turned to the map and thought that they had advanced almost to the borders. The earthbender farmers were working on the tunnel, while the masons and other artisans were simultaneously building fortifications. Every day she accompanies him and compiles reports for the Verdini mansion. Although she is officially listed as a bodyguard, no one has ever needed her help, because he solves every problem himself. The protagonist apologized to them and said they would then postpone it until tomorrow. She continued writing something down and thought that it was pitiful to look at him. He bows all the time, adjusting to those who are clearly weaker than him. Does he have no pride at all? Mel approached her, looked at her notes and asked, "Is this a dig at her hairstyle?" She was surprised by this and loudly pushed her away. The workers laughed about this, called her over and said that she was, as always, on her own wavelength. However, it was very calm next to her. They noticed Alicia's displeased look, immediately became confused, and their smiles disappeared. She sat separately from everyone else and quietly asked, "What is this disgusting feeling?" Why did she even care what those filthy artisans thought? Later, in the public bath, she called her over and asked if she could ask a question. She asked why she'd even accepted the job. After all, she was one of the best adventurers. Mel, with a calm expression, said she thought it was a worthy order. She was a little confused, agreed, and said that, however, she could have been doing something more important. Besides, bodyguards have the right to choose their clients or assignments with a much more generous reward, right? She thought about it and called her a bore. Alicia was confused by this, and she said that for her, this wasn't a job. She was here because she wanted to. that's all. She was confused by this and thought that every day was the same. There was only more time to think. Maybe she was simply driven away under the pretext of security? Or did someone from those living in the same wing say something? Or was this an order from the mistress herself? If so, then where is her place? She walked along the tunnel, lost in her thoughts, and MC walked in front of her and thought with a carefree smile that he was gradually getting used to the darkness. Even in the dim light, everything was visible. When he finished with the excavation, he would take on helping with the fortifications. We need to finish quickly. He didn't notice the cliff in front of him, fell down and screamed loudly in surprise. Alicia heard this and was very surprised. He rolled to the bottom of a large pit and asked why this happened in such a place. He tried to get up but felt a very strong pain in his leg. She quickly ran to him, carefully rolled down and asked in a worried tone if he was okay. He was shaking with pain and said that it was difficult for him to say. She sat down next to him and became even more worried when he apologized and complained of pain in his leg. Mel quickly ran to them, looked out from the top of the pit, started crying and said that he had died. He was indignant about this and loudly said that she should not bury him prematurely. Alicia clenched her teeth in anger and thought how useless she was. She remembered what different people had told her and wondered how she could have stumbled like that. After some time at the hospital, the old man said that he had a couple of small fractures. He carefully knitted all the bones and healed the bruises, but he needed a week of rest. He lay on the hospital bed and thanked him for it with a carefree look. Mel said it was good that there was a healer in the city nearby. He agreed, and Alicia asked if he would stay here until he fully recovered. Was that okay? He sighed with a slightly dissatisfied look and said that it seemed like there was no other way. She offered him some fruit, started crying, and put an apple in his mouth. She sat next to them, and with a worried look, thought that her charge was injured. She would never be able to atone for this mistake, and she wanted to complete the mission flawlessly. If she was unable to complete one task, then what was the purpose of her existence? He remembered something, called her, and said that he had one request of her. Until he returned to duty, could she visit him and tell him news from the site? She was confused by the fact that he decided to entrust this to her, and asked if it would be better to choose one of his partners. He said with a smile that, however, she was a comrade to him too. Since they worked together, it would be right to consider each other comrades. She was confused by this, and he was confused by this reaction and asked, "Is that bad?" She thought that she was from the Cavalier house and not their equal. She always disliked it when people started to consider her their comrade. But if this is not joy, then why is her heart pounding so much? Later, the doctor was walking through his hospital, but he stepped on a toy, fell on the floor and became very angry about it. He came to a ward where many children had gathered and loudly said that this was not a playground for them. The children ran out of the building, said goodbye to him, and he said that he was in real trouble. After all, he told him to rest. Now he should raise his leg. The doctor began to work, but quickly got tired and said how much trouble there was with these fractures. He said goodbye to them and said that they should try not to let children in here. Miyabi called Mel and asked if she heard him. She remembered what happened earlier and said that they themselves followed her. He was surprised by her talent, and she thought about Alicia and asked if it was okay that they let her go alone. He was a little surprised and asked what was wrong with that. She didn't communicate much with the others, but she carried out his requests without objection. Sometimes her mood is impossible to predict, but she will never abandon her in trouble. She thought about it, but with a little doubt said that she hoped that this was really true. At the same time, she was riding a horse to the construction site and thought that the red choker, this amulet, always gave her courage. When she told the workers about what happened, they loudly asked, "He broke his leg? Does that mean the manager is not there? What should they do now?" She began to get nervous, looked at them and thought that the workers were confused. Could the absence of one person really cause such anxiety? She remembered what he told her earlier, called her comrade and thought that she should stop digging into herself. Now it was more important to make amends, because she had made a terrible mistake. She had to be strong and courageous. She said in a serious tone that they should remain calm, because his absence would not affect the work plan. They were all surprised by this and asked in worried voices where he was now. Could they visit him? She asked if they had already finished their work for today. His life was not in danger, but they were going to drop everything and leave. She remembered how, at the hospital, the protagonist had said that she should tell them that he was fine. Let them continue working. However, could he trust her with the food issue? Alicia agreed, and now she said that they should continue working. She would take care of all the food and dormitory needs. Earlier, he had also said that the structural reinforcement team was working autonomously, so it seemed they could manage without his help. However, he still wanted to control the process. There was one team that periodically failed to meet the plan. She said with a calm expression that they would continue to work according to the schedule. She thought that they said that a society without power cannot exist. Since he was currently unable to manage the process, she was taking on the role of acting boss. A disgruntled worker approached her and asked, wasn't she the one who always ate with a dissatisfied face? Why did she think she had the right to tell them what to do? She didn't even know what they were doing here. She looked at him coldly and said that she was only following orders. Did she really need to know the intricacies of the work if she wasn't a worker? She asked not to ask such questions in the future. He became indignant about this, grabbed her by the collar, lifted her up and loudly asked, "What did she just say?" She became indignant about this, broke free from his hold and loudly asked, who gave him permission to touch her? She was an envoy of the Verdini house. He lifted a wooden cart with one hand and loudly asked, "Didn't he say what was needed?" The other worker stood up for him and said loudly that there were plenty of maids. It was nothing special. His sister also worked in some noble house. She turned around and said loudly that one shouldn't compare one of the 5 great houses with ordinary nobility. Her family had served this house for 5 generations. They had noble roots. They asked loudly, looking very displeased, how much longer could she talk about her family? She was an ordinary maid, nothing more. She remembered the past and thought that she didn't want to become a maid. As a child, she defeated Raven in a sword duel, then she bandaged his hands and he said that he apologized for his worthlessness. If she were a man, her father would be disappointed in her. She said that she was still glad that she was born a girl. She wants to get married and become a good wife like her mother. Does that sound strange? He denied it, noticed the girl working as a maid and said that she came to serve them. They say she needed money for her family. She regretted it and thought that at the time she had thought she was much luckier. However, sometime after the welcoming visit to the main house, she regretted her origins for the first time, because she could not obtain the position of knight. Her father said that a woman serving the ducal house could only become a servant. Later, on the stairs, she laid her head on her brother's feet, began to cry, and asked why she was not born a man. After all, she was also from the Cavalier family and owned a sword. He was about to pat her on the head, but changed his mind, took the sword, and went to practice. She thought that their family descended from peasants who received the status of barons for their merits. They were not at the level to converse freely with the duke's daughter. She understood this, but she could not accept it. Since she chose this path, she was obliged to succeed in her business. On her 13th birthday, she received a red choker from the lady, her personal treasure. She could finally be proud of herself. She's not like the rest of them. She's special. She wanted to believe that she had the right to be next to the mistress. Currently, she came to the hospital on a rainy night with a very sad expression on her face. She walked into the ward, sat on a chair next to his bed, and said that she hadn't succeeded. Mel was about to say something about those idiots, but MC abruptly covered her mouth with his hand. Alicia was about to say something about the workers and thought that they didn't want to listen to her. She thought it was wrong and thought that it was all her fault. He too had started from scratch, but at some point she had shut herself off from everything. It was she who had ruined everything. She couldn't say anything, closed her eyes, but he got off the bed, stroked her back, and asked if she was okay. She noticed that he was leaning on his injured leg, became very worried about it, put him back in the bed, and said loudly that the wounded were supposed to lie down. He calmly agreed and said that sometimes words alone weren't enough. She was surprised by this and asked if he was angry with her. He calmly asked why he should be angry with someone who was already worried. He remembered what had happened earlier and thought that those words back then too seemed almost like a cry from the heart. He said that she had probably made every effort. She was shocked by this, started crying, and thought that then she realized why people were drawn to him. She said that now she understood why he was like this. She thought that she was afraid that people would be surprised, because in their place she would have reacted the same way. She was surprised when they extended their hand to her, because she herself would not have done that. She covered her face with her hands and said that he shouldn't be so kind. He asked her not to say stupid things and asked if she would really make peace with everyone, right? She continued to cry and said loudly that she wouldn't be able to do that anymore, because no one would listen to her there. She thought that she always expects results that match her efforts and talents and doesn't want to be laughed at. Because of this, she begins to feel disgusting. She said in a stuttering voice that she, too, would like to be born a kind person. However, she can't live like him because she has pride. Miyabi was taken aback by this and thought it sounded like an insult. He said that, actually, he had it too, although it might not be as noticeable. However, that was no reason to decide for others. She started crying even louder and said that she hated herself like this. He stroked her head to console her, but suddenly, with a displeased look, she loudly asked him not to touch her. He wiped her tears with a blanket and said that maybe she thought she couldn't change, but he believed that it was actions that shape a person. You don't always have to put your heart into it. Sometimes you can lie. Maybe she could try at least starting with that. After this conversation, she returned to the construction site, where all the workers had gathered, bowed, and loudly said that she asked them for forgiveness. She was so eager to get everything done on time that she forgot herself and was rude to them. She had no intention of treating them with disdain, because she understood perfectly well that she could not carry out this plan without them. Therefore, she asked them to help her. She thought that she had to bow her head before people of such a low position. She was very embarrassed and confused when the workers suddenly started laughing. They approached her and said that they had also lost their temper, for which they apologized, but one also needed to know how to talk. She agreed in a surprised tone, apologized again, and they said that there was nothing wrong with it, she just needed to be more careful next time. In short, she should not disgrace the master. A week later, when the protagonist had finished his treatment, he came to the tunnel and said with a joyful look that he apologized for making them worry. He called Alicia and thanked her, and she, with a little embarrassment, said that no thanks were needed. A worker approached her and lightly hit her on the back, which scared her, and hesitantly said that about his leg. She asked for forgiveness. The worker approached him and said that they heard that she was assigned to protect him. She was embarrassed by this and loudly asked why they told him about this. She ordered them to go to work. They ran away, laughed, and said that she still had to cook dinner. He called her and asked with a happy look, apparently, this is not just for show anymore, right? She was embarrassed because of this, but did not answer. At the same time, Trends was reading the letter and said with a little surprise that he did not think that Chiffon's assessment would be so accurate. Later, Alicia came to the clearing, sat on the ground, took off her choker and looked into the distance. MC approached her and asked if she was leaving her position as a maid. She said with a calm expression that nothing had been decided yet. She only reported her misconduct. However, this is probably how it will be. He asked if she was absolutely sure about this. She thought about it and said that it wasn't just that she had hurt him. It seemed she had hurt many people under the guise of her own justice. She had only now fully realized how much she had tarnished the mistress's family's authority, and it was unbearable. She wouldn't be able to look her in the eye anymore. In the end, it was just her selfishness. He said that even so, her feelings for Chiffon didn't seem false. She turned to him and with a friendly smile said that he shouldn't be so kind. It was okay. After all, it was too late for regrets. Sometime later, the workers came for lunch and one of them noticed that the soup was over. Alicia came to the kitchen and very quickly made ginger soup for them. They all admired it out loud. She was very embarrassed by this and said loudly that they should eat in silence. Miyabi was drinking something next to Mel, who was eating ramen, and he thought that he used to be the one cooking. However, when he returned from the hospital, it turned out that they had set up a shift schedule. He approached her and said that he apologized for dumping so much responsibilities on her. She turned to him and said that she didn't like the fact that he called it dumping. They weren't little, after all, so that was too much. She blushed with embarrassment, looked away, and said that besides, she was glad that she could be useful. He was embarrassed by this and said with surprise that he understood everything. She became angry about this, turned to go to work and shooed the workers to their places as well. After that, he picked up a shovel and resolutely said that then he too would start working even harder. He thought that from Angelum to the capital of the kingdom was 590 kilometers. Now they need to lay the same track, only in the opposite direction. The construction is divided into 3 major stages: excavation, reinforcement, and laying the rails. His injury delayed them a bit, but overall, everything is going according to plan. He goes ahead and digs a small tunnel to avoid collapses. The others expand it, while simultaneously reinforcing it. Then, after observing everything from above, he begins laying the rails in reverse. When night fell in the capital, he was laying the rails, and the workers who saw this wished him luck on the return journey. Sometime later, in July, he lay down at the station, looking tired, breathing heavily, and said that he hadn't seen sunlight for a month. They finished the most difficult stage. The next stage on the plan is to build the station. At that moment, Karen ran to him and, looking very worried, loudly called for the foreman. He was very scared because of this, and she apologized and said that, however, something else was more important right now. It seemed they had a shortage of wind blocks. He was very surprised by this and thought that she should now be working on the wind boost of the train's power source. He said loudly, looking worried, that they had already decided on this together. She agreed and said that the calculations, however, didn't match the innovations. It was moving, of course, but even slower than a turtle. He immediately realized that it was because of friction and asked, by the way, if something could be done about the boost. She was horrified by his words, loudly denied it, and said that they were already barely keeping to schedule. Some even fainted from fatigue. He, with a slightly worried look, thought that this was bad. After all, he had promised the Duke to sort out the wind and his hands were tied. Maybe they needed to lubricate it with oil to reduce friction? They had already tried everything. He had an idea and asked if the problem only occurred at the start. Karen agreed and said that once the train started moving, the speed returned to normal. He started drawing something on a piece of paper and asked, then what about this option? She was very surprised by what she saw and asked, is he even in his right mind? Who could handle such a large-scale job now? She looked at him, and the protagonist immediately realized that he had an urgent task. He started crying and said loudly that it was obvious it was him. Living on 2 bases at once was so difficult. Just at that time, Liz's admission was officially approved. When August came, Cress climbed a huge wall with his guards. The workers looked at him and asked, "What is that?" He heard that the prince had arrived for an inspection. What was such a person doing in a place like this? He began examining the workers' equipment and thought that they should trust their lives to such an unstable structure. And they don't even have the opportunity to eat properly. It was a shame. He was so absorbed in how he was treated in the royal castle that he didn't even notice how spoiled and careless he was. He turned around and asked if he could try it too. The workers were very surprised by this and loudly declared that working at heights was extremely dangerous. He replied that, however, everyone did it, and besides, he was also a craftsman. One of the guards approached him, apologized for his insolence, and said very loudly that he was not allowed to do it. He was stunned by this, and the guard said that he understood that he should not expose himself to unnecessary danger. He asks him to remember his true purpose. Exactly. He should be sending idiots from the capital to the gallows and not this. They are not finished with the inspection yet. They must continue to learn something new about the business of artisans and the world in general. He agreed with a small smile, after which they moved on. When September came, MC ran very quickly through the construction site and loudly announced that he was finished. At the same time, Georgie returned to Angelum, was very surprised when he saw the tower, and loudly asked when they managed to build this. After building the tower, he went to the capital, and Trends approached him, called him by name, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Did he have a good rest in the east? The guildmaster became worried about this, turned to him and wondered if he really knew about Noctarius. He asked, didn't he guess correctly? He'd heard from the guild members that he'd gone to the hot springs on the eastern border. He started coughing and confirmed it, and he pointed to the side and said it was a cargo tower, along with heavy wagons. He really is incredibly erudite. Because of friction on a flat surface, the transport couldn't start moving for a long time. So they built an incline, starting right from the start. Thanks to this, their transport accelerates after it starts moving. The speed is maintained along the way by the drive, and at the final stop, passengers get off before the incline. Then the body is raised back to the ground so the train can start moving again. This tower is equipped with just such a lifting mechanism. After that, Georgie returned to the guild building and said loudly in a displeased tone that he hated him so much. What does Grinwell even think he's doing? He's not going to say that their damn train isn't moving, is he? If they don't hurry, they'll be finishing the railroad very soon. He remembered how Trends had said that there was still plenty of work to do between coordinating with the royal capital and the decision of the House of Nobility. If necessary, he would handle everything himself. Sweat was pouring down his face from excitement, and he said that he now understood everything. At the same time, Chiffon came into the room, called Liz and asked if she was ready. She was standing by the window in new clothes, agreed, and said that it was time for them to go. On September 15th, they attended the entrance ceremony at the Royal Magic Academy, where they solemnly welcomed the new students. On September 20th, Miyabi completed the construction of the train station on the capital side. On October 13th, he completed the construction of the cargo lift tower on the capital side. The next day, as she was walking along the academy corridor, she was shocked to see the tower and loudly asked, "What is that?" After all, it wasn't there yesterday. Chiffon, who had recently woken up, said that the master had come here last night and that he had built all of this. Liz sighed with a slightly displeased expression and said that since he had come to the capital, he might as well stop by and say hello. She said calmly that he apparently decided now was not the time. She showed her a letter from him, and she immediately opened it, finding an invitation to the completion ceremony of the Angelum Underground Railroad. Sometime later, Cress said in his office that he had recently met Alicia again. He was surprised that she'd been released from serving the noble lady. Trends said that the three of them often went out together, so it was not surprising. A crafter prince and a candidate for ruler. He smiled and said that they both had a rather difficult situation and practically no real allies. Therefore, he believed that she was the same person for Chiffon as those two were for him. More precisely, it seemed to him that they were real sisters. He agreed and said that perhaps they were too close. He said that, however, at their last meeting, she seemed pleased, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The Duke looked at him and asked in a serious tone, "How did he find Angel?" His face became more serious. He remembered what he had seen in this city and the people he had met and said that it seemed kind to him. However, at the same time, painful. Mr. Weiss's workshop, where they do not discriminate because of profession, if only everyone were like this. However, the reality is completely different. Wherever you look, crafters are considered useless. People with other professions become adventurers and very quickly learn the art of the sword. However, crafters, are different. No matter how much they swing a sword and train, they cannot defeat even a child with the swordsman profession. He learned this well from experience. However, this does not mean that they should give up everything. Crafters aren't useless, and now they have two pioneers trying to prove it. He also decided to stop training with the sword from today. Even if they can't protect the country with a sword, the power to make people's lives easier and richer can change this country. He is convinced that striving for a world in which no one is forgotten directly leads to the prosperity of the state. Therefore, he wants to become the bridge that will lead the crafters to a bright future. The day of the Underground Railway completion ceremony was announced on December 1st. Surprised people gathered at the large tower in Ligpateru, admiring it and asking, So this is the underground railway? This tower is still impressive. I wonder how many years it took to build this. They say it appeared here in just one night. Trends took a glass of champagne from a servant and said that rumors are unreliable. Unfortunately, such miracles do not exist in this world. If a craftsman capable of such a thing had been born, he would certainly have found it. They agreed, and he looked at the tower and said that he did not deny that it would become a symbol of a new era. The completion of the railway was the first step towards them embarking on the journey into the next decade without fear of change. Today they had prepared a small performance to celebrate the completion of the railway. He hoped they would have a good time. Suddenly, he was surrounded by guards pointing their weapons at him. George called out to him loudly and said how long he had waited for this moment. The city residents gathered for the ceremony were shocked by this and did not understand what was happening. One of the guards stepped forward, called the Duke, and said that they were forced to temporarily detain him on suspicion of treason. Trenz was not very surprised by this, raised his hands, and the guildmaster loudly declared that his time of reckoning had come. The guard loudly asked, "Is he sure of his accusations?" He turned to him and asked loudly in an indignant tone, did he dare suspect him, a bearer of a noble title, of lying? The underground tunnel exists, and this lifting tower is proof of it. He had seen a similar tower in Angelum with his own eyes. It is a necessary structure for the underground railway. If it exists in that city, then it must be here in the capital too. They must see for themselves. He was right. This area is the noble quarter. The capital's inner perimeter is protected by a magical barrier, and underground it works exactly the same. During the test run, he himself said that he would personally settle the matter with the capital and the House of Nobility. He understands what this barrier is, right? It is a shield protecting the capital from monsters and invasion by enemy states. The guards called Trends and said that his intentions were clear to them. An illegally built underground railway is located under this tower. Georgie thought with a self-confident smile that he would never have been allowed to dig such a tunnel under the barrier. He couldn't have obtained the royal family's approval, honestly, so he decided to build it first and then demonstrate its usefulness after the opening. The city's residents couldn't believe it, and he thought that this pompous ceremony was also part of his plan. He wanted to present everyone with a fait accompli, but this time his plan backfired. He said loudly, in an overly confident voice, that in other words, he had deceived them, the honest men of the Artisans Guild. He had forced them to build a secret tunnel to invade the capital. He thought that the truth was no longer relevant, because he would never be able to shake off these accusations. While the guards went to explore the tower, Trends calmly said that, indeed, his plan could very well have worked if the underground tunnel really was here. He kicked his cane to throw it up and caught it with one hand. The guards returned from the tower, called loudly for the captain, and said there was no tunnel here. Not even a hole had been found. The Duke swung his cane, causing the fabric covering the tower to fall, astonishing everyone present. The captain of the guard, surprised, loudly declared that it was simply a clock tower. Georgie was shocked by this, and loudly asked, "What does this all mean?" "They must check all the floors. There must be a passage underground somewhere." Cress came to them and said that they wouldn't find anything here, because the station was outside the barrier, beyond the capital's outer ring. He was very surprised by this, and loudly asked, "What can he change?" An empty prince, who ran crying to Angelum. "Wait, he said that the railway was outside the outer ring? That's a lie. If they had built a lifting tower in such a place, it would be impossible not to notice." He calmly said that he was right. A lifting tower is necessary equipment for an underground railway station. Georgie indignantly agreed and said that, however, it wasn't there. He said that's where he was wrong. The tower is there, but it extends not upward, but downward, underground. This greatly shocked the guildmaster, who knew nothing about it. At the same time, Liz stood by the station and said that frankly, it looked rather ordinary. She thought that since he built it, everything would be much more ornate. Chiffon said with a smile that they had asked him to design the station like this. The outer district still bears the marks of the monster influx 8 years ago. If something resembling a symbol of aristocratic power were erected here, it would cause discontent among the locals. Besides, this station would still become an important logistics hub in the future. So sooner or later the place would be rebuilt. Besides, she needn't worry. Everything inside was done in his usual style. At the same time, Cress approached him and, with a serious expression, said that meanwhile, he, the third prince, had acted as a mediator in the negotiations between House Verdini and the royal house of Fortia, and had also initiated the project for this underground road between the domains of Ligpateru and Anjum. George was extremely nervous and said that some prince craftsmen of dubious origins. He interrupted him and said that he would no longer allow such insults to break him. He had no place on a stage where people were trying to create their own future with their own hands. The guards had already surrounded him and said that the false accusation of treason and slander was false. He looked frightened and loudly asked them not to approach him, and asked if they even knew who he was. Trends thought he was claiming that they were building a secret passage to invade the capital. This project was top secret, but he had deliberately divulged some information to mislead him. The guards grabbed him, threw him to the ground, and said that he had also attempted to deliberately harm the interests of a promising project. He was being detained until all other circumstances were clarified. The guards were shocked by what had happened, and the city residents began to applaud with admiration. The captain stepped forward, called the Duke, and said they had received word that he might be involved in the mutiny, and they were forced to act. Trends, with a calm expression, said he shouldn't worry, because they were only doing their duty. But it turned out to be a pretty good show. When people began to enthusiastically discuss what was happening, many carriages arrived, and he said that if they were so easily surprised, they wouldn't be able to withstand what awaited them ahead. He jumped on his horse and said that they should allow themselves to be invited to the main stage of the new era. A little later, at the central station, road number 1, an underground square, people descended into the luxurious hall, began to look around, and loudly asked, "Is all this really underground?" Kress said that this station was the work of one of Angelum's best craftsmen. This square was designed to allow large flows of people and goods to move freely here. They asked, "He said one of the best craftsmen? Speaking of the city's outstanding craftsmen, maybe this is the work of Weiss's workshop? He doesn't know what kind of underground railway it is, but it sounds impressive." Trend said with a smile that he assures them it will exceed their wildest expectations. At the same time, the girls were walking down a spacious corridor, and Liz asked if all the guests of honor had arrived yet. Chiffon turned to her and said that was most likely the case. She asked in a slightly confused tone if maybe they shouldn't have gotten here before them. She felt a little awkward about it. She asked what she was embarrassed about. They went out to the station where the wind blew. She smiled and said that he had built this railway just for her. She met MC, who greeted her with a happy expression and asked if she was okay. She was confused by this and said that it somehow didn't feel like they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was very surprised by this and said loudly that, however, a whole year had passed since their separation. "What difference does it make what you say? Welcome back." She hugged him and said in a joyful voice that she was home. She started hitting him and said loudly that she was asking for forgiveness for ultimately leaving everything on him alone. He called her in a confused tone and asked her to stop hitting him out of guilt. He turned her towards the train and said loudly that, besides, now is not the time for this. She should look at it. She was very surprised by this and asked loudly what that huge thing was. He laughed and said that he could just feel that she had returned. "Welcome back to the world of the absurd." They went inside and he said, "Welcome to Mogura EX. This is the first underground railway sleeping train in the Kingdom of Fortia, designed for a small number of passengers. Since it runs underground, you can't count on scenery, but comfort is guaranteed inside." She was shocked by what she saw inside and said loudly that the trolley shouldn't have such a luxurious bedroom at all. "Are you sure this is transport?" He agreed with a satisfied voice and said that they had prepared both freight and sleeping cars for the opening of the railway. "This is a sleeping car. Kress is probably showing the freight cars to the nobility right now. By the way, they are so luxurious, because real aristocrats use them." Liz said loudly in a surprised tone that she would not sleep here. He was embarrassed by this and loudly asked why she was saying that. "Everything here is clean." He started to climb the stairs and said with a slightly dissatisfied look, "Oh well." She followed him up, sat on the bed and said that it was so cool here. He was glad to hear this and said that it was good that he provided an extra bed for large families. She said loudly that it was impressive from the outside, but inside it seemed even more spacious. "How did he even do that?" He said with a smug smile that he would now explain to her the secret of this carriage. He told her about what was in this carriage. She was shocked by this and said loudly that this was no longer a train, but some kind of mobile home. Mel approached them. She was surprised by this and loudly asked what kind of cute outfit this was. She came up to him and said that they were already late for departure. He loudly called her Madam Conductor and apologized. He came to the front of the train and Sid asked, "Did they gather everyone?" Miyabi agreed and said that everything was fine now. He called Chiffon and she asked with a smile, "Is something wrong?" He denied it and looked into the carriage when he heard some sound. He said that it was nothing. They would talk sometime later in Angelum. She, with a slightly upset expression on her face, said that so that's how it is. She approached the carriage, touched it with her hand, and called Alicia, who was inside. She guessed that she was there and said that she must leave. This was her mistress's order. She stayed there and said that with the utmost respect, she could not do this. Without even realizing that she was tarnishing her name, she, being the one who should be faithful to her, allowed herself to want to leave her alone. She was ashamed to even show herself to her. This was her last selfish request. She asked to be allowed to leave like this. Chiffon approached her and said that she would not allow it. She was very scared because of this, and she touched her face and said that she was finally able to see with her own eyes that everything the master had told her was true. Earlier, she asked if there would be a ceremony to mark the completion of the construction. So finally, he agreed and said that it was still impossible to build such a huge thing in one night. Did her father do this? She agreed and he asked, "Although it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Underground Railroad, I wonder what this is anyway? Is it some kind of memorial tower?" She thought about it. He was planning something again, right? She looked away and asked, "Are they here alone?" He said the others are now in the underground workshop. He called her and asked why she still pushed Alicia away. She said she did it because there was no other way. What happened in the capital became decisive. When she called her, she was no longer able to respond immediately. Even if the method was harsh, it was necessary to correct the mistake in order to continue to stay by her side. He asked, did this mean she was going to bring her back from the very beginning? She said with a small smile that she kept her close not only because of affection. Moreover, she believed in this girl's abilities. She is physically gifted, she wields a sword, she is dexterous and spares no effort. She only lacked an inner core, and she believed that this could be cultivated even now. However, it did not work out. Clashes with workers, arrogance, and she also heard that she had wounded him. She knelt down, asked for forgiveness, and said that it was her fault. He grabbed her by the shoulders and loudly said that she should not apologize. However, she really did make a lot of mistakes. However, she was still able to accept her mistakes. He asks not to give up on a person who is trying to change. At the present time, Chiffon called her and said that if you ask her if she behaved as befits a mistress, the answer will be negative. She couldn't correct her when she began to stray. And this, too, was a manifestation of her weakness. Unacceptable friendships and weakness for a mistress distorted her. They were both fools. She wondered if actions truly shape a person. Does that mean a person can choose who they want to become by their own will? She said that despite what awaited them ahead, she must vow to truly serve the master's house and walk the same path with her. Alicia thought she had made too many mistakes. She could no longer blindly believe that she was worthy of being by this mistress's side. Chiffon said that in her name, the future head of the Verdini house, she ordered that she be reinstated as the mistress's personal maid. Not as a friend, but as a servant. She needed her, just as she was now. She thought with a determined expression that she still wanted to change so that she would be worthy of accepting this hand.